Chapter 672. P.S. Thanks to Nickfinney and 1577478860 for their tips. I still have something to do tonight, so I won't be sleeping here. If you're sleepy, you can go to sleep first. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Ito stood up from the sofa and looked at Nanjo Carissima, who was lying on the sofa. "Got it," said Nanjo Carissima, who was randomly flipping through the TV channels with a remote control. Then Ito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Nanjo Carissima and appeared in the sky outside the apartment. Then, he continued to use instant transmission. After a few flashes, he was above Kuga Kanryu, staff dojo. Then, he used instant transmission again and appeared in Kuga Kanryu's room. "What are you reading?" Ito, who appeared in the room, reached out and took the book she was reading from Kuga Kanryu's hand. He turned the book to look at the name on the cover and asked. "You do it," said Kuga Kanryu as she looked up at Ito. "Demon's Den. I didn't expect you to like reading this kind of adventure novel," said Ito as he softly read the title on the cover of the book. "Yes, this book is a classic," replied Kuga Kanryu. "Since you like adventure so much, if there's a suitable opportunity in the future, I'll let you truly experience what adventure is," said Ito as he handed the book back to Kuga Kanryu. "Yes," replied Kuga Kanryu as she reached out to take the book and put it on the table. "Let's go," said Ito as he looked at Kuga Kanryu. "Okay," replied Kuga Kanryu as she got up from the chair. Then, Ito reached out and held Kuga Kanryu's hand. With a thought, he brought her into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the Central Academy's dormitory building. Then, he pulled Kuga Kanryu to the dormitory that was arranged for Kuga Kanryu's temporary residence. Dang, dang, dang. Ito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. "Who is it?" In the next second, an old but vigorous voice came from behind the door. Click! Then, with a soft sound, the closed door in front of Ito and Kuga was opened from the inside. Then, the short figure of Ito and Hiroyuki Kaneki appeared in front of them. "Grandpa!" Juga Kanayoshi looked at Juga Kanayoshi in surprise. "Oh, it's little Yao." Kurakanaki raised his head and looked at Kurakanaki with a kind smile. Then he looked at the hand that was holding Ito's hand in Juga Hall and continued, "It seems that this guy didn't lie to me. He is indeed your boyfriend." Hearing this, Juga Kinane blushed and turned to look at Ito beside him. He didn't refute the words of Juga Hall's Danchi. "Let's go in and talk," Ito reminded when he saw that they were still standing at the door. Juga Kanayoshi nodded and turned to walk into the room. Behind him, Juga Kanayoshi and Ito also walked into the room and closed the door again. "Grandpa, why are you here?" As soon as they entered the room, Juga Kanayoshi asked as soon as they entered the room. "I was tricked into coming here by your all-powerful boyfriend." Juga Kanayoshi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked at Ito, who was about to sit down next to Juga Kanayoshi, and said, "Grandpa, this is too much. What did I lie to you?" Ito immediately retorted when he heard Juga Kanayoshi's words. "Humph." Juga Kanayoshi snorted coldly. He directly said to Juga Kanayoshi, "Little Yao, you have to be careful in the future. Don't help the other party count the money without knowing it." "Grandpa, how can you be so sinister?" Ito said discontentedly. "Grandpa, he is very good to me." Juga Kanayoshi gently pinched Ito's palm to stop him from continuing to argue with Juga Kanayoshi. Then he said to Juga Kanayoshi, "I'm just giving you a reminder," Juga Kanayoshi said with a smile. Juga Kanayoshi didn't say anything and just remained silent. "Seeing him bring you in, I am relieved. It means that what this kid said when he coaxed me to come in is indeed not a lie." After a few seconds of silence, Juga Kanayoshi said softly, "Grandpa." Juga Kanayoshi called out, "I will almost live here in the future. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, let this kid bring you in to find me." Juga Kanayoshi continued, "I know, Grandpa." Juga Kanayoshi nodded and said, "Kid, you go out first. I have something to say to little Yao." At this time, Juga Kanayoshi looked at Ito again and said firmly, "Okay." Ito nodded, got up and agreed, "You guys talk." Then he turned around and walked to the door, pushed the door, and walked out of Juga Kaneyoshi's dormitory and waited. And this wait lasted for more than half an hour. Ka! At this time, there was a soft sound, and then Juga Kaneyoshi walked out of the room wearing sneakers, black and gray sports spandex pants, dark blue sports vest, and an orange jacket. Finished talking. Sei Ito, who stood up from a wall, looked at Juga Kaneyoshi, who closed the door and walked slowly to him. In. Juga Kaneyoshi nodded. Seeing this, Sei Ito nodded and didn't ask what Juga Kaneyoshi and Juga Kaneyoshi talked about. He directly reached out and held Juga Kaneyoshi's hand, led her out of the dormitory building, left the Central Academy, and strolled in the surrounding downtown area. Along the way, the two were silent. It's late, let's go back. After a while, Sei Ito said to Juga Kaneyoshi. In. Juga Kaneyoshi whispered. Sei Ito, who got the response, disappeared from the city streets with Juga Kaneyoshi and appeared in the big villa used to house the Black Sphere prototype. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you, Sei Ito said as he released Juga Kaneyoshi's hand. Then he went straight to the bathroom of the villa and prepared the medicinal herbs in the bathtub. A few minutes later, a large pool of blue medicinal liquid appeared in the bathtub. Little Yao, come in. Sei Ito, who was standing at the door of the bathroom, said to Juga Kaneyoshi, who was sitting in the living room. Okay. Hearing the call, Juga Kaneyoshi responded, then reached out to take off the small orange coat she was wearing and put aside, and walked slowly to Sei Ito. Then she entered the bathroom with Sei Ito. In front of Sei Ito, she took off the clothes she was wearing and folded them one by one, and put them in the bamboo basket on the side, so that her whole body skin was completely exposed to Sei Ito's eyes. After that, without Sei Ito's guidance, she stepped directly into the bathtub, lowered her body, and soaked her whole body except for her face in the medicinal liquid. It seems that once or twice, you can use another medicinal liquid. After waiting for a few minutes, Sei Ito saw that Juga Kaneyoshi was fine except for a slight frown and said with a smile, Another medicinal liquid? Juga Kaneyoshi looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled look and asked, Well, it's an advanced version of the medicinal liquid you're soaking in now. Not only can it continue to strengthen your body, but it can also stimulate your potential and purify your body. Sei Ito, who was gently fiddling with Juga Kaneyoshi's forehead, explained. Oh, Juga Kaneyoshi whispered. Okay, you continue to soak here. I will deal with some other things first, and I will come back to see you later. Sei Ito withdrew his palm from fiddling with Juga Kaneyoshi's hair and said from the edge of the bathtub, Okay, Juga Kaneyoshi replied. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Juga Kaneyoshi and appeared in the prison cell where Saheiju, Megumi Toki, and her 4 female disciples were imprisoned. As soon as Sei Ito appeared in the prison cell, a burst of splash sound rang in his ears, and a fishy smell was transmitted into Sei Ito's nose. Sei Ito, who raised his eyebrows, immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In an instant, Sei Ito saw that one of her 4 disciples, a female disciple with long black hair, was throwing water. Seeing Sei Ito looking at her, the female disciple's face instantly turned red, and with a look of shame and resentment, she closed her eyes and forcibly interrupted the physiological activity that was going on and held it back. It's just that this kind of thing couldn't be stopped easily, so the sound of water that was about to stop once again sounded intermittently in the prison cell, and it was not until 10 seconds later that it completely stopped. TSK. What an unexpected scene. Sei Ito glanced at the water on the floor and said lightly. At the same time, he secretly thought, should I learn from that beast Hibana and turn this prison cell into a special sick house? This seems to be a very creative idea. Kill me, the black-haired female disciple said with her eyes closed. Is it necessary? Sei Ito turned around and walked in front of the female disciple and looked at her and said softly. Then with a thought, a stream of water suddenly appeared in the prison cell and quickly flowed across the floor, washing away the few traces of water on the floor, and then flowed to the side of the sewer and disappeared. How about it? After nearly 2 days and 2 nights of thinking, Are you ready to change your previous decision? Seito turned around and walked in front of Tsuki Meili and reached out to play with the little grapes in front of her chest. He looked at the expressionless Tsuki Meili, who had her eyes closed and did not respond, and asked. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Tsuki Meili was completely ignoring him, Seito shrugged and walked in front of Seiheiju again. Little Jew, your body stinks. Seito reached out his hand and covered Seiheiju's chest with it and said with a strange smile, How about it? Do you want to pledge your loyalty to me? As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, you can leave this place and enjoy the beauty of clean water, the happiness of food in your mouth, and the joy of living to your heart's content. You won't have to be like this anymore, forcefully suppressing your physiological desires, enduring the unpleasant smell of your body, the pain of not being able to eat, and the pain of not being able to drink. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Seiheiju endured the numbness that was constantly coming from her body and fiercely stared at Seito and said through gritted teeth. Chapter 673. Little Jew, you're too straight. Seito's hand slowly slid down to Sehiku's secret passage, teasing her gently with his finger as he chuckled. Sehiku didn't say anything, but her eyes stared fiercely at Seito. She frowned and bit her lips, not allowing herself to make any sound. Don't look at me like that. The more you act like this, the more I want to conquer you. I want to make you completely submit to me like a slut. Seito said softly. Don't even think. Sehiku said in a low voice. Well, who knows? Maybe after a while, you like how I treat you. After all, a person's adaptability is very scary. Seito's finger trembled slightly as he laughed strangely. Under that trembling, Sehiku couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from her throat. After that, Ito-sei didn't say anything. He just used his palms and fingers to stimulate Suka's sensitive parts. At the same time, he smiled and looked at Suka, who was staring at him fiercely. After a while, Sehiku's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes flickered as she gasped for breath. Then, he raised his head and opened his mouth to let out a suppressed and high-pitched moan. Walalala. At the same time, under the dual influence of the electric stimulation and the sudden relaxation of her body, a light yellow water flowed out from under Itosei's body. It splashed on the ground from both sides of Itosei's palms and Sakaku's thighs, leaving water stains on the ground. Second time, Seito retracted his hand and called for a water ball to clean her. He smiled at Sehiku, who was gasping for breath. After that, Ito-sei no longer paid any attention to Sakajuku. He turned around and went to the center of the cell. He waved his hand to summon a stream of clear water around his body. After that, he began to clean Tsuki Meili and her 4 disciples. During the cleaning process, except for Tsuki Meili, her face was expressionless. Apart from that, her 4 disciples' faces were all red and their eyes were tightly shut. Their breathing was slightly rapid. As expected, you are more attractive when you are clean. Seito dispersed the water and called for a breeze to dry the cell. He looked at Tsuki Meili and her 4 disciples and said. Seito waved his hand again, and a bowl of congee with pork and century egg appeared in front of him. Seito used telekinesis to control it and sent it to Tsuki Meili and her disciples' mouths. Rumble, rumble. Smelling the fragrance of the congee with pork and century egg, the 4 female disciples' stomachs immediately made strange noises. Do you want me to feed you? Okay. Seeing Tsuki Meili and Juju Meili, Seito chuckled and then slowly walked to the front of one of the 4 disciples. He scooped up a spoonful of lean meat porridge and put it into his mouth. Then, under the astonished gaze of the female disciple, he stuck his head out and sniffed her lips, sending the porridge with lean meat and century egg into her mouth. The female disciple shook her head, trying to get rid of Seito's kiss. However, her body was restrained and there was nowhere she could hide. In the end, she could only give up resisting and let Seito send mouthful after mouthful of congee into her mouth, until the bowl was finished. We'll eat it ourselves, the three female disciples said when they saw Ito looking at them. It's too late. Ito chuckled and then walked to another female disciple. He scooped up a spoonful of congee with pork and century egg and put it into his mouth. He kissed the lips of the female disciple in front of him and sent the congee into her mouth again. He did the same thing. Ito finished feeding all 5 bowls of congee with pork and century egg that belonged to Sukimeli and his 4 female disciples. During the feeding process, the easiest time was when Ito was feeding Sukimeli. Compared to the slight resistance of the other 4 female disciples, Sukimeli was in a vegetative state and did not resist at all. She let Ito feed her mouthful after mouthful. In the end, Ito returned to Sukimeli and waved his hand to summon a plastic baby bottle filled with milk powder. He then put the bottle into Sukimeli's mouth and forced her to eat. Okay, today's meeting is over. See you next time. After a while, Ito finished feeding Sukimeli and reached out to hold Sukimeli's cheek. He wiped the milk from her mouth with his thumb and chuckled. Then, Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the prison cell. Huimeli, I look forward to your answer. However, the moment Ito completely disappeared, a sentence echoed in the prison cell. Hearing this sentence, Sukimeli didn't change her expression at all. Her eyes were still closed as if she was in a vegetative state. Phew, it's really not good to stay in that prison cell for a long time. It's too easy to fall into depravity. Ito, who returned to the villa, sighed softly, then walked to the bathroom while thinking, but I don't hate this kind of depravity. At this time, Sukimeli, who heard the footsteps, opened his eyes and looked at Ito, then closed his eyes again and mobilized his ki to accelerate the absorption and digestion of the medicinal liquid. Ito didn't disturb Sukimeli. He walked directly to the bathtub and sat down, waiting quietly. Splash, after a long while, along with the sound of water, Sukimeli, who was naked, stood up from the medicinal liquid that turned back to the color of water. Then he reached out and took the shower head on the side, turned on the switch, and directly washed his body in the bathtub. Kodo, help me scrub my back today. After more than a minute, just when Sukimeli was about to turn off the shower head and put it back to its original place, Ito, who was taking off his clothes, suddenly said, Okay. Sukimeli agreed. After Ito was completely naked, Sukimeli took the shower head and walked to Ito's back to help him scrub his back. Kodo, in more than 2 months after participating in a certain activity, I'm going to leave here. Are you ready? Ito, who was enjoying Sukimeli's service, said softly. Sukimeli, who suddenly heard the date of departure, paused for a moment, then recovered. While scrubbing Ito's back, she asked, Can you wait? What's wrong? Ito turned his head and asked, I'm now in my 3rd year of high school, and I'll be graduating in a few months, so I want to wait until I graduate from high school to leave with you. Sukimeli explained, Well, anyway, 2 or 3 months don't matter. It's better not to let you have any regrets. Ito, who was straightening his head again, said, Thank you. Sukimeli thanked him. You're welcome. You're my woman. It's my duty to satisfy your small request. You don't need to thank me. Ito, who stretched his arm back and grabbed Sukimeli's hands, gently pulled forward and let Sukimeli's body lean on his back, smiled and said, When the time comes, you can directly study in the city's university. Sukimeli put her face on Ito's back and nodded. Well, continue to help me scrub. Ito, who held Sukimeli's hands and put them between his legs, touched a certain vital part of his body and said with a strange smile, As a female high school student with a normal knowledge system and a sound mentality, Sukimeli naturally knew what she was holding in her hands. Her cheeks, which were attached to Ito's back, blushed, and she slowly scrubbed with her hands full of soap foam. And with the beginning of this action, the following bath process directly made the spring scenery countless charming and gentle. After more than half an hour, under the service of Sukimeli, Ito finally completed this incomparably fragrant bath. Then Ito and Sukimeli dried their bodies one after another. And at the request of Ito, Both of them returned to the bedroom, naked, and hugged each other to rest on the bed. "Good night." Sei Ito, whose left arm was used as a pillow by Suki Meili, put his right hand under Suki Meili's armpit and fell on her chest, and his palm gently clasped the soft jade of her chest, kissed Suki Meili's ear, and said softly, "Good night." Suki Meili's arms were gathered in front of her. Her back was pressed against Sei Ito's chest, and her body was curled up like a newborn baby. The next night was silent, and the two of them slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, the two of them finished their bath and had breakfast, then left the Rubik's Cube world together and returned to Suki Meili's room in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Then Sei Ito and Suki Meili kissed goodbye and used instant transmission to return to Nanjo Kurosawa's apartment. Together with Nanjo Kurosawa's, they changed into desolate high school student uniform and walked together into desolate high school that they had not seen for a month. High school life was still the same, plain and dull. Other than being able to see a lot of eye-catching girls produced by the 2D and 3D world, there was nothing else interesting to talk about. Of course, if there was nothing interesting, they could also create something interesting on their own. For example, teasing Nanjo Kurosawa's every day, or teasing Shiratori, who was decisive in front of others but weak and shy in front of Nanjo Kurosawa's and Sei Ito, or pulling Nanjo Kurosawa's, Shiratori, and Suki Meili together with her Valkyrie squad, doing all kinds of dirty things in the name of guidance. In short, life was very happy. Just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. This morning, in the abandoned warehouse where Suki Meili and the Valkyrie squad often stayed, Sei Ito said to Suki Meili and Nanjo Kurosawa's standing in front of him. Then, he led Nanjo Kurosawa's and Suki Meili out of the warehouse and sat in a car that Sei Ito temporarily rented. According to the instructions of Suki Meili, who was sitting in the front passenger seat and holding an iPad in her hand, they headed to a certain location. "What are we doing today? Why are you being so mysterious?" With both hands on the back of the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, Nanjo Nora leaned out from between the two seats and looked at the two dots displayed on the iPad in Kogakan's hand. Nanjo Nora asked with a puzzled expression, "I'll bring you to see the real world of martial artists." Sei Ito, who was driving the car, chuckled. Chapter 674. What do you mean? Nanjo Nora still did not understand and asked with a frown. In this world, people who practice martial arts can generally be divided into two categories. One is like Xiaoyao's grandfather, Zhuge Hall Danshi, and the people in the Liangshan Lake that I've been with you before. They are martial artists who pursue the martial arts of non-killing. The other is the martial artists who believe that the essence of martial arts lies in killing. They are not afraid of killing people and are active in the underground forces of the world. Sei Ito, who was driving the car, explained, "And the purpose of me bringing you out today is to let you see what a real martial artist looks like. And when the opportunity is right, fight with martial artists who use the martial arts of killing. This time is different from the situation with Chiharu and the others in my world. If you're not careful, you will die." Sei Ito then added in a relaxed tone. Then, he looked at Nanjo Nora through the rearview mirror and asked softly, "How is it, Nora? Are you scared?" Don't underestimate me." Nanjo Kizara snorted coldly. Then, he pushed the back of the seat with both hands and sat back on the seat. He turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window that kept slipping back. Sei Ito saw this and smiled lightly. He did not provoke Nanjo Nora anymore. He quietly listened to Zhuge Hall Danshi's instructions and drove the car to follow. After driving quietly for about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped not far from the courtyard of a large independent duplex villa. "Aren't we going in?" Seeing Sei Ito stop the car, Nanjo Nora still did not push the door open to get out of the car and asked with a puzzled expression, "No, wait a little longer. Our target is not here." Sei Ito, who was holding the steering wheel with both hands, shook his head slightly. "Oh." Nanjo Nora reached out his hand and pressed down the small green-brimmed hat on his head as he whispered. More than 20 minutes later, with the sound of an engine, a car slowly moved out of the manor. After stepping on the road, It accelerated into the distance. The signal source is not in that car. Zhuge Hall Danqi, who looked down at the situation displayed on the iPad, reminded. It doesn't matter. We can use them as an example. I'll show you what a real martial artist looks like, Sei Ito said with a smile as he pulled the handbrake and started the car. All right, Saro Norihu, you have to pay attention later. The opponent is an expert who uses kicking techniques, Sei Ito said to Nanjo Norihu. Is that so? Nanjo Nora asked with a slightly surprised tone. Yes, Sei Ito confirmed. Then he recalled the information about the other party in the original work and introduced him to Nanjo Kira and Kuga, Kansas. That person's name is Christopher Eckrell, a professional assassin who doesn't use weapons. The organization he belongs to is the worldwide underground force Dark, which is united by the martial artists of the Killing Fist. Dark? Kuga can said in surprise. Little Yao, do you know Dark? Sei Ito looked at Zhuge Hall and asked. Yes, when I met grandfather that time, I heard him talk about it, Zhuge Hall Danqi replied. Sei Ito nodded and continued to introduce Christopher's information to the two of them. The martial art Christopher uses is French leg attack, which originated from ancient Greek gladiator tournament. Its characteristic is that it has a lot of foot attacks. In modern times, there were sport-oriented boxing techniques that excluded elbow strikes and throwing strikes. However, every move Christopher used was a deadly French kick technique that was designed to destroy. In terms of pure lethality, compared to the Taekwondo that you're currently practicing, it's not just a little bit stronger. Oh, Nanjo Norihu nodded. Oh, right. Was this Dark that you and Sister Freya mentioned just now? Nanjo Norihu looked at Sei Ito and Zhuge Hall Danqi curiously and asked, since you'll have to come into contact with him sooner or later, instead of you hurting yourselves because you don't know how dangerous he is, it's better to explain it to you now. Sei Ito and Zhuge Hall Danqi looked at each other and said in a calm voice. When we set off, I said that the martial artists in this world can be divided into two categories. One is the living fist that pursues the art of not killing, and the other is the killing fist that pursues the art of killing. Among them, the living fist represents the strongest Liangshan Lake. The killing fist represents the international underground organization Dark that gathers most of the martial artists in the world who use the killing fist. Their sphere of influence is very wide, and they have a lot of business. They basically have business dealings with all the countries and famous businessmen in the world. Among them, the more important business is helping the country train the army, helping the secret agency cultivate agents, taking on all kinds of dangerous assassination missions, and sending martial artists to act as bodyguards. Because of this, their influence is very big, and they have a branch in almost every country. There are also a lot of their supporters in high positions among the heads of government, and even the army doesn't fight against the existence of people from the Dark. And the Dark is divided into two major factions. One is the empty-handed group that believes that empty-handed can win everything and doesn't pursue any external force. The other is the weapons group that uses weapons and believes that weapons are the strongest. The empty-handed group is led by the 10 ultimate martial artists known as One Shadow Nine Fists, and the Fist Saint of the Nine Fists, Ogata Shinzai, is the person behind the Twilight of the Gods. Nanjo Nora, who knew the situation behind the Twilight of the Gods for the first time, subconsciously exclaimed. In addition, the designated enemy target when the Twilight of the Gods was created, Yomi, is also a small group under the Dark Organization. The only difference is that Twilight of the Gods belongs to the Fist Saint Ogata Shinzai's private group, while Yomi is under the collective leadership of One Shadow Nine Fists and can be regarded as their inherited disciples. Sei Ito continued to reveal. So that's how it is. Zhuge said softly with a look of realization. As for why I said that you will face the Dark sooner or later, it's not only because you are from the Twilight of the Gods, and in the future you may become nutrients to be swallowed by the Fist Saint Ogata Shinzai's chosen disciples, but also because you join the Neo-White Alliance. You must know, as the Neo-White Alliance's general, Baibin Kenichi, is the living fist Liangshan, Lake's eldest disciple, and is destined to be dealt with as a target. Seito continued to say, but these are all things in the future. When the time comes, it's not certain if you and Xiao Yao will still be in this world. Seito then changed the topic and shrugged with a smile. Juga-kan, pay attention. At this moment, Seito, who was driving the car, suddenly shouted in a low voice. As Ito-sei's voice fell, a man wearing sneakers, tight sweatpants, and a buttoned windbreaker suddenly jumped down from the overpass. His blonde hair looked like an African with several slender braids. He used a karate triangular flying kick to kick the windshield of the car that Ito-sei was following. Kacha-bang! Even though they were far away, they could still faintly hear the shattering sound. The car, whose windshield was completely shattered, crashed straight into a wire pole at the side. The huge impact caused the front of the car to instantly form a concave shape. So strong. Nanju Kazura, who had witnessed the entire process of Christopher jumping off the bridge, kicking him, and landing on the ground, muttered to himself. Then, the two doors of the damaged car opened wide, and two men with curly black hair and short blonde hair immediately rushed out of the car, and then with completely different reactions, they reacted with their own actions. The golden-haired man turned around and ran towards the flowers without hesitation, while the burly man with black curly hair held a crossbow and started shooting at Christopher. Christopher straightened his body and used his mouth to bite the short arrow shot by the man. Spit! Christopher casually opened his mouth and spat the short arrow on the ground, and then without paying attention to the burly man with curly black hair, he reached out and tore the back door of the car from the car. Is he a human? How could he have such monstrous strength? Nanjo Nora exclaimed as he looked at Christopher in the distance with a face of disbelief. But without waiting for Seito to answer, Christopher's next action completely shocked Nanjo Nora. All of a sudden, Christopher leaped up from the ground and used his shadowless flying kick, like Chun-Li Street Fighter's ultimate move, shadowless flying kick, to attack the car. Immediately after, the two cars seemed to have been smashed by countless hard stones. A large number of potholes immediately appeared on the surface of the car, making the whole car look like a broken car that had been dragged out after being hit by a landslide. Naturally, as the main target of the attack, the curly-haired man who had back in the car was dead under the violent attack. Nanjo Kazura was speechless as he looked at the scrap car. He was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Swoosh! At this time, Christopher's body turned, and with a speed not inferior to a high-speed car, he quickly ran out into the distance. Did you see it? This is the true appearance and strength of a martial artist, Seito said as he watched Christopher's figure disappear into the street. Then he stayed in the same place to let Nanjo Nora memorize the image of the broken car, and then he restarted the car and drove towards the location of the target shown on the iPad. Is it the effect caused by... On the way, Juga Hall asked aloud. Yes, Seito confirmed. Kuga Kanto, who got the answer, nodded and went silent again. Then, the three of them did not speak and quietly recalled the scene they saw before. Chapter 675. The target is moving at high speed. It seems that they are riding the Citroën. After an unknown amount of time, Kuga Kan, who had resumed the role of guide, looked down at the iPad in his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is an up, there'll be a down. They can't stay on the Citroën forever. Sooner or later, they will get off," Seito said indifferently. Then, he continued to drive the vehicle toward the location of the target. After more than 20 minutes of chasing and stopping, the target's signal finally stopped at a position. It's confirmed. The target's current location is in the double defense tower building on XXX Street. Kuga Kan, who was holding the iPad in one hand and the city map in the other, looked up at Seito and said after carefully comparing for more than 10 seconds, "Got it." Seito, who got the correct answer, responded and quickly pulled the lever to change gears. He stepped on the accelerator and drove at high speed toward the double defense tower building on XXX Street. After more than 10 minutes, Seito finally parked the car in the underground parking lot of the double defense tower building. "Let's go." After Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kinyori got off the car, Ito Sei, who had locked the car door with an electronic lock, reached out and took the iPad from Kuga Kinyori's hand. After looking down at the location of the signal displayed on the screen, he took the lead and walked forward. Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan, who heard the call, didn't say anything and immediately followed behind Sei Ito to the elevator not far away. Then, the three of them took the elevator and went straight to the target's floor. After more than a minute, with a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the floor selected by Sei Ito and the other two and slowly opened the alloy door. After walking out of the elevator, Sei Ito confirmed the location of the signal displayed on the iPad, turned his hand, and put the iPad into the Rubik's Cube world. He took Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan to the target's room. After walking a few steps, the three of them came to a door and stood still. Dang, dang, dang. Sei Ito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Creak. A few seconds later, with a soft sound, the closed door was opened from the inside. Then, a young woman with short blonde hair, wearing a white slim-fit shirt and grayish-white tight-fitting sweatpants, appeared in front of Sei Ito, Nanjo Karissima, and Kuga Kansas. Who are you looking for? He only opened the door slightly. The woman who had just exposed her entire face asked expressionlessly, I'm looking for Christopher Eckrell. Ito Sei looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Come in. The blonde woman first looked at Ito Sei seriously, then opened the door and stepped aside to let him in. Thank you. Sei Ito nodded. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the room. However, the moment Sei Ito stepped onto the carpet in the room, the short-haired woman with both hands on the doorknob suddenly lifted her leg and kicked towards Sei Ito's face. In order to pursue lethality, a blade with a cold gleam appeared at the tip of the woman's white leather shoes during the kick, quickly stabbing towards Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito, Nanjo Karissima, who was behind Sei Ito, immediately cried out in alarm. Sei Ito did not panic at the dangerous kick launched by the short-haired woman. His right hand slowly grabbed the ankle of the short-haired woman just as the blade was about to stab his eyes. While forcefully pulling his body to the side, his left leg slanted and kicked the short-haired woman's ankle, which was used as a support, blocking any possible attack from her. Then, his left hand quickly grabbed the short-haired woman's throat and tightened slightly. With a smile, he looked at the short-haired woman who had a painful expression and said, Is this Christopher's way of treating guests? That's really impolite. Huh. At this moment, another female voice sounded from the room. Hearing the sound, Ito Sei frowned slightly. His hand that was strangling the short-haired woman's throat immediately moved along her neck, letting his index finger and middle finger touch her cervical spine. Then he put his finger on the back of her head and the connection between her spine and the back of her head. With a slight shock, she immediately fainted. Then, with a thought, he put the short-haired woman into the Rubik's Cube world. In the next second after the short-haired woman disappeared, a young woman who was dressed the same as the short-haired woman, and even had the same hair color but different hair length, appeared in the hallway leading to the room. She was reflected in the eyes of Sei Ito, Nanjo Karissima, and Kuga Kansas. Who are you people? Seeing that she did not see her companion haunt the hallway, but three strangers, the blonde woman immediately put on a defensive posture and shouted, Who we are is not important. What's important is that I'm looking for Christopher. Sei Ito, who completely ignored the blonde woman's murderous aura, said indifferently while leading Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan into the room. Athena let them in. Just when the atmosphere between Sei Ito and the blonde woman was about to explode, a male voice came from the room, stopping them. Yes, Professor. The blonde woman, Athena, immediately restrained the murderous aura she was emitting, but she still retreated from Sei Ito's side with a face full of vigilance and responded. Sei Ito, who slowly walked into the room, reminded Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan in a low voice, Koyo, Karissima, the two of you be careful. The French kick technique's toe attack range is very long, especially when the soles of her shoes are equipped with no weapons. So, if you want to fight later, you have to pay special attention. Understood. Kuga-kan and Nanjo Carissima nodded in response. Seito, Carissima, why are you here? As soon as Seito and the other two walked into the room, Baibin Kenichi's surprised voice immediately sounded in their ears. However, at this time, Baibin Kenichi only knew Seito and Nanjo Carissima, and did not know Freya Kuga-kan, who was once the third fist hero of Twilight of the Gods. The room was very big, enough to cover more than 300 square meters, and the floor was completely paved with polished marble. In the center of the room, there was a long table that was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter wide, similar to those used by English and French nobles for banquets. There was no other decoration. And Seito's target, Baibin Kenichi, and his target, Christopher, were sitting at the two short sides of the long table, looking like old friends having a meal. You know each other? Christopher asked as he gently shook a glass with some light red wine in his hand. Well, the two of them are my friends. Baibin Kenichi replied honestly. You are here to save him? After hearing Baibin Kenichi's answer, Christopher turned to look at Seito and asked. Hearing Christopher's question, Baibin Kenichi immediately looked at Seito with a face full of expectation. No, hinting to Nanjo Kazura and Kuga-kan to stay in place to look after the blonde woman Athena, Ito Seiji walked slowly to the long table, took a goblet and poured red wine into it, and simply denied. How could this be? Baibin Kenichi said dejectedly as he sat on the chair, looking like he was abandoned and his life was gray. Oh, Christopher heard this and looked at Seito with interest, quietly waiting for him to continue. Just like his master brought him to visit the underworld, I also brought someone here for an internship. Seito explained as he raised his glass and lightly drank a mouthful of red wine. Is it those two little girls? Christopher turned his head to look at Naga-kan and Nanjo Kirisaras. That's them. Seito turned and leaned his but on the edge of the long table, one hand crossed in front of his chest, his right hand holding the wine glass, looked at Nanjo Carissima and Kuga-kan and said, Originally, I was going to let them fight one-on-one with the two women under you, but that short-haired woman called Mai was a little impatient, so I could only let this woman called Athena be their sparring partner. How about it? You don't have any objections, right? Seito turned to look at Christopher and asked. Nope, it's just that Athena didn't know how to control her strength. If she hurt those two girls, don't blame me for not reminding you. Christopher said with a smile. It's okay. Between life and death is a great horror. Only by experiencing great horror can their martial arts skills improve. This is one of the reasons I brought them here. Seito raised his glass to Christopher and said. In return, Christopher also raised his glass to Seito in response. Seito, how can you do this? Hearing Seito's words, Baibin Kenichi got up from his chair with an angry face, looked at Seito and growled. Why not? Seito looked at Baibin Kenichi with a surprised face and asked. Because it's very dangerous. Carissima and the others may lose their lives. Baibin Kenichi struggled with a serious face. It's because it's dangerous. That's why I brought them here. Seito looked at Baibin Kenichi's eyes and said seriously, if you want to improve your martial arts skills, how can you not face danger? Do you think everyone is like you, having a bunch of expert-level masters personally guiding you, letting you safely play the leveling game? Then have you asked their wishes? Baibin Kenichi, who was choked by Seito's words, immediately pointed at Nanjo Carissima and Kuga-kan and said, Ridiculous. If they didn't agree, do you think I would bring them here? Seito looked at Baibin Kenichi with a sneer and said, Baibin Kenichi, everyone is different. Seito then put away his smile and looked at Baibin Kenichi with a serious face and said. Then without waiting for Baibin Kenichi to speak, he turned to Christopher and said, Let them start. Okay. Christopher nodded and then turned to Athena and said, Athena, kill them. Chapter 676. P.S. Thanks to this pig is a little skinny. 157747860 and Nickfany for their tips. Yes, Professor. Athena replied in a serious tone. Nori Sorrow, be careful. Try not to face her head on. At the same time Athena answered, Kuga Kanayo, who was holding a staff and assuming a stance, whispered to Nanjo Norisaro. I know. Nanjo Norisaro, who was also assuming a stance, replied with a serious face. Go to hell. At this time, Athena shouted in a low voice. She stepped between Nanjo Norisaro and Kuga Kanayo. Her left leg was used as a support on the ground, while her right leg was like a sword stabbing towards the two's faces. At the same time, a small section of a sharp blade with a cold gleam protruded from the front of Athena's sneakers. Along with her kick, it stabbed towards Nanjo Norisaro and Kuga Kanayo. As a weapon user, Kuga Kanayo was never afraid of weapons. He immediately moved to the side and rushed forward with the staff in his hands, aiming the head of the staff toward Athena's lower abdomen. At the same time, Nanjo Norisaro, who had gone through many baptisms and had overcome his fear of weapons, quickly took a step forward towards Athena's kick. Then he suddenly squatted down and swept his leg at high speed towards Athena's left ankle that was used as a support. Athena, who saw the two's attack coming, did not panic. She directly kicked her right leg down and used her heel to destroy the force carried by Kuga Kanayo's staff. Then, at the moment when the staff stopped due to the collision, she immediately bent her leg and wrapped it around the staff. Using the staff as a support point, she lifted her left leg to avoid Nanjo Norisaro's sweeping kick. At the same time, she swung her leg towards Kuga Kanayo's head. Kuga Kanayo, whose forehead hair was blown by the wind, leaned back and dodged Athena's sharp kick by a hair's breadth. But before Kuga Kanayo could finish his move, Athena, who had her left leg on the ground again, immediately stretched her right leg that was wrapped around the staff. She used a sharp blade to stab Kuga Kanayo's abdomen. If it was Seito in the original work, he might not be able to dodge Athena's attack, but now he had been trained by Seito. Kuga Kanayo, who had also used the medicinal bath to develop his physical fitness, suddenly exerted strength from his waist before the attack arrived. While he straightened his body, he leaned to the side to let his leg kick backwards, brushing the tip of the blade to avoid Athena's stab. But even so, the dark blue sports vest that Kuga Kinyoshi was wearing had a cut on his abdomen by the blade. Bastard. At this time, Nanjo Nora, who had just finished his leg sweep and stood up again, saw the scene of Kuga Hall dodging the tip of the blade and cursed. She swung her leg to kick Athena's head. Seeing the incoming attack, Athena, who was originally preparing to turn her ankle and continue to pursue Kuga Hall, had to stop her plan. She landed and straightened her body, dodging Nanjo Norisara's kick. Taking advantage of Nanjo Norisara's interference, Kuga Kinmasayoshi, who had retracted the stick in front of him, turned around and swung the stick towards Athena's waist. Athena, seeing this, immediately leaned her body back, dodging the shadow of the stick that was sweeping towards her. She then used her hands to support herself on the ground and stood upside down. Her legs were like two propellers as she slashed towards Nanjo Norisara and Kuga Kinyoshi's faces. Whoosh! To Kuga Kinyoshi and Nanjo Norisara, who felt the danger, tapped their toes, and instantly leaped back, once again confronting Athena, who was standing up. The two little girls that you brought with you are pretty good. They can actually exchange so many moves with my subordinates. Christopher, who looked like he was watching a show, said. Seito, hearing this, smiled faintly and didn't say anything. So powerful. Byakuin Kenichi, who was on the side, exclaimed. At this time, the three people who were confronting each other moved together. This time, the attack was still initiated by Athena. Athena stepped in front of Nanjo Norisara and swung her leg to kick Nanjo Norisara's head. Seeing this, Nanjo Norisara also raised his left leg high. Then, with a muffled bang sound, it heavily collided with Athena's kick. Then, Athena's straightened foot buckled, and she suddenly increased the strength of her leg, pressing Nanjo Nora's left leg back to the ground. She turned around and continued to kick Nanjo Nora's face with a back kick. Norisara leaned back. At this time, Kuga Kimasayoshi's voice suddenly sounded in Nanjo Norisara's ears. Hearing the reminder, Norisara didn't hesitate and directly followed Kuga Ken Masayoshi's instructions to lean back and support himself with both hands. Just as Nanjo Norisera leaned back and fell, a slender stick suddenly swept across Nanjo Norisera's face. Before Athena could react, the stick hit Athena's left leg that was standing upright on the ground where it connected to her hip. Bang! In an instant, only the sound of flesh could be heard. Athena's body immediately tilted to the side. However, Athena wasn't someone to be trifled with. The moment she tilted, she twisted her waist and stretched her hands forward to support herself on the ground. Then, the ankle that was originally kicking back turned, and the tip of her foot pierced towards Nanjo Norisera's abdomen. Seeing the attack, Nanjo Norisera's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately bent his leg and raised it horizontally, blocking Athena's falling right leg. Then, he used force to lift Athena's right leg away. Borrowing the force of this lift, Athena's body once again flipped over and stood on the ground. The root of her right leg definitely won't feel good after taking that hit. When we attack later, Norisera, you're in charge of restraining her attacks. I'll continue to look for opportunities to attack her right leg. Kuga Ken Masayoshi, who was in a stick stance and watching Athena, whispered to Nanjo Norisera beside him. Okay. Nanjo Norisera also whispered back. Let's go. Seeing that Nanjo Norisera understood, Kuga Ken Masayoshi shouted and took the lead to rush towards Athena. Humph! Seeing the two take the initiative to attack, Athena coldly snorted. Using the sole of her right leg as a fulcrum, she quickly spun around and kicked towards Kuga Ken Masayoshi, who was rushing toward her. Knowing that he couldn't take this kind of heavy blow with the added rotational force and inertia of the body, Kuga Ken Masayoshi immediately lowered his body. At the same time, he held the stick with both of his hands, with the end of the stick hanging down on the ground. Then, he waited for the kick to pass over his head before he swung the stick towards Athena's head. Although there was nowhere to dodge due to the rotational kick in midair, Athena, who had both of her arms free, immediately crossed her arms in front of her body. She gathered her strength and raised them above her head, forcibly blocking the stick that Kuga Ken Masayoshi was about to swing down. Pong! A muffled sound immediately came from the collision between the stick and the arm. And just when Athena's body was about to fall to the ground due to the force of the stick, Nanjo Norisera's figure suddenly rushed out from behind Kuga Ken Masayoshi and came to the right side of Athena's body. He swung his leg and kicked towards the root of Athena's right leg that was hit by the stick. Pong! A muffled sound rang out. Athena, whose center of gravity had completely shifted, immediately tilted and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Nanjo Norisera quickly retracted his leg and turned around, once again smashing towards Athena, who was lying on the ground. Athena, who had just gotten rid of the stick attack, was powerless to take on Nanjo Norisera's following attack. Thus, she turned her body and rolled away from Nanjo Norisera's attack. Pong! Nanjo Norisera, whose attack had failed, heavily smashed the ground with his heels, making a muffled sound. Kuga Ken Masayoshi, who was watching Athena roll away, immediately stepped forward and swung his stick towards Athena's neck like holding a broom. Athena, who was in the middle of rolling, quickly adjusted her body to a lying position. Then, her waist tightened. She sat up straight for the ground and immediately leaned to the right. She used both of her hands to support herself and raised her leg to kick towards Kuga Ken Masayoshi's waist. Seeing this, Kuga Ken Masayoshi turned his arms. The stick instantly fell to her side, blocking Athena's kick. Then, he quickly kicked towards Athena's open chest. Seeing the sole of the foot kicking towards her, Athena crossed her arms in front of her body again. At the same time, she pulled back her leg that was kicked out. The heel of her foot hooked onto the upright stick. Then, borrowing the strength of Kuga Ken Masayoshi's kick, she quickly slid away with the stick as the center. When she had enough strength, she pulled back her leg and kicked backwards. Both of her heels kicked towards Kuga Ken Masayoshi's abdomen and calf respectively. Pong pong. Two muffled sounds rang out from Athena's kick. Kuga Ken Masayoshi, who was attacked, immediately stepped back and bent his waist, half kneeling on the ground. At this time, he saw Athena's ankle turn. The sharp blade went straight towards Kuga Kinmasayoshi's throat. Danger! Shuraben Kenichi saw this and shouted. Kuga Kanayoshi, who stared at the tip of the blade with his pupils contracted, quickly fell back. While dodging the blade slash, he kicked Athena's waist and kicked her away fiercely. On the other side, Nanjo Kirasuro, who saw Athena get away from Kuga Kinmasayoshi, finally didn't hold back. He quickly came to Athena's side and kicked Athena's face, who was crawling up from the ground. Pung! A clear sound immediately came from the impact of the heel and the cheek. This kick was filled with Nanjo Kirasuro's anger. Therefore, under this kick, Athena, who had just crawled up, turned over and fell to the ground. However, Nanjo Kirasuro still didn't stop here. He continued to kick Athena's other cheek. Athena, who was already lying flat on the ground, didn't have any room to turn around. Therefore, she only tilted her face to the side, and that was it. Then, Nanjo Kirasuro raised his foot high and smashed it towards Athena's abdomen, who was in a daze and temporarily unable to resist. Ugh! Athena, who had received a heavy blow to her abdomen, instinctively raised her head and unconsciously let out a painful groan from her throat. Humph! Seeing that Athena had temporarily lost the ability to resist, Nanjo Kirasuro coldly snorted and slowly retracted the leg that fell on her body. Kirasuro, be careful. Kuga Kinmasayoshi's voice suddenly sounded a reminder. Just as Nanjo Kirasuro retracted his leg and was about to retreat, Athena, who should have lost the ability to resist, suddenly reached out and grabbed one of Nanjo Kirasuro's ankles. She then raised her leg and kicked towards Nanjo Kirasuro's head. Damn it! Nanjo Kirasuro angrily shouted when he saw this. He raised his arm to block Athena's kick. It's just that the French kick technique's toe attack range has always been long, not to mention that the front of Athena's shoe was equipped with a short blade. Therefore, even if Nanjo Kirasuro raised his arm to block Athena's kick, his face was still pierced by the sharp blade at the front of her foot, leaving a slender wound that flowed with blood. At this point, Athena's attack still hadn't ended. Athena, who had one leg blocked, once again raised her other leg and kicked towards Nanjo Kirasuro's kidney at high speed. Although one leg was caught, one hand was used to block the attack, and the other hand wasn't suitable for blocking. Nanjo Kirasuro, who still had one leg free, immediately raised his knee and lowered his leg, using his calf to block Athena's kick once again. Just as Nanjo Kirasuro increased the strength of his hands and feet to force Athena away from him, the shadow of a stick suddenly jumped out from the gap between Nanjo Kirasuro's legs. The round end of the stick directly hit Athena's abdomen. At the same time that it gave Athena a heavy blow, it pushed Athena away from Nanjo Kirasuro. Seeing the stick, Nanjo Kirasuro naturally knew who launched this attack. Therefore, he didn't even look at it. He quickly rushed in front of Athena, who was slipping away, and quickly kicked out. He used the tip of his foot to kick the place where the stick hit from Kuga Kinmasayoshi, causing a second additional damage. 2 consecutive hits at the same place caused Athena's abdomen to be in extreme pain. Her body curled up and lay on the ground. Then, Nanjo Kirasuro moved in front of Athena's head and kicked Athena's forehead. Bang! Along with a muffled sound. Athena, who had suffered a severe blow to her head, instantly lost all consciousness and completely fainted. Looks like your subordinate lost, Saito, who lifted his but from the edge of the table, said to Christopher. Useless guy. Christopher raised his head and drank the red wine in the cup. He put the cup back on the table and said with an unhappy expression. Then, he reached out and picked up the napkin on the table. While using the napkin to wipe his mouth and palms, he got up from the chair and said, Forget it, just treat it as an after-meal exercise. Xiaoyao Kirasuro, you two take the woman on the ground and retreat to the side. Saito, who also drank the red wine in the cup and put the cup back on the table, looked at Christopher and said, After receiving the order, Kuga Kinmasayoshi and Nanjo Kirasuro didn't speak any nonsense. They directly carried the unconscious Athena and retreated to the side. They looked at Sei Ito and Christopher, who were gradually confronting each other. Hey, Sei Ito, don't tell me you want to fight with this guy. Seeing the two of them, Shuraben Kenichi said anxiously. Sei Ito ignored Shuraben Kenichi. He only stared at Christopher, who was in front of him. Listen to me. This guy and Master and I, Gue, used to be companions. In other words, he is a master. He is not someone we can deal with. Seeing Sei Ito ignore him, Shuraben Kenichi continued to say anxiously. Although what you said is nonsense, I am still very grateful for your kindness, but, Sei Ito said without turning his head. Then, he suddenly rushed in front of Christopher. He kicked Christopher while finishing his unfinished words. The me you knew before was just an illusion. Chapter 677. Bang! In the next second, with a muffled sound, Sei Ito's leg and Christopher's leg heavily collided. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them, and Baibin Kenichi subconsciously covered his face with his arms. What a powerful shockwave! Is this Sei Ito's true strength? Baibin Kenichi, who had his arms folded in front of his face, looked out through the gap between his arms and exclaimed in his heart, "This strength and this attack style, so you've also stepped into the realm of an expert." Christopher, who had turned his leg into a machine gun and was kicking Sei Ito's vitals, said excitedly, "Of course, if I didn't have this kind of strength, I wouldn't dare to bring them to you." Sei Ito, who was barely moving his legs and only his upper body was making evasive movements to avoid Christopher's attack, said, "What? Sei Ito is actually an expert." Baibin Kenichi, who had heard the conversation between the two, exclaimed in shock. "In that case, I'll use my full strength too." Christopher, who had heard Sei Ito's admission, laughed nastily, and the speed of his leg suddenly increased, turning into countless afterimages as he kicked Sei Ito's vitals. One after another, invisible air blades like sharp blades left irregular cracks on the ground around Sei Ito's body. "Wow, so scary." Baibin Kenichi, who was within the attack range of the air blade, shouted and turned around to run away. That's how it should be. Both of his arms turned into countless afterimages, either using palm blades, punches, bending his arms to block, or stabbing with his fingers while dodging Christopher's kick, attacking Christopher's head and body at the same time. However, compared to Christopher's air blades, Sei Ito's attacks were a lot calmer, as if they were ordinary punches. There wasn't the slightest bit of chi leaking out. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and Christopher's body was immediately pushed back. "What a condensed chi," Christopher said to Sei Ito as he shook off the torn sleeve on his right arm. Hearing Christopher's words, Sei Ito smiled faintly and didn't say anything. "Humph." Christopher, who was very unhappy with Sei Ito's smile, snorted coldly. He bent down and rushed to the front of Ito Sei. He put his palms together and stabbed toward Ito Sei's head and chest. Ito-Sei didn't move his feet. His arms blocked or parried. His hands pushed or pressed, lifted or slapped to intercept Christopher's palm blade. Christopher's palm strikes weren't just palm strikes. They weren't just palm strikes. At the same time, it was also a cover for him to move forward. Just as Sei Ito slapped away Christopher's palm strike, Christopher's body suddenly rushed to Sei Ito's side, and his right arm wrapped around Sei Ito's neck. Moving his legs behind Sei Ito, he twisted his body with his waist and threw Sei Ito to the side of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. "Gotcha!" With a shattering sound, Ito Sei, who had smashed the floor-to-ceiling window, flew out of the Twin Towers building at high speed. "Sei Ito," Nanjo Nora shouted with a worried face. "Don't panic. Don't forget what we've seen before." Seeing that Nanjo Nora was a little agitated, Kuga Kinyokai immediately grabbed Nanjo Nora's arm and reminded him in a low voice. "Walalala." At this moment, there was another burst of shattering sounds. The glass fragments that fell to the ground immediately shattered into countless glass shards, covering the floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourselves. Christopher, who threw Sei Ito out of the building, instantly rushed to Kuga, Kinyokai, and Nanjo Nora and kicked at them. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kuga Kinyokai and Nanjo Nora, and raised his arm to block Christopher's kick. "Itosei!" Nanjo Nora exclaimed with a look of surprise. "How is this possible?" Christopher looked at Seito, who raised his arm to block his kick, and exclaimed in surprise. Seito, Bin Kenichi, who was also surprised by Seito's appearance, exclaimed, "Phew, it was really dangerous just now. With such a high floor, if I didn't use some special means, I don't have the confidence to block it with just my physical strength." Seito said with a smile as he looked at Christopher in front of him. So what if you dodge my throw? With them behind you, let's see how you can dodge my attack." After the initial shock, Christopher, who had regained his calm, sneered. "Despicable." Nanjo Nora scolded angrily. "In a world of battle, there's only life and death. There is no such thing as despicable." Christopher, who had retracted his leg and kicked out again at high speed, said, "Huh." Seito, who had turned into a wall to block Nanjo Nora and Kuga Kinyokai from Christopher's attack, suddenly shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a white mist visible to the naked eye, like water vapor spurted out from a high-pressure vent, fiercely gushed out from Seito's side in front and rushed toward Christopher in front of him. Christopher's expression changed when he saw this, and immediately retracted his leg and jumped back, escaping from Seito's front. Seito, who had forced Christopher to retreat, immediately closed his pores again, and then spread his arms, using Taiji Fist to gather the white mist in front of him, and then with a wave of his arm, a white pillar of air instantly rushed toward Christopher. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded in the room, and then a huge crack appeared on the wall opposite of Seito. Then Seito stomped his foot, and his body instantly appeared in front of Christopher, who had dodged to the side. At the moment when Christopher instinctively counterattacked, he used the technique he had learned from Tanabe Miyun to leave a doppelganger on the spot, and circled to Christopher's back from the side, and punched toward Christopher's waist. Christopher, who had discovered the attack from behind through danger perception, immediately leaned forward, his arms stretched out on the ground, and directly used the leg that was originally aimed at the doppelganger to kick Seito's head. Tisk, seeing that his attack had failed, Seito lightly clicked his tongue, and once again unleashed his aura to leave the doppelganger on the spot, and escape from Christopher's back and attack. Then Seito's speed increased again, and a series of doppelgangers surrounded Christopher, who had stood upright again, and used different attack methods to attack Christopher, who was surrounded. Christopher, who couldn't tell which doppelganger was real and which doppelganger, immediately jumped and rolled out of the encirclement. But the moment he landed, Seito's figure appeared in front of him again, and he raised his knee to Christopher's face. Bang! Christopher, who had just used up all his strength and hadn't regained his strength yet, immediately took the knee and stood up from the ground with his body leaning backwards. But right after that, Christopher felt his face tighten, and his head was slammed into the ground by a strong force. Boom! A clear, muffled sound immediately came from the place where Christopher's head hit the marble floor. Then Seito let go of his hand and grabbed Christopher's left wrist and put his right hand on Christopher's shoulder and forcefully turned Christopher's face down. Then he grabbed Christopher's head again and slammed it on the marble floor to keep him in a dizzy state and reduce the possibility of him resisting. Then he slid his hand to Christopher's neck and used a special method to control the frequency of blood flow to the brain and knocked him out. After Christopher had completely fainted, Seito stood up from the ground while holding him by the collar. So powerful. Bin Kenichi was dumbfounded as he looked at Ito Sei, who was carrying Christopher and walking towards Nanjo Nora and Kuga Hall. Nora, take the girl and let's go," Seito said. Nanjo Kurosawa and Naga Kaniake nodded at the same time. They turned around and helped the unconscious Athena up from the ground and followed Ito Sei out of the room. Wait for me." Seeing the three of them leave, Bin Kenichi finally recovered from a state of shock. He shouted loudly and quickly followed. "Now that you're no longer in danger, you can find a way to return to Yangshan Lake." Arriving at the underground parking lot, Ito said to Bin Kenichi, who was standing beside the car after stuffing Christopher and Athena into the back seat. Of course, you can also stay here and wait for Master and Igue to pick you up. Ito closed the door, went around the back of the car to the driver's seat, and lowered his body to sit in the car. As you can see, my car is full, and I can't send you back. Ito said to Bin Kenichi as he turned the key to start the car. How are you going to deal with Christopher? Bin Kenichi looked at Ito with a serious face and asked, Well, who knows? Maybe I'll hand him over to the police. Maybe I'll let him go in some remote corner, or maybe I'll throw him into the river to drown his corpse. It all depends on my mood. Ito shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing Ito's answer, Bin Kenichi couldn't maintain the expression on his face and looked at Ito with a face full of black lines, not knowing what to say. Okay, I'm leaving. See you later. Ito smiled at Bin Kenichi, then retracted his gaze, started the car, and drove away from the underground parking lot of the Twin Towers building. Nora, you won't lack practice partners in the future. Halfway through, Ito, who had imprisoned Athena and Christopher in the Rubik's Cube world, smiled at Nanjo Carissima. Chapter 678. After that, Ito first drove Kugahal and Nanjo Karashra back home, then drove to the car rental company and returned the car. Finally, he used instant transmission to return to Nanjo Karashra's apartment. I'm back. Ito opened the door with the key and said as he took off his shoes and entered the room. Ito, who took off his shoes, stepped into the living room and sat down beside Nanjo Karashra. He reached out and gently tore off the medical tape on Nanjo Karashra's face and used medical ninjutsu to treat her. Does it hurt? Ito looked at Nanjo Karashra and asked softly. At that time, I was so angry that I didn't pay much attention to it. Although it hurt a little afterwards, it's nothing. I'm used to it anyway, Nanjo Karashra said indifferently. You're quite strong. Aren't you afraid of leaving a scar on your face? Ito asked with a smile. It doesn't matter. Nanjo Karashra curled her lips and said. Then aren't you afraid that because of that scar, you'll become ugly? Ito saw this and asked again with a smile. Only those superficial men care about a woman's appearance, Nanjo Karashra said with an unnatural expression. Ito chuckled and didn't continue to ask, quietly treating the scar on Nanjo Karashra's face. Done. After a moment, Ito, who had dispersed the green light on his hand, said with a smile. Is that so? Nanjo Karashra subconsciously reached out and touched the cheek where the scar was originally located. Remember to be careful in the future, okay? Ito said softly as he reached out and stroked Nanjo Karashra's cheek. Nanjo Karashra obediently replied in a low voice. Have a good rest. I'll deal with the 3 captives we caught today, Ito said as he leaned over and kissed Nanjo Karashra's forehead. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Nanjo Kazara. He appeared in another prison cell next to the one where Megumi Meili and the others were being held. With a wave of his hand, Ito took out a large piece of super alloy metal. Ito used alchemy to make a pair of handcuffs and shackles on Christopher's hands and feet. Wah! Ito waved his hand again. A cold stream of water splashed onto Christopher's face, waking him up from his coma. Where's this place? A prison? Christopher opened his eyes and didn't show any signs of panic. Ito asked the only living person in the room, Ito, as he calmly observed his surroundings. It's a prison, but it's not the prison you think it is, Ito said as he looked at Christopher, who slowly sat up from the ground. Oh, is this a new secret prison built by the Japanese government? Christopher asked with interest. No, this is my private prison. It's a place specially used to imprison prisoners like you, who are still useful to me, Ito explained. Seems like I've come to an incredible place, Christopher said as he stood up from the ground. Then he quietly tore at the handcuffs and shackles while asking Ito, So what do you want from me? There's no need to try. The shackles on your hands and feet were made from the super alloy I use to make mobile weapons. It's hard enough to withstand a direct impact from a rocket launcher without being damaged. It's not something you can simply break with your physical strength, Seito said as he glanced at Christopher's hands. So it's like that, Christopher said with a look of realization. But his hands didn't stop moving as he continued to destroy the shackles. Also, let me remind you, even if you can really destroy the shackles, you can't get out of this cell, Seito added as he looked at Christopher mockingly. But looking at you, I know you don't believe what I said at all. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'll talk to you after you accept reality. Seito sighed and shook his head slightly. Then, ignoring Christopher, his figure flashed and disappeared from Christopher's sight. He appeared in another cell where the blonde girl, Athena, were imprisoned. For these two women, Seito didn't make shackles to restrict their movements. Instead, he waved his hand and took away the shoes with sharp blades on their feet. After all, as long as they didn't have those shoes, the danger they posed would be reduced by half. In terms of pure physical strength, the two of them were no match for Seito. Seito waved his hand again, and two streams of water suddenly appeared in the cell and blasted Jue and Athena's faces. Cough, 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 as the water splashed on their faces dispersed. Jue and Athena woke up from their unconscious state while coughing. The moment the two of them woke up, Yu and Athena swept their legs almost at the same time, forcing away the enemies that might be around them. Then, they turned around and sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the surrounding environment with vigilance. Then, when Jue found Seito standing in the cell, she immediately stood up from the ground and kicked at Seito's face. Seeing the attack coming, Seito didn't move his feet. Instead, he directly grabbed Jue's leg and forcefully pulled it behind him. While pulling Jue's body towards him, Seito suddenly slapped Jue's chest and sent her flying until she hit the wall. Bang! Jue's body collided with the wall and made a muffled sound. Aren't you going to attack? Ito Sei, who had finished dealing with the kennel, turned his head and looked at Athena, whose face and forehead were bruised, standing on the side without any desire to attack, and asked with interest. Since Jue and I are here, then Professor Christopher has either been killed or repelled by Your Excellency. He has no time to deal with us. In other words, Your Excellency is far stronger than me and Jue. If we attack forcefully, it will only increase the pain. It's better to quietly listen to Your Excellency's arrangement for us. Athena speculated calmly. I didn't expect you to have such a brain. Seito looked at Athena in surprise. It's nothing. As long as a normal person can calmly observe the current situation, they can speculate the above. At least, I believe Jue can. Athena turned her head and looked at Jue, who was slowly walking back to Athena with her hand on her chest. Is that so? That's an unexpected surprise. Seito looked at Jue and smiled. Then, Seito slowly walked to the alloy bed and sat down. He looked up at Jue and Athena, who were also looking at him, and said, Introduce yourselves to me first. My name is Athena Dubois. I'm Professor Christopher's assistant. I'm responsible for intelligence collection and communication. Athena said cooperatively. My name is Takumi Morita. Like Athena, I'm also Professor Christopher's assistant. I'm responsible for confirming and tracking the target's intelligence. Seeing that Athena cooperated, Jue also gave up his resistance and said cooperatively. After listening to their self-introduction, Seito nodded and said, Very good. Now, let me tell you what I want. My request is very simple. Leave Christopher and become my subordinates. Pledge your loyalty to me wholeheartedly. Seito looked at Jue and Athena calmly and said. Hearing Seito's request, Jue and Athena looked at each other. Then, they bent down and half-knelt on the ground at the same time. They lowered their heads and said, Takumi Morita, Athena Dubois, greets Your Excellency. You two are very straightforward, Seito said with a smile, while looking at Jue and Athena, who were half-kneeling on the ground. Hearing this, Jue and Athena didn't say anything to explain. They just silently lowered their heads and half-knelt there. Get up. In the Magic Cube world, Seito wasn't afraid of the two of them playing tricks. Then, after the two of them stood up from the ground, he looked at Athena and said, "Athena, come here." Hearing the greeting, Athena didn't hesitate and walked directly to Ito's Sei and stood in front of him. Seito smiled at Athena in front of him, stretched out his hands to cover her bruised cheeks, and used medical ninjutsu to treat the pain on Athena's face. Looking at the green light on Seito's hands, Athena and Jue's eyes flashed with surprise at the same time, but they didn't ask anything. They still stood silently in front of Seito, quietly watching Seito. "It's done." After a while, Seito retracted his hands and said to Athena in front of him. Athena blinked her eyes with some confusion, not knowing what Seito meant by "it's done." "Athena, the injury on your face is healed," Jue on the side reminded her. Athena, who didn't understand until now, immediately thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Since you have chosen to be loyal to me, then it's not appropriate to live here anymore." Seito, who leaned over and stood up from the bed, naturally reached out and hugged Athena's waist and said. Athena, who was hugged by Seito, had no other reaction except for frowning at the beginning. She looked like she was completely under Seito's control. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this, reached out and hugged Jue's waist again, and disappeared from the prison with them instantly, appearing on the top of a building in the ecological city. "You will live in this city in the future," Ito Sei, who was hugging Zhao and Athena's waist, said to the two with a smile on his face. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they looked shocked. Then his figure flashed again, taking the two to the bottom of the building, pushing them into the building and walking to one of the empty rooms. Chapter 679. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl Ignorant for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to This Pig is a Little Skinny, Nickfany, 1577478660. These are your identity cards. Seito said as he handed over two special magnetic cards with Yui and Athena's faces printed on them. These are necessities for your life here. You will need them for most of your daily life. Seito continued to introduce after the two of them took the magnetic cards. In addition, I have already stored some of the currency used here in these two cards. If you need anything, you could go to the nearby shopping mall to buy it. There should be a lot of things that could surprise you. Seito said as he got up from the chair and walked to the front of Yui and Athena. If there is anything you don't understand, you can use the computer to look it up on the internet. I believe that with your wisdom, you'll be able to understand everything here very quickly. Seito said with a smile as he reached out and kneaded the two's perky buttocks wrapped in tight pants. Okay, I'm leaving. You can slowly get used to it. Seito said as he waved his hand and patted the two's buttocks. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yui and Athena. Seito did not immediately leave the Rubik's Cube world after leaving Yui and Athena. Instead, he once again appeared in the prison cell where Suheiju, Meili-Suki, and her 4 disciples were imprisoned. He continued the necessary training, feeding, and cleaning work every time he came here. After finishing all this, he happily returned to the world of the strongest disciple in history and appeared in Nanjo, Kurosawa's apartment. From tomorrow onwards, I will go with you to the secret base of the Shinhaku Alliance. Walking straight to the sofa, he leaned over and hugged Nanjo Kurosawa, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. He turned around and sat down. Then, he put his palm under Nanjo Kurosawa's his shirt and pressed on her little bamboo shoots, kneading Seito, and said, "What are you going to do?" Feeling the strange sensation coming from his chest, he frowned. Nanjo Kurosawa, whose cheeks were flushed, asked with a puzzled expression as he placed his palm on Seito's chest. "Do you still remember what I told you today?" Seito, who was gently pinching a certain protruding granule on Nanjo Nora's chest with his thumb and index finger, asked before Nanjo Nora could speak. He continued, Bai Bin is the chief disciple of the strongest Liang Shan Lake. He has already entered the Dark Organization's must-kill list, and he is in the most important position, so they are all around him. Assassins from the dark might appear at any time. Your target is those assassins. Other than having a slightly arrogant personality and being slightly impulsive, Nanjo Kazara, who was not stupid, immediately guessed Sei Ito's thoughts. He asked aloud, "You can say that?" Ito Sei pinched the granule with his 2 fingers and gently pulled it. Amidst Nanjo Nora's low exclamation, he laughed and said, "But more importantly, I want to stay by your side and protect you. After all, those killers are all lunatics. What if they hurt you?" Hearing this, Nanjo Kurisaro's heart warmed, and a feeling of being touched immediately surfaced in her heart. However, the arrogant Nanjo Kurisaro did not want to reveal the emotions in her heart, so she turned her head away and whispered with a slightly red face, "Who is it? Who wants you to protect me, you wishful thinking guy?" "Consider it my wishful thinking," Seito said with a smile as he gently pinched the granule with his 2 fingers. "Bastard!" Feeling the slight pain coming from her chest, Nanjo Kurisaro scolded with a slightly red face. Hearing Nanjo Kurisaro's words, Seito chuckled and turned his pinching to press the entire bamboo shoot. While gently rubbing, he watched TV with the absent-minded Nanjo Kurisaro. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that the two separated from this sticky state, and each went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, they went to Nanjo Kurisaro's bedroom and laid down on Nanjo Kurisaro's bed and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, after a night of good sleep, the two who had recovered their energy climbed out of bed one after another. After a simple wash-up, they went out together to do their daily exercise. Then, when it was almost time to finish their exercise, they went back to the apartment to wash off their sweat, changed into their school uniforms, had breakfast, took their school bags, and rushed to Desolation High School to begin their day of study. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. With the sound of a bell that was not very clear, the day's classes were over. It was time for club activities and returning home. Hearing the sound of the bell, Seito and Nanjo Kurisaro did not talk nonsense, and directly picked up their things and walked out of the classroom. They followed the returning crowd back to the apartment, took off their school uniforms, and changed into their home clothes. Then, they left the apartment together and went to Nanjo Kurisaro's original stronghold, which was now the abandoned building where the Shinhaku Joint Base was located. "When you go in later, remember not to touch me." When they were about to reach the abandoned building, Nanjo Kurisaro suddenly stopped and turned his head to Seito and said, "What's wrong?" Seito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a face full of interest, "You don't have to care about that. Just don't touch me later." Nanjo Nora snorted and said proudly, "Don't tell me you're shy." Just as Nanjo Kurisaro was about to continue walking toward the abandoned building, Seito suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulled Nanjo Kurisaro into his arms, and hugged her waist. He lowered his head and looked at Nanjo Kurisaro's somewhat flustered eyes and said with a smile, Who's shy?" Nanjo Kurisaro still said with the toughest tone, "If you're not shy, then what are you afraid of? What's wrong with a boyfriend and girlfriend doing some intimate actions in front of others?" Seito continued to ask with a smile, "If you want to do it, then go find White Bird later. Just don't do it to me," Nanjo Kurisaro said angrily with a red face. "You're really shy." Seito raised his hand and gently pinched Nanjo Kurisaro's cheek and said with a smile. Then, he let go of Nanjo Kurisaro and walked forward. "Forget it. I'll promise you, but when we return to the apartment, you have to give me some benefits." Hearing Seito's words, Nanjo Kurisaro was stunned at first, then cursed with a red face, "This bastard." Then, she followed behind Seito and walked into the abandoned building that had been simply remodeled and had the words Shinhaku Alliance written on the outside with black paint. "Aya, our Shinhaku Alliance HQ has an incredible person." As soon as Ito Sei and Nanjo Kazara walked into the remodeled training room, they stopped their boxing training when they heard footsteps. They turned around to look at Takeda Ichiki, who was about to greet them at the door, and said with a frivolous tone, "What are you doing here?" Yakida Takazawa, who had also stopped his exercise, stood up from the exercise equipment. Looking at Ito, who walked to the side and sat down on the chair that Whitebird had moved for him, he questioned. And Whitebird, this guy is an enemy. Why did you move a chair for him? You look like one of his subordinates. Yakida Takazawa then looked at Whitebird, who was standing behind Ito, and said loudly, Compared to you, Ito, Sama is one of us. Whitebird looked at Yakida Takazawa expressionlessly and said, You bastard, do you know what you're saying? Yakida Takazawa growled as he stared at Whitebird with a face full of anger. Kurosawa, what's going on? Takeda Ichiki, who was at the side, was still calm. He turned his head and looked at Nanjo Kurosawa, who was walking in front of the sandbag as if nothing had happened and was preparing to practice his kicks. Just as Whitebird said, He's one of us. Nanjo Kurosawa pressed on the small hat on his head and glanced at Ito and said, One of us? I don't think he's one of us. Yakida Takazawa looked at Nanjo Kurosawa and muttered, That's right, I'm not one of you. I'm only one of us with Kurosawa, Whitebird, and their subordinates. Ito, who was leaning on the chair with his arms crossed, said with a light smile. Humph. Yakida Takazawa, who heard this, suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. With a cold snort, he went back to the fitness equipment again and vented his anger by exercising. If that's the case, then what are you doing here? Takeda Ichiki asked frivolously. No reason. It's just because Kurosawa and Whitebird are here, Ito said with a shrug. Oh. Takeda Ichiki, who got the answer, nodded. Once again, he started to practice his punches on the sandbag in front of him. For the rest of the training room, no one spoke except for the sounds made by the trainees during their training. This situation lasted until a few minutes later when Nikitajima Haruo, who was wearing a strange cloak, walked into the training room. Oh, that's really something, Nikitajima Haruo, who walked into the training room, said with a strange voice. Yo, isn't this Nikitajima? I'm sorry for making you prepare so many things. Takeda Ichiki, who saw Nikitajima Haruo walk and stopped his movements, and said, Governor, welcome. Ito and Nanjo Kurosawa, who were training in the training room when they arrived, but didn't participate in the conversation between Takeda Ichiki and Yakida Takazawa, said, Well, although it doesn't look good, the training equipment here is much better than the school's, so I unknowingly soaked in here. Yakida Takazawa, who had discovered most of the rage points, said, Wow, this is an innovative idea, Deputy Captain Yakida. This is the result of using the equipment of the Taishan Boxing Dojo as a foundation, coupled with my wisdom and style. Nikitajima Haruo laughed arrogantly, as if he was a genius. Then he changed the topic and continued, Speaking of which, all of this is because Team Kurosawa was willing to give up their base. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank Captain Nanjo Kurosawa. What are you doing here? At this time, Nikitajima Haruo, who had just noticed Ito sitting in the training room, pointed at Ito with an exaggerated expression and shouted. He came with Kurosawa. Yakida Takazawa, who saw Ito's face, instinctively felt unhappy. So he said to Nikitajima Haruo with an unpleasant tone, Could it be? Nikitajima Haruo raised his hand and pinched his chin. After sizing up Ito, he suddenly said in a narcissistic manner, Could it be that you also realize that I, Nikitajima, lead the Shinbai Alliance and will become famous in the future, so you came to join me in advance? Is he an idiot? Ito, who had basically understood Nikitajima Haruo's character from the original work, turned his head and asked Whitebird, who was standing beside him. Hearing Ito's question, Whitebird's expression froze. She didn't know how to answer. Nikitajima Haruo, I know you. I advise you not put your thoughts on me. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to some human science research institute and let them use you as a volunteer experimental subject. Ito looked at Nikitajima Haruo again and said calmly. The narcissistic Nikitajima Haruo was immediately choked by Ito's words. He turned his head and looked at the others speechlessly. Where's that idiot Kenichi? Nikitajima Haruo asked when he didn't see Kenichi Shirahama in the training room. Then, without waiting for an answer, he turned around and walked out of the training room. As he walked, he muttered softly, "Seriously, that idiot can't possibly use." After a while, Nikijima Haruo returned to the training room. All captains gather and head to the battle room for a battle meeting, Nikijima Haruo said to everyone in the training room. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the others to respond and walked towards the battle room. Although Nikijima Haruo was a rather narcissistic person and did things in a mysterious way, his rallying power within the Shinhaku Alliance was indisputable. Thus, after hearing his orders, Ziegfeld, Takeda Kazuki, Yuki Takeda, and Nanjo Kitasaro all stopped their cultivation and walked towards the war room together. Seito, Sama, Whitebird called out hesitantly when she saw everyone gradually walking out of the training room. "Let's go. We'll go over as well," Seito said as he stood up from his chair. Whitebird didn't say anything when she heard that. She directly brought Ito Sei along with Nanjo Norisera and the others. Together, they walked into another room with a small wooden sign with the words "Combat Room" written in black letters on the doorframe. "You're not a member of the Shin-Haku Alliance. Why are you following us?" Yuki Takeda, who was about to sit beside Nanjo Norisama, said as he looked at Sei Ito, who walked in from the door unhappily. At this time, without waiting for Sei Ito to speak, Whitebird immediately walked to Yuki Takeda's side and pushed him away from Nanjo Norisama, allowing Sei Ito to sit beside Nanjo Norisama. "Whitebird, what are you doing?" Yuki Takeda, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to Nanjo Norisama, shouted with an even more unhappy expression. "All right, Yuki Takeda, don't be awkward. We can talk about it later." Takeda Ichiki, who was sitting in the front row, quickly stood up from his chair and reached out to comfort Yuki Takeda. "Humph." Yuki Takeda, who was more obedient to Takeda Ichiki's persuasion, coldly snorted, turned around and walked to the other chair beside Sei Ito and sat down. Ta. Sei Ito, why are you here?" At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, Baibin Kenichi, who was wearing a desolate high school uniform, walked into the battle room and looked at Sei Ito with a surprised expression. Chapter 680. "I'm here to join the fun." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Hakuben Kenichi, who was slowly walking to the front row, and sat down. "Join the fun?" Hakuben Kenichi repeated with a confused expression. "Yes, join the fun," Sei Ito confirmed with a smile. "Oh." Although Hakuben Kenichi didn't know what Sei Ito meant by joining the fun, he was very happy that Sei Ito was here. Therefore, he didn't ask anymore and quietly looked at Nikijima Haruo, who was standing in front of a screen, waiting for him to speak. Seeing that everyone was here, Nikijima Haruo first glanced at Sei Ito, who was sitting with his arms crossed, then coughed lightly to clear his throat and said to everyone, "Ahem, first of all, let me explain our current situation to everyone. After Ragnarok fell, a few new groups appeared. It can be said that we have officially entered the Warring States period. However, a mysterious organization called Yomi launched a fierce attack and destroyed most of the newly formed groups. Nikijima Haruo held a small metal pointer in his hand as he pointed at the slide operated by Whitebird and introduced it. When Nanjo Nora heard the name of the organization from Nikijima Haruo's mouth, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Sei Ito beside him. After seeing him nod in confirmation, he frowned slightly and withdrew his gaze and continued to listen to Nikijima Haruo's introduction. "I heard the rumors. It's like testing a knife. Some of the groups, Yomi, only sent one member to defeat them," Siegfried added after Nikijima Haruo finished speaking. "That's right. Even if we summarize the information in my hands, we still can't grasp the true identity of Yomi," Nikijima Haruo said with his hands behind his back and his back facing everyone. Then he changed the topic and continued. "But there's one thing that's very certain, and that is they're avoiding our Neo-White Alliance." Nikijima Haruo suddenly turned his body, his 10 fingers curled up, and laughed arrogantly. "They're afraid of us who defeated Ragnarok. Or maybe they're planning to leave you guys for last," Sei Ito suddenly interrupted. Nikijima Haruo was once again choked by Sei Ito's words. He knew that Seito might be telling the truth. However, it was one thing to know in his heart, but it was another thing to have someone say it in front of his subordinates. However, Nikitajima Haruo's skin was thick enough. His expression only froze for a moment before it returned to its previous state. Actually, I've received a lot of information, just like what you said, Haruo Naijima said. Staff Officer Loki of the Twilight of the Gods seems to be most afraid of Yomi, Nanjo Nora reminded. Isn't that the same person who defeated Twilight of the Gods? S-Main General, Ryu Asamiya? Is it the easiest target for Yomi to snipe? Takeda Ichiki speculated. It can't be. Baibin Kenichi was like a frightened kitten when he heard this. Me again? Is it really me again? Then, Baibin Kenichi murmured with an ashen face. Aya, Kenichi. Calm down. Ziegfeld, who was sitting next to Baibin Kenichi, quickly comforted him. It seems that this uncle needs to personally investigate. Seeing Baibin Kenichi's appearance, Nikitajima Haruo lightly rubbed his chin and said with an unfathomable expression, "Is there anyone willing to investigate with me?" Then, Nikitajima Haruo was like an artist performing on the stage, waving his hand and summoning. Yes, Matsui, who was guarding outside the war room, poked his head into the war room and shouted. Although it was not the captain-level figure he wanted, it was not bad to have a loyal follower to go with him. At least, Nikitajima Haruo, who could use him as a sacrificial pawn to protect himself, did not object. He then announced the end of the meeting to the captains and led Matsui to the other group's activity areas to scout for information. Seeing that the meeting was over, Nanju Karissima and the others did not stay in the war room any longer. They talked and laughed with each other as they returned to the training room and continued their daily training. Then, after sunset, they left the Shinhaku Alliance's headquarters one after another. They returned to their residence. Dear, remember the benefits you promised me. Seito, who had returned to the apartment with Nanju Karissima, said to Nanju Karissima, who was bending down to take off his boots. Who promised you? You were talking to yourself. Nanju Karissima, who took off his shoes and walked into the living room, snorted. Is that so? It seems that I will have to be intimate with you in your base tomorrow. Seito, who also took off his shoes and walked into the living room, said with an indifferent smile. You. Nanju Karissima angrily looked at Seito, who sat next to him, and asked with a face full of displeasure, "What do you want me to do?" "I want." Seito leaned over to Nanju Karissima's ear and whispered, "I'll help you bathe. Just treat it as bathing a kitten." Hearing Seito's request, Nanju Karissima's face turned red as he curled his lips and said, "You can think whatever you want as long as you help me bathe," Seito said without a care. After that, Seito and Nanju Karissima teased each other for a while, then got up and walked into the kitchen. He took out a few fresh vegetables and began to prepare dinner for the two of them. When dinner was over, the bowls and chopsticks were loaded into the dishwasher, and they sat together to watch TV. Seito looked at Nanju Karissima with a smirk on his face, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Not long after Seito entered the bathroom, the blushing Nanju Karissima also stood up from the sofa, turned, and walked into the bathroom. According to Seito's request, he served Seito as he bathed. During this period, there were naturally various kinds of erotic contact and charming actions. More than half an hour later, the two of them who had finished serving each other returned to the bedroom hand in hand and lay down on the bed to sleep while hugging each other. The next day, after finishing his morning exercise, washing off his sweat, changing into his school uniform, eating breakfast, rushing to Desolate High School to finish his day of study, and changing his clothes after school, Seito and Nanju Karissima once again arrived at the Shinhaku Joint Base. With yesterday's foreshadowing, even though Yukita Takazaki, who was interested in Nanju Karissima, was still unhappy with Seito, he did not pick on Seito and tacitly agreed to Seito's existence. Just like that, the three of them went to school during the day, stayed in the Shinhaku Joint Base after school until sunset, and returned to Nanju Karissima's apartment to rest at night. Soon it was the weekend. Not good. Yomi has attacked our base. Just as everyone was training in the training room, a panicked and fearful voice suddenly came from outside the abandoned building. Hearing this call, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, turned around, ran out of the training room, and rushed down the building. I just saw her approaching. In the blink of an eye, she knocked down our companions like a storm. A Shinhaku joint base member who was being helped up from the ground by Yukita Takazaki gasped for breath. Hey, everyone come over quickly. She must be a member of Yomi. Yukita Takazaki turned his head and said to Takeda, Ichiki, Nanju Karisima, and Siegfried, who were running out of the building. Damn it, how could her movements be so light? I can't even hit her. A Shinhaku joint base member who was fighting with a newcomer said hatefully. The newcomer was a young girl who was about 5'1", 6 meters tall. She was wearing a tight-fitting protective suit similar to what a cyclist would wear. Her hands, elbows, chest, head, and eyes were all covered with protective gear. She turned around and jumped up from the ground, and with a back kick, knocked down the complaining Shinhaku joint base member to the ground. Wow, she's really something. Takeda Ichiki, who saw the young girl's movements, immediately put on a boxer stance and said with interest, Wait, Takeda. Just as Takeda Ichiki was about to attack, Nanju Karisima, who was beside him, quickly reached out and stopped Takeda Ichiki's movement. She's a girl, let me go. Then, without caring about Takeda Ichiki's reaction, he reached out his hand and gently touched the hat on his head, walked into the field and laughed. Your movements are not bad. Let me deal with you. Get lost. Don't get in my way. I only want Shirayama Kenichi's head. As for the others, I can let them go. The young girl did not even look at Nanju Karisima and only glanced at the surrounding male members of the Shinhaku joint base and said coldly, What's wrong? The assassin of Yomi only wants Shirayama Kenichi. Why don't we cultivate the friendship between women? Nanju Karisima, who was in a taekwondo stance, said, Please be careful. The opponent's strength is high. Don't be deceived by her thin and weak appearance. Ziegfeld reminded, I'm not like you guys. Nanju Karisima laughed. From now on, please use your full strength to fight. Ziegfeld emphasized again, Thank you for your advice. Nanju Karisima lightly shouted and immediately rushed towards the young girl in the protective suit. Then, when the opponent entered his attack range, he kicked towards the young girl's head. The young girl in the protective suit did not move and only lowered her head slightly forward, dodging Nanju Karisima's side kick. Then, she suddenly lowered her body and then stood up from the ground again. At the same time, she extended her hand and stabbed upwards from Nanju Karisima's shirt that was slightly fluttering due to the kick, brushing past Nanju Karisima's body and stabbing toward her chin. Seeing this, Nanju Karisima was shocked and immediately retracted her foot and raised her head, dodging the young girl's stab. A stab that uses the jumping power of the whole body to send out. It's really sharp. Takeda Ichiki rubbed his chin and said, Karisima, be careful. Yukita Takazawa saw this and hurriedly reminded loudly. Rip! At this moment, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The young girl who had pulled back her arm and retreated in front of Nanjo Kazara immediately tore apart the red short-sleeved t-shirt that Nanjo Kazara was wearing, exposing the white underwear that Nanjo Kazara was wearing and his smooth abdomen. Chapter 681. Wow, no one is allowed to look. Yakaida Takawa, who was very concerned about Nanjo Kirisaro's, immediately reached out his hand to cover the eyes of the injured person he was supporting and at the same time shouted to the other Nabinaga members around him. You, Nanju Kazara, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest, shouted in anger. Seeing this, the girl in the protective suit first raised her hand to support her own chest, then turned her head to look at Nanjo Kira's chest that was covered by her light yellow underwear, and let out a chuckle. Although the girl in the protective suit didn't say anything from beginning to end, Nanjo Nora could easily guess what she meant by her actions and laughter at the end. It's not that far off. Right, Whitebird? Nanjo Nora turned his head and asked Whitebird. Of course. I believe that Miss G. Sarah's is definitely bigger, really. Whitebird replied with a face full of urgency. Then he turned to Sei Ito, who was watching the show from the side, and asked, "Isn't that right, Sei Ito-sama?" Hearing Hakutori's question, Nanjo Norishira's gaze instantly fell on Sei Ito. "Aya, what's going on?" Takeda Kazuki said with a frivolous smile. "Stupid Whitebird, why are you asking that guy about this?" Yukita Takazawa shouted. "Well, I'll have to touch her to know," Seito said with a smirk on his face as he lightly scratched his chin with his right hand, his eyes moving back and forth between the girl in the protective suit and Nanjo Kitasaro's chest. "You bastard," Nanjo Karasuma growled when he heard this. "You're dead meat." Then Nanjo Nora abruptly turned his head to look at the girl in the protective suit, his face full of anger as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Yeah." Immediately after, Nanjo Nora shouted, his right leg turning into countless pitch-black afterimages as he kicked towards the protective suit girl's body. The girl in the protective suit did not try to block Nanjo Kira's attack. Instead, she leaped into the air. Oof. Seeing the girl in the protective suit jump up, Nanjo Kirishima coldly snorted. His body immediately flipped 360 degrees and slashed towards the girl in the protective suit. The girl in the protective suit raised her arms in midair. He blocked Nanjo Karasuma's attack. It's not over yet. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Nanjo Kirisaro's let out a loud shout. He slid his blocked left leg away from the girl in the protective suit, while at the same time, he continued to use his right leg to chop downwards towards the girl in the protective suit. The protective suit girl, whose previous strength had been offset by the following strikes, was immediately struck to the ground by Nanjo Kira's successive strikes. I don't care if you're a selected martial artist group or not. I only know that the final winner is the truly valiant woman. Nanjo Norisaro, who had landed back on the ground, pointed his middle finger at the girl lying on the ground and said proudly, "Oh, do you still want to fight?" Seeing the protective suit girl's body trembling as she stood up from the ground, Nanju Kizara immediately assumed a prepared posture and said, "I admire your perseverance, but you should just forget about it." The kind-hearted Nanjo Nora sighed. "G. Saras." At this time, Sei Ito suddenly said with a serious face, "Be careful." Hearing Sei Ito's words and seeing the change in his expression, Nanjo Norisaro frowned. He immediately put away the contempt in his heart and looked at the girl in the protective suit with a cautious expression. Just as Nanjo Norisaro finished his preparations, the girl in front of him had already rushed towards him. The protective girl had already rushed in front of her. With one foot planted on the ground and the other bent her knee high, she leaned back and swung her arm towards Nanjo Kira's face. Fortunately, Nanjo Norisaro had already received Sei Ito's warning, so she was not defeated by the girl in the protective suit's attack. Seeing that her attack was blocked, the girl in the protective suit immediately twisted her waist and turned around, using her raised left leg as a support leg. Her right leg kicked backwards, and her right hand's index and thumb hooked as if she was holding something. She continued to attack Nanjo Norisaro's throat. Seeing this, Nanjo Norisaro immediately exerted force on her leg and separated herself from the girl in the protective suit. "That action is," Siegfried said with a serious face. Could it be? Yukita Takazawa also discovered something from the girl's action. "Yeah, I know that too. It's drunken fist." Matsui shouted as he pointed at the girl in the protective suit who had assumed the drunken fist stance due to Nanjo Norisaro's retreat. "Damn it!" Nanjo Norisaro cursed in a low voice and rushed in front of the girl in the protective suit, kicking her with a side kick. In the face of Nanjo Norisaro's attack, the girl in the protective suit still did not move her feet. She directly knelt on the ground and then used her knee and waist to twist her body and stand up from the other side. She then twisted her elbow and hit Nanjo Norisaro's armpit. After that, the girl in the protective suit who had completed her turn and stood upright grabbed Nanjo Norisaro's left knee that had been kicked out. She used her strength to twist the knee socket, causing Nanjo Norisaro to fall to the ground. Nanjo Norisaro, who had fallen to the ground, immediately turned over and leaned to the side, kicking the ankle of the girl in the protective suit. Seeing this, the girl in the protective suit tilted her body and directly fell to the ground. Then the shoulders, elbows, waist, and back of her upper body continuously exerted strength. Like a windmill that had fallen flat on the ground, she kicked towards Nanjo Norisaro. Bang! In a fight on the ground, Nanjo Norisaro was obviously not a match for the girl in the protective suit who was proficient in the drunken fist. After exchanging a few kicks, he was kicked in the abdomen, and his body slid backwards. Then, the girl in the protective suit who had kicked away Nanjo Norisaro's body exerted strength, and in the blink of an eye, she sat up from the ground. Then, she used a combination of the drunken fist horizontal somersault technique and another kick towards Nanjo Norisaro's body. Nanjo Norisaro, who had slid backwards, rolled his body and jumped up from the ground. However, after using the horizontal somersault technique, the girl in the protective suit who had sat up from the ground immediately used both of her hands to support herself. She used a half-drunken fist rolling scissors kick to support herself and roll forward. She kicked Nanjo Norisaro's abdomen in midair. Bang! Cough! Nanjo Norisaro, who had been kicked down from midair by the girl in the protective suit, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Nanjo Norisaro had not completely lost consciousness at this time. She knew that if the back of her head was hit like this, she would definitely not recover. She instinctively covered her head with both of her hands and slid backwards. Captain Norisaro, one of the injured new white members, knelt beside Nanjo Norisaro and called out, "Miss Norisaro." White Bird, who had placed Norisaro's head on her thigh, said softly, "Damn it, watch me throw you to death." Yukita saw this and rushed out from the crowd, shouting as he used both of his hands to hug the girl in the protective suit. Feeling the attack from behind, the girl in the protective suit bent her body backwards with a flexibility similar to taijutsu and reached out to grab Yukita Takahara's small body. "Stop!" Just as the girl in the protective suit was about to use more force to crush a certain rod-like object, Siegfried immediately shouted from the side, stopping the girl in the protective suit from taking any further action. However, although she had retreated, Yukita Takahara, who had almost given away his genitals because of his impulsiveness, sat down on the ground with a pale face. Both of his hands covered his lower body, and his face was covered in sweat as he let out an incomprehensible sound. "Didn't she say it already? You may only want to fight with her, but she's here for a duel, in order to not increase the number of victims. Next." Siegfried opened both of his arms and said with a serious face. However, before he could finish, Sei Ito's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting him. "Let me do the rest." Then, without caring about Siegfried's reaction, he stood up from beside Nanjo Norisaro and White Bird and slowly walked in front of the girl in the protective suit. "This is a joint battle between Shinbai and us," Siegfried said with a serious face. "I don't care if you guys are Shinbai or not. I only know that this girl is now my target. If you really want to stop me, I don't mind attacking you right now and experiencing your so-called immortal body," Sei Ito said to Siegfried without turning his head. "Sure, I've long wanted to test your strength after defeating Ryuto Asamiya." Siegfried walked in between Sei Ito and the girl in the protective suit, looking at Sei Ito and said in a deep voice, "Siegfried." Takeda Kazuki called out, "Little girl, do you mind waiting for a while?" Sei Ito looked at the girl in the protective suit through Siegfried's body and said, "My target is only Shirayama Kenichi's head. I don't care about anything else," the girl in the protective suit said. "Tisk, whatever, it's not that long anyway. I should be able to fight you before that guy comes," Sei Ito heard her and said in a low voice. "Okay, time is a bit tight. Let's start now." Sei Ito's gaze fell on Siegfried and said, "Come on." Siegfried opened his arms slightly on both sides of his body, looking at Sei Ito with a serious face, and said in a deep voice. Seeing that Siegfried was still in a defensive posture, Sei Ito chuckled and suddenly twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching Siegfried's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Siegfried's body was immediately sent flying in front of Ito, crashing into the lower members of the Shinbai alliance, knocking the member who was hit by Siegfried to the ground. Siegfried! Takeda Kazuki called out. Cough! Siegfried spat out a mouthful of blood as he got up from the lower member under him. Your defensive skills and observation skills are very good, at least among your peers, but the gap between you and me is too big, so big that I can break your skills with my strength alone. So you lose. Ito looked at Siegfried, who was holding his abdomen and standing up from the ground. Then he ignored Siegfried and said to the girl in the protective suit, Okay, now that the obstacle has been cleared, let's start. Hearing Ito's words, the girl in the protective suit didn't waste any time. She directly stood on one leg and got into a drunken fighting posture, confronting Ito. Chapter 682. P.S. Thanks to this pig is a little skinny, Nickfinny, and 157747860 for their tips. Zue 8 Immortal's Fist? It reminds me of a folk fist technique from Fujian province. Ito looked at the girl in the protective suit and said, Although I haven't practiced that fist technique before, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use it a few times. Let me use that fist technique to break your Zue 8 Immortal's fist. Umph, the girl in the protective suit snorted. Ito didn't care about the girl in the protective suit snort. He raised his hands in front of him and waved them up and down like a wave. Then, he took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the girl in the protective suit. He stretched his hand out from between the girl's clenched hands to her face. The girl in the protective suit, who was standing on one leg, turned her body sideways and directly punched Ito's throat. Ito also turned his body sideways and moved back. He raised his left arm and caught the girl's wrist. At the same time, his right hand was like a rattlesnake's tail. When the girl in the protective suit was attracted by the movement of his palm, he suddenly raised his wrist and slapped the girl in the protective suit's cheek. Pa! A crisp sound immediately came from the girl in the protective suit's cheek. Then, when the center of gravity of the girl in the protective suit was shifted, Ito immediately retracted his right hand that was stretched forward. His left hand that was holding the girl's wrist stretched out from the girl's chest. After swinging his left hand like a rattlesnake's tail a few times, he slapped the girl's face with the back of his hand, causing her to involuntarily step back. Then, Ito once again moved in front of the girl in the protective suit and used double wind-piercing ear to hit the girl in the protective suit's ears. Although she hadn't stabilized her footing, it was enough for the girl in the protective suit to use her defensive means. The moment Ito's palms were about to hit her, she immediately raised her arms to block Ito's arms. Then he crossed his legs, twisted his waist, and punched Ito in the chest. Ito retracted his hands, and his right palm hit the girl's forearm before she punched out with her right fist. His left palm turned into a knife and stabbed diagonally towards the left cheek of the girl in the protective suit. The girl in the protective suit tilted her head. He immediately dodged Ito's palm strike. Ito wasn't angry that his attack missed. He crossed his legs and turned around to face the girl. He raised his right arm to hit the girl's face. When she tried to block his attack with her right hand, he suddenly retracted his hand and hit the girl's abdomen. He raised his left arm and swung it at the air. When the girl in the protective suit blocked it with her left hand, he switched hands again. His right hand lashed upwards, while his left hand slapped downwards. After 3 or 4 such changes, the girl's judgment was completely disrupted. Suddenly, he twisted his waist and swung his arm. His left arm whipped the girl's face like a whip and sent her flying. Plop! The girl in the protective suit fell heavily to the ground. However, the girl in the protective suit was wearing a protective suit, and she practiced the ground-crossing fist. She was used to falling, so the moment her body landed, she used the ground-crossing fist quick recover technique to resolve the impact of the fall. Then, she used the ground-crossing fist technique to twist her body and half-kneel on the ground. She assumed one of the stances of drunken 8 immortals, Lan Saiha, and faced Ito. What kind of fist did you use? The girl in the protective suit asked. It was originally from Fujin's Shaolin Temple, but it's now one of the most popular fist techniques in Fujin. Seito assumed the snake form fist phantom hand again and looked at the girl in the protective suit. Now, the warm-up is almost over. It's time for us to enter this battle. Seito's gaze went past the girl in the protective suit and looked at the four figures of 2 men and 2 women who were quickly running in through the gate of the Shinbai joint base. Phew, good. Seito made his move. I believe he'll be able to defeat the attackers soon. Bin Kenichi, who saw the situation in the field, immediately let out a long sigh of relief and said in a relaxed manner, "Who's that guy?" Her black hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, and there were 2 brass bells on each side of her hair. She was wearing a cheongsam with a white chrysanthemum printed on it, which made her look like a sexy dress. She turned her head and asked Bin Kenichi. "He's Seito, Master Ma's disciple." Before Bin Kenichi could say anything, Meiyu from Fonglin Temple answered, My father's disciple?" The cheongsam girl looked at Seito with a surprised expression. "Yes, but I don't know why he suddenly left Liangshan Lake." Bin Kenichi looked at Seito and the girl in the protective suit with a serious expression. "Oh." The cheongsam girl looked at Seito with a surprised expression. Her lively eyes were filled with curiosity. Phew! At this moment, Seito let out a light sigh. Then he suddenly stepped in front of the girl in the protective suit and kicked the girl who was half kneeling on the ground. The girl in the protective suit turned her body so that her face was facing down. She used her hands and the tips of her feet to support her body, avoiding Seito's kick. Then, she kicked her left leg towards Seito's lower abdomen. Seito stretched out his hands and grabbed the girl's leg. He twisted his body and wanted to throw the girl's body onto the concrete ground. The reaction of the girl in the protective suit was not weak. The moment her body was thrown out, she reached out and hugged Ito, Sei's left leg that was slanted under her body. She wanted to throw Sei down while she was thrown out so that she could have a chance to attack. Ito smiled as he felt the soft sensation from the bend of his left leg. He lifted his left leg and threw the girl on the ground. Bang! With a heavy thud, the girl's body hit the ground without any fancy moves. At this moment, Seito's left leg quickly followed up and stepped on the girl's chest. He used shock force to invade her lungs. Cough! The girl in the protective suit coughed out a mouthful of blood as her lungs were injured. However, Seito did not stop as he was very familiar with the characteristics of ground-crossing fist. He moved his left leg that was stepping on the girl's chest to the side of her face and hit the girl's cheek with the side of his foot. Bang! The girl in the protective suit's head immediately tilted to the side, and she lost consciousness due to the force transmitted from his foot. He really didn't hesitate when he attacked. The cheongsam girl said softly. Indeed. Hearing this, Bin Kenichi immediately recalled the process of fighting with Ito, several times in the past, and then responded with a dry smile. Win! Matsui shouted excitedly as he saw the girl in the protective suit fainted. Trash! Just as the other Shinbai members were cheering because of Matsui's words, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the sky above the joint Shinbai base. Then, a black shadow flashed past. It was a man who was about 8 meters tall and had a muscular body. He had white hair and was wearing a China-style button-down shirt, black satin pants, and black cloth shoes. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. White Bird, take Sorcerous and back off a little. Looking at the man in front of him, Seito said to White Bird who was standing in the crowd. Yes. White Bird was stunned for a moment before she quickly agreed. Then, she immediately carried Nanjo Sorcerous and left the crowd. She ran away from Seito and the man. Originally, I just wanted to let the disciples spar and test your skills. I didn't expect this to happen. The man stared at Seito angrily and said, If that's the case, I'll personally take care of you here. Then, I'll capture Shuraben Kenichi and send him back to Master Fist as a gift. Shuraben Kenichi, who thought he had nothing to do with it, immediately showed a shocked expression. He didn't know what to do. If you want to capture Kenichi, You'll have to ask if I'll let you. The Chongsam girl, who also heard the middle-aged man's words, stepped forward and blocked Shuraben Kenichi behind her. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, what a big tone. If that's the case, I'll take care of you first." The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the Chongsam girl. Then his figure flashed. He suddenly rushed in front of the Chongsam girl and punched her chest. Just as the Chongsam girl was about to block, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the middle-aged man's punch with a single palm. "Pa!" The crisp sound of fist and palm colliding rang out between the two. "You must be Master Ma's daughter, Lianhua. Please step back. Now is not the time for you to act on impulse." Seito, who had his back facing the Chongsam girl, Ma Lianhua, said indifferently. Then he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "Are you really going to ignore the rule that masters can't interfere in a fight between disciples? You actually caught my punch. Who are you?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Seito. "My name is Seito. I'm Ma Jianxing, Master Ma's disciple," Seito said indifferently. "Ma Jianxing? The man who is said to be proficient in all of China's fist techniques?" The middle-aged man frowned and said. Then he looked up and down at Seito and continued, "I didn't expect him to not only be good at martial arts, but also have such a high standard in teaching disciples. He can cultivate such a young expert-level disciple." "Expert level?" Ma Lianhua exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Seito in front of her. "I haven't asked." Seito ignored the middle-aged man's exclamation and asked, "I'm Li Tianmin of the Lying Fist School. I'm the father of the girl you just knocked down." The middle-aged man, Li Tianmin, said with a gloomy face. "Li Tianmin? No wonder. It's not surprising that he has a daughter who can use the Lying Fist School's drunken eight immortals fist." Ma Lianhua said after hearing the middle-aged man's name. "Lianhua, move aside first," Seito said with a frown when he saw that Ma Lianhua still didn't move aside. "Oh, okay. Take care of yourself." Ma Lianhua, who knew that Seito was an expert-level master, also knew that if they stayed here, they would be holding him back. She said with concern, and then, together with Shiba Kenichi, Finglinsi Miyu, Naijima Haruo, and the other new white members who were still here to watch the show, they moved aside and left the field for Seito and Li Tianmin to use. In the process of retreating, Bai Bin, who passed by the girl in the protective suit, reached out and carried the girl from the ground, then retreated from the field with her. Irrelevant people have already retreated. Kid die. After the surrounding people had completely retreated, Li Tianmin suddenly shouted in a low voice. Then Li Tianmin's body instantly fell back, and at the same time, he lifted his leg and kicked toward Seito's lower body between his legs. Seito, who felt the coldness in his lower body, immediately bent down and pressed down on Li Tianmin's leg. Then, using this leg as a support point, he flipped over and landed in front of Li Tianmin's head. Then he turned his body sideways and kicked towards Li Tianmin's head. Li Tianmin, who missed his kick, exerted force on his waist, shoulder, and neck. While he rolled back to avoid Seito's kick, he continued to kick towards Seito's body. Seito's body didn't move, and the foot that was kicked out instantly landed on the ground. Then he turned around and moved his arm. At the same time, he reached out and bent his arm to block Li Tianmin's kick. At the same time, he used his other leg to kick Li Tianmin's chest that was temporarily exposed. Seeing the kick coming, Li Tianmin immediately crossed his arms in front of his body to block Seito's kick. Then, using the force transmitted from the kick, he used his arm, which was hooked onto Seito's kick, as the point of strength to flip back fiercely. Seito, who discovered Li Tianmin's intentions from his actions, immediately stomped his left foot on the ground. At the same time, he twisted his body and swung his arm, throwing Li Tianmin in front of him. Li Tianmin, who was in midair, immediately curled up and rolled. After rolling for nearly 720 degrees, he stood on the ground again, his back facing Seito's body. Seeing this opportunity to attack, Seito naturally wouldn't give up. In an instant, he took a large stride to Li Tianmin's back and bombarded Li Tianmen's waist with the two cannons of Taiji Fist. At this time, Li Tianmen suddenly used Zhang Guolao of the Drunken Eight Immortals. With one leg on the ground, he kicked forward and turned his body to punch Sei Ito behind him. At this time, Sei Ito, who was at the end of his moves and had no ability to change the situation, frowned slightly. The moment Li Tianmen's fist hit his chest, he moved his shoulder to the side and used a technique to disperse the force transmitted from Li Tianmen's fist. However, Drunken Boxing's moves were mostly continuous attacks. Therefore, with this one move difference, Li Tianmen immediately twisted his waist and punched Sei Ito's throat again in Lu Dongbin's posture. Sei Ito, who had tilted his head back to avoid Li Tianmen's punch, raised his left arm and pushed Li Tianmen's fist away from his chin towards the sky. Seeing this, Li Tianmen's body fell and his right leg suddenly kicked out, kicking Sei Ito's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sei Ito, whose body bent along with Li Tianmen's leg to disperse some of the force, suddenly flew back in a horizontal U-shape. When the force from Li Tianmen's leg was completely neutralized, he flipped over and fell to the ground. Then, he stood up from the ground with the same technique and confronted Li Tianmen again. Chapter 683. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, Ma Jianxing's ability to teach really impressed me. Li Tianmen, who had made a fist on the ground, looked at Ito Sei and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I think Master Ma will be very happy to hear it." Sei Ito said with a smile, "But it's a pity that you met me and will lose your life at such a young age." Li Tianmen's tone was slightly regretful. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "However, if you are willing to surrender and return to the darkness with Baibin Kenichi's head, I can ask the Fist Sage to spare your life. What do you think?" Hearing Li Tianmen's words, Byakuin Kenichi, who was hiding on the side, trembled subconsciously, then immediately hid behind Naijima Haruo and carefully looked at the confrontation between Sei Ito and Li Tianmen in the courtyard. Hey, you stinking bug, don't hide behind me," Naijima Haruo said angrily while trying to get rid of Byakuin Kenichi. "Kenichi." Fonlin Temple's Meiyu looked at Byakuin Kenichi with a speechless expression. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li, but I'm afraid I can't comply," Sei Ito replied firmly. At this time, Byakuin Kenichi, who heard Sei Ito's answer, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and walked out from behind Naijima Haruo. "That's really a pity," Li Tianmen sighed. "Then die here for me." Then Li Tianmen shouted, jumped in front of Sei Ito, and used a forward roll and kick to hit Sei Ito's face. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately stretched out his left hand and used his palm to block Li Tianmen's kick. But just as Sei Ito's palm was about to touch Li Tianmen's ankle, two fists suddenly shot out from Li Tianmen's bent body towards Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito reacted quickly and raised his right arm to block in front of his chest. However, the huge force transmitted from the fists still pushed Sei Ito's body back, and Li Tianmen's kick landed on his body. Rip! A tearing sound was heard. Sei Ito's clothes were immediately torn in half by Li Tianmen's kick. At the same time, a red stripe appeared on Sei Ito's exposed chest. However, Li Tianmen's attack was still incomplete. At this moment, standing Heavenly Gate, who had completed his forward roll, tilted his body and immediately fell to the ground. He then used a side kick from ground-crossing fist to hit Sei Ito's arms that were hastily raised in front of his chest and kicked him back. Then, Li Tianmen's body flipped again, and he laid face down on the ground. Then, his arms suddenly exerted strength. He stood up straight from the ground and continued to smash Sei Ito's shoulder with a side swing. Bang! A muffled sound immediately sounded from Sei Ito's shoulder. However, although this attack made a loud sound, it didn't cause much actual damage. This was because the moment Li Tianmen's attack landed, Sei Ito suddenly lowered his shoulder and moved his body, deflecting the force that hit his shoulder. Li Tianmen, who felt that his smash didn't do much damage to Sei Ito, immediately took advantage of the situation and sat down with his legs crossed. Then, like a compressed spring, he suddenly rushed up from the ground and punched Seito's chin. Pa! Accompanied by a soft sound, Seito's body immediately flew up from the ground. He was thrown back to the ground behind him. Plop! Seito's body heavily fell to the ground and made a muffled sound when he hit the ground. Bah! Seito, who used the rebound force of falling to the ground to stand up, immediately turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Your reaction is not bad. The moment you were hit, you actually stood up on your toes and used the force of the jump to reduce most of the force to reduce the damage you suffered. Li Tianmen looked at Seito, who raised his hand and rubbed his chin and praised. Humph! Seito snorted when he heard this. Then he repositioned himself and stared at Li Tianmen. At the same time, he thought to himself, I underestimated this Li Tianmen. In the original work, this guy's performance wasn't very good. He was injured by Ma Jianxing in 2 moves. I thought he was just an ordinary expert, but I didn't expect that to be the case at all. Now that there are outsiders here, and Ma Jianxing is watching from a hidden place, and I can't use any special means, it seems that I can only use my martial arts foundation to defeat this guy. Thinking of this, Seito focused his mind and stared at Li Tianmen's eyes with a serious expression. Then, he slowly raised his right foot and gently stepped forward. In an instant, Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Li Tianmen, pushing his palm towards Li Tianmen's face. Then, without waiting for Li Tianmen to turn his head to dodge, he directly twisted his wrist and clawed at Li Tianmen's face with a tiger claw. Seeing this, Li Tianmen knew that he couldn't completely dodge Seito's attack by just moving his head to dodge. Therefore, he raised his arm, and the back of his right hand immediately hit Seito's right wrist, blocking it. But before Li Tianmen could counterattack, Seito immediately used a stomping kick from the piercing kick, kicking Li Tianmen's calf bone. Li Tianmen knew from the listening skill that if he didn't dodge this move, his calf bone would definitely be broken. He immediately withdrew his leg and leaned forward to block Seito's right arm. His right hand formed a knife and chopped towards Seito's shoulder blade. Seeing the palm knife coming at him, Sei didn't even blink his eyes. He directly raised his left hand and grabbed Li Tianmen's right wrist. He forcefully pulled Li Tianmen's right arm past his face. Then he suddenly used the earthquake step with the sole of his foot. He twisted his body and hit Li Tianmen's body with his right shoulder and right arm that was in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Tianmen's body flew back from Seito's attack for the first time. Knowing that he couldn't give Li Tianmen too much time to breathe, Seito immediately chased after him. Li Tianmen used the ground-crossing fist to roll back and quick recover to get up from the ground. In an instant, he was in front of Li Tianmen again. A double dragon searching for Pearl went straight for Li Tianmen's eyes. Facing such a sinister attack, Li Tianmen had no choice but to raise his palm to block in front of his eyes to protect them. At the same time, in order to reduce the effect of his vision being blocked, he directly punched Seito's chest with his left arm. This time, Seito went all out. He didn't dodge Li Tianmen's left fist at all. The moment the fist touched his body, he arched his back and retracted his double dragon, searching for Pearl fingers. He clenched his fist and directly punched Li Tianmen's palm that was blocking in front of his eyes. At the same time, he raised his toes and used his heel to support his body, making his body into a horizontal V shape to dissipate all the force from Li Tianmen's left fist. Then, when Li Tianmen's head fell back from the punch, he suddenly straightened his body and used the Tai Chi Sil body technique to directly hit Li Tianmen's left fist with his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Tianmen's body was once again thrown back. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Seeing that Li Tianmen's body was in mid-air with his chest wide open, Seito, who had nowhere to dodge, immediately lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He mobilized his chi to form a circle and blasted it out from the surface of his fist along his arm. In an instant, a slender and condensed chi force visible to the naked eye passed through the space between Sei Ito and Li Tianmin, directly bombarding Li Qianmin's arms that he had hurriedly raised to block. Boom! With an explosive sound, the sleeves on Li Tianmin's forearms immediately exploded, revealing the strong arms under the sleeves. His body flew back again as if he had been hit by a heavy object. He didn't stop until he hit the surrounding walls of the Shinbai joint base. Bang, kacha, kacha. A large number of cracks spread out from the wall in all directions, centered on the spot where Li Tianmin's body had been hit. At this time, Sei Ito, who had completed the needle forging technique, flashed and appeared in front of Li Tianmin when he broke free from the wall. He used the Shaolin Arhut Fist's twisting step hammer to hit Li Tianmin's face and abdomen from both sides. Li Tianmin, who knew that if he didn't move his body, no matter how he dodged, he would be hit. He immediately used his swollen left arm to hit the wall beside him. As the wall cracked and shattered, he used the wall as the ground to perform a flip to dodge Sei Ito's punch by a hair's breadth. After his body stabilized, he directly kicked at Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito, whose attack had missed, tilted his supporting leg and maintained his punching posture. He sat cross-legged on the ground and moved back to dodge Li Tianmin's side kick. He retracted his fist the moment he moved back to dodge Li Tianmin's side kick. His left arm directly grabbed Li Tianmin's left leg as he retreated and pulled it back hard to straighten it. His right fist hit the side of Li Tianmin's left kneecap from top to bottom with 1-inch force. Crack! Immediately, a crisp sound was heard. Li Tianmin's left leg was immediately broken by Sei Ito's attack. Li Tianmin, whose leg was broken, frowned and groaned. He directly ignored the injury on his left leg and flipped over from the wall, facing the wall with his face. Then, he used his arms to support himself on the wall. He bent his body with a technique similar to taijutsu and punched at Sei Ito's face with both fists. Sei Ito, who had already achieved some results, immediately let go of his hand and lay on the ground, dodging the fists that brushed past his face. Then, Sei Ito spread out his strangely coiled legs, curled them up in front of his body, and kicked Li Tianmin's back with his foot facing up. Bang! A muffled sound was heard instantly. Li Tianmin, whose body was bent, instantly flew into the sky with his face facing the sky. Then, Sei Ito, who had completed his attack, stood up from the ground like a carp. He looked up and narrowed his eyes at Li Tianmin, who began to fall from the sky. Chapter 684. In midair, Li Tianmin, who turned his head and saw Sei Ito's figure from the corner of his eye, immediately swung his fractured left leg. Using the inertia of the broken leg and his own waist strength, he flipped his body in midair. He clenched his fists and half-raised them in front of his chest. His eyes stared at Sei Ito's body, looking like he was ready to attack. On the ground, seeing Li Tianmin's body getting closer and closer, Sei Ito slowly bent his right foot and raised it in front of him. Then, when Li Tianmin entered his attack range, he instantly put his right foot back on the ground. Leaning his body slightly, he suddenly kicked out his left foot high, kicking towards Li Tianmin's chest that was protected by his arms. Lone Fortress breakthrough. Bang! First, there was an explosion from Sei Ito's right foot that landed on the ground. A small crack instantly spread out in all directions with his right foot as the center. Then, there was another muffled sound. Li Tianmin, who had just landed, was once again thrown into the air. Wah! At this time, Li Tianmin, who was thrown back into the air, opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sei Ito, who quickly retracted his left foot, stomped on the ground, and his body immediately flew into the air like a cannonball. He appeared beside Li Tianmin, and then heavily chopped down on Li Tianmin's back. Bang! Under this blow, Li Tianmin's body also fell from the air like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground, creating a large area of fine cracks on the solid concrete ground. Pata, with a soft sound, Sei Ito, who used 1,000 catty fall to increase his weight, landed on the ground again. Just as Sei Ito's feet landed on the ground, Li Tianmin, whose face was full of blood, suddenly stretched out his hands to grab Sei Ito's ankles. He swung his undamaged right leg sideways and kicked Sei Ito's head. Sei Ito's pupils shrank when he saw this. He hurriedly raised his arms to block in front of his head and received Li Tianmin's kick with hatred. Just as Sei Ito's arms moved down slightly to reduce the force transmitted from Li Tianmin's leg, Li Tianmin's body weight suddenly shifted to his right leg. Combined with the force from the hands that grabbed Sei Ito's ankles, Sei Ito's body was pushed to the ground. Sei Ito, who was lying on the ground, suddenly frowned and let out a muffled groan. It turned out that just as Sei Ito was about to fall to the ground, Li Tianmin's right leg suddenly bent. Li Tianmin's knee pressed against Sei Ito's chest. Then, using the inertia of the falling body and the recoil from the ground, he pushed against Sei Ito's chest. Even though Sei Ito used the Tai Chi body technique to reduce a portion of the force, his body was still injured by the remaining force. Then Li Tianmin used the knee pressed against Sei Ito's chest as a fulcrum to suddenly straighten his body. While continuing to press his knee into Sei Ito's body, he used his hands to pull Sei Ito's legs up. Then, he used Sei Ito's right leg to block Sei Ito's left knee as a lever. Li Tianmin's palms pressed down on Sei Ito's left leg in an attempt to break it. Although there was no air control circle, Sei Ito, who had other methods to sense the situation around him, frowned. He endured the heavy pressure from his chest and the point of injury. His head, neck, shoulders, back, and waist all exerted force at the same time. When Li Tianmin's palms pressed down, he flipped his body and flipped Li Tianmin over. He flipped over and sat on Li Tianmin's chest. In the blink of an eye, the two completed the exchange of offense and defense. Then, in the process of rolling, Ito Sei flipped the wrists of his arms that were blocking Li Tianmin's right leg. Grabbing Li Tianmin's right ankle, Ito Sei's right palm quickly slid to Li Tianmin's knee and pushed outwards in the opposite direction of the pulling force of his left hand. In an instant, there was a crisp crack sound. After his left leg, Li Tianmin's right leg was also broken by Sei Ito's hands. Oomph! Li Tianmin's face was pale and his brows were tightly knitted as he groaned in pain. He once again swung his left leg without regard for his injuries and smashed his left calf into Sei Ito's face. Bang! Sei Ito's head, who was hit in the face, immediately tilted to the side. Bah! Sei Ito, who spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head to look at Li Tianmin, who he was sitting on, and sneered. He suddenly got up and rolled to the side. As he threw Li Tianmin back to the ground, his right leg, which was still tightly held by Li Tianmin's palm, heavily smashed into Li Tianmin's abdomen. Wah! Li Tianmin, who was hit in the abdomen, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Sei Ito's legs and waist exerted force together and stood up from the ground. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground. The right leg that was originally stepping on Li Tianmin's abdomen immediately bent and smashed into Li Tianmin's chest. Crack! A crisp sound rang out again, and Li Tianmin's sternum instantly broke from the chest cone during the collision. Cough! Li Tianmin, who was seriously injured again, coughed out a lot of blood. Then, Sei Ito, who was half kneeling on Li Tianmin, leaned forward and swung his arm to punch Li Tianmin's face. Seeing this, Li Tianmin finally released his hands from Sei Ito's ankles. He crossed his arms in front of his face and prepared to receive Sei Ito's punch. At this time, Sei Ito's fist paused. His left hand formed a knife and suddenly inserted into the gap between Li Tianmin's crossed arms and face. With a shake of his hand, he slapped Li Tianmin's face. Then his left hand, which had completed the task of slapping Li Tianmin, didn't stop. He directly lifted up and opened up Li Tianmin's crossed arms in front of his face, exposing Li Tianmin's face to Sei Ito's fist. Okay, let's stop here. Just as Sei Ito's fist was about to fall on Li Tianmin's head, a palm suddenly grasped his wrist. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Sei Ito's ear. Dad! Then, Ma Lianhua's voice came from not far away. Master Ma, Seito, who stopped his fist, called out. Then, Seito withdrew Ma Jianxing's loosened fist, turned over, and stood up from Li Tianmen's body. Ma Jianxing, I didn't expect that one day I would be defeated by your apprentice. It's really ironic. Li Tianmen, who couldn't stand up from the ground because of his broken legs, said directly lying on the ground. Ah, speaking of this, I didn't expect Ah Cheng to improve so much. He actually entered the expert level at such a young age. Even I, who only found out recently, was shocked. Ma Jianxing laughed happily when he heard this. However, as a ground boxing expert, you joining the dark side really surprised me. Then, Ma Jianxing's expression became serious as he looked at Li Tianmen and said, there's nothing to be surprised about. Everything is for the future of the sect. Hearing this, Li Tianmen snorted coldly and said in a serious voice, but it's useless to say anything now. Tell me, how are you going to deal with me? Then, Li Tianmen's tone changed as he looked at Ma Jianxing and asked, you weren't defeated by me. I have no right to punish you. Ma Jianxing shook his head. Hearing Ma Jianxing's words, Li Tianmen immediately turned his head and looked at Seito. Everything is up to Master Ma. According to Seito's thoughts, he naturally had a way to deal with Li Tianmen. However, that method couldn't be revealed to others. He could only wait until everything was over before looking for Li Tianmen to discuss. Therefore, Seito directly handed over the authority to Ma Jianxing. Well, since Ah Cheng has handed over the authority to deal with you to me, then I'll tell you my arrangements. Ma Jianxing first turned his head to look at Seito, then looked at Li Tianmen on the ground and said, what I mean is to bring you back to Liangshan Lake and let Xiaoyu treat your leg injury. After the treatment is over, we'll discuss your arrangements. You don't have any objections, right? Do as you wish. After hearing Ma Jianxing's words, Li Tianmen closed his eyes and said faintly, you did well, Ah Cheng. Ma Jianxing, who had temporarily dealt with Li Tianmen, turned his head to look at Seito and praised him. When Seito heard this, he smiled faintly. He didn't show any modesty, nor did he show any pride. He just had a calm expression. Although we heard from Kenichi that you have entered the expert level, we were still a little unsure. I didn't expect that you have indeed entered the expert level, and not just any ordinary expert level. This makes me feel very surprised. I believe that even if we tell this news to the other people in Liangshan Lake, it will be the same. Seeing Ito Sei's neither arrogant nor impatient look, Ma Jianxing nodded with satisfaction and continued. It's just that the path you chose. Then Ma Jianxing frowned and said in distress, Master, the path has been chosen. It can't be changed. Seito said softly. Sigh. Ma Jianxing looked up at Seito and couldn't help but sigh softly. All right, I won't say anything about this. However, there's something I need to talk to you about. Ma Jianxing nodded and looked at Li Tianmen on the ground. However, this isn't the place to talk. Follow me back to Liangshan Lake. Ma Jianxing said as he lifted Li Tianmen from the ground. Okay. Seito nodded and agreed. Xiao Jian, Meiyu, Lianhua, bring that little girl. Let's go. Ma Jianxing turned his head and said to Bai Bin Kenichi, Meiyu, Ma Lianhua, and the girl in the protective suit who was being supported by them. Understood. Bai Bin Kenichi and the others replied in unison. White Bird, bring Ji Saros back to the apartment first. At this time, Seito turned his head and looked at White Bird, who was carrying Ji Saros in her arms. He then added using the secret voice transmission, you stay there and take care of her. Wait for me to return. White Bird, who had heard the explicit message and the secret voice transmission, nodded to show that she understood. Seeing that White Bird understood, Seito didn't stay any longer. He quickly followed Ma Jianxing and the others who were carrying Li Tianmen on their shoulders and walked towards Liangshan Lake with them. Chapter 685. P.S. Thanks to this pig is a little skinny, 157747860, and Nickfinny. None of them were ordinary people, so their speed was naturally not slow. Moreover, the white joint base was not far from Liangshan Lake, so it only took a few minutes for the 5 of them and the 2 injured people to return to Liangshan Lake's training hall. It's old Ma, Xiao Yu, who was drinking tea, said after seeing Ma Jianxing and Sei Ito behind him. Xiao Yu, I'll leave this guy to you. Ma Jianxing didn't stand on ceremony when he saw Xiao Yu. He directly jumped to Xiao Yu's side and put Li Tianmin down on the corridor. This is... Xiao Yu got up and walked to Li Tianmin's side, squatted down, and checked the injuries on Li Tianmin's body. He's the vanguard member of Dark that I mentioned before, Li Tianmin from the underground gate, Ma Jianxing introduced. Oh, it's him, Xiao Yu said with a look of realization. Then, he pinched Li Tianmin's left knee and twisted it. In an instant, there was a crisp sound, and Li Tianmin's slightly twisted left leg immediately returned to its normal state. At the same time as the crisp sound rang out, Li Tianmin's eyebrows trembled without anyone noticing, but he didn't make the slightest sound, showing his strong and tenacious willpower as an expert. You hit him so hard. This isn't like you, old Ma, Xiao Yu said after he fiddled with Li Tianmin's left knee bone a few times to correct the various bone fractures and dislocations caused by him, using his left leg without paying attention to his injuries. It's not me. Ma Jianxing nodded and said, Oh. Xiao Yu immediately looked at Ma Jianxing with interest when he heard Ma Jianxing. It's Ah Cheng. Ma Jianxing turned his head and looked at Sei Ito, who had already walked into the room and was reaching out to take the teacup handed to him by Mei Yu. Is it him? It seems that what Jian Yi said before about him entering the expert level is true. After treating Li Tianmin's injury on his left leg, Xiao Yu of Cape Yu Temple reached out and grabbed Li Tianmin's right leg without looking back. It's true, Ma Jianxing confirmed with a nod. His aptitude is really surprising. Xiao Yu of Cape Yu Temple sighed as he squeezed Li Tianmin's legs with both hands, making cracking sounds. Indeed, it's just what he's doing now. It is indeed a little dangerous. Ma Jianxing admitted straightforwardly. So, the reason you called him back this time is to tell him the truth about the martial arts world and his current situation. Xiao Yu said as he reached out to take the small wooden board from Ma Jianxing and bandaged Li Tianmin's legs. Yes, Ma Jianxing confirmed. As for the deeper words, because of Li Tianmin's presence, Ma Jianxing did not explain too clearly. However, Xiao Yu, who had been with Ma Jianxing for a long time, understood and nodded slightly. He understood old Ma's meaning. Well, as long as you have old Ma's Chinese medicine, you'll be completely recovered in about a month. There won't be any hidden dangers. After a while, Xiao Yu of Cape Yu Temple turned to Li Tianmin and said to him, Thank you so much, Xiao Yu of Cape Yu Temple, who is known as the medical god. Li Tianmin was not an ungrateful person who would speak ill of everyone. Therefore, he thanked Xiao Yu in a very gentle tone. You're too kind, Master Li. Xiao Yu of Cape Yu Temple supported himself with both hands on his legs. He stood up from Li Tianmin's side and said modestly with a smile, Master Tianmin, we still have some internal affairs to deal with. Please forgive us for not visiting you later. Ma Jianxing looked at Li Tianmin and said, As a prisoner, you don't have to be polite. You don't have to be courteous with me. Please help yourself. Li Tianmin closed his eyes again and said, Ma Jianxing did not say anything. He turned to Sei Ito in the room and shouted, Cheng, come here. Okay. Sei Ito, who was full of curiosity, turned his head and replied, Master Ma is calling me. You guys can talk. Sei Ito slowly put the teacup on the ground and stood up with a smile on his face. He said to Ma Lianhua, Bai Bin Kenichi, and Mei Yu of Fenglin Temple in front of him. Then he turned and left the room with Ma Jianxing, who was waiting outside the room. They walked to the room of Elder Falconer of Fenglin Temple that he had visited before leaving Liangshan Lake. In less than a minute, Ma Jianxing and Sei Ito walked into Elder Falconer's room again. At this moment, all of the adept-level masters of Liangshan Lake were in the room, with the Fenglin Temple's Falconer kneeling on the main seat as the center. They knelt on either side of the elder, their expressions grave. Sei, you sit next to me. Ma Jianxing knelt down in his seat and said to Ito, Sei, who was next to him, Yes. Sei Ito answered softly and sat next to Ma Jinxing. Cough. Since everyone is here, I will start the meeting. After Sei Ito sat down, Elder Falconer of Fenglin Temple covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. Everyone already knows about today's matter. Indeed, Dark has taken Kenichi as their primary target. Therefore, we have to change our previous plan. Elder, what do you plan to do? Reverse Ghost Jishu, who never left the wine in his hand, asked. Let Xiaoyu say this. The falconer from Fenglin Temple who was asked smiled at Xiaoyu from Keipu Temple. He had a long beard under his chin. All right, Xiaoyu of Fenglin Temple took over the topic. After a discussion with Elder Falconer, we have decided to implement the Disciple Transformation Plan. When Xiaoyu of Fenglin Temple mentioned the Disciple Transformation Plan, his eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and curled his fingers into a claw. He looked excited. What are the details? Reverse Ghost Jishu asked curiously. I plan to activate the mechanism in the backyard. Xiaoyu of Fenglin Temple looked at Reverse Ghost Jishu and said, That place? Isn't it too early? Reverse Ghost Jishu naturally knew what mechanism Xiaoyu of Fenglin Temple was referring to. He frowned and said, With Sheikah's current level, it's enough to use that place. There won't be any deaths. Even if there is a problem, Xiaoyu and I will be able to pull Sheikah back from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Don't worry. Ma Jinxing said, I want to participate in the training. The expressionless Kasaka, Siyu, suddenly said. Apache will also help. Apache added. All right. Reverse Ghost Jishu couldn't find any reason to object. He could only agree. Since no one objects, the Disciple Transformation Plan is approved. Elder Falconer of Fenglin Temple, who was sitting on the main seat, said, Now, let's talk about another problem. Sei Ito, Falconer of Fenglin Temple, turned to look at Sei Ito, who was kneeling beside Ma Jinxing. As Falconer of Fenglin Temple finished speaking, the other experts in the room all looked at Sei Ito. Congratulations on entering the realm of experts. Sei Ito, Falconer of Fenglin Temple, congratulated. Thank you, Elder, and all the other teachers here. If it wasn't for your selfless guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Thank you. Sei Ito bowed and thanked them politely. Our guidance is only one aspect. Your willingness to work hard is the reason why you can enter the realm of experts at such a young age. Falconer of Fenglin Temple said with a smile. However, Swordstar didn't call you here today to talk about this. He wants to tell you the truth about the martial arts world. Then, the expression of the Fenglin Temple's Falconer changed. Falconer of Fenglin Temple's expression changed as he looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression. Elder, please speak. Sei Ito lowered his head and said respectfully, Although it's already the era of peace in the dark, the struggle between factions is still very fierce. One of them is like us, the living fist that pursues the path of non-killing. The other side is the murderous fist that believes killing is the essence of martial arts. The murderous fist is the representative of the murderous fist that is active in the underground forces. The murderous fist is a super organization, the Dark. Falconer of Fenglin Temple said solemnly. Among them, the white-robed man you saw in the abandoned warehouse, the French leg expert Christophe Pacrel, and today's Li Tianmin are all members of the Dark organization. In other words, Ito Ci, you are now on the path of becoming an enemy of the Dark. Then, the Fenglin Temple's Falconer changed the topic. Falconer of Fenglin Temple continued. At this point, Falconer of Fenglin Temple didn't say anything else. He just quietly looked at Sei Ito like everyone else, observing his reaction. Sei Ito's reaction was also very simple. He just frowned and didn't show any other reaction, as if he was listening to the elder's lecture. As the person with the deepest relationship with Sei Ito, Ma Jinxing, who saw that Sei Ito still didn't speak, asked, Ah Chung, do you have any thoughts? Phew. Hearing the question, Sei Ito first let out a light breath, then looked at Falconer of Fenglin Temple with a determined expression and said, If I become an enemy, then so be it. On the path of martial arts, I am not afraid of challenges, nor am I afraid of thorns. Anyone who dares to offend me will have to face my iron fist. What happens then will be up to fate." Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Falconer of Fonlin Temple and the others didn't say anything, but the faint smile on their faces clearly expressed their thoughts. Clearly, they were very satisfied with Sei Ito's choice. Even if there's a problem with the path he has chosen, as long as he doesn't fall into the darkness, he can still be saved. In the future, as long as he is properly guided, even if he isn't a complete living fist martial artist, he will be a righteous martial artist who won't kill innocent people. Falconer of Fonlin Temple thought to himself, "All right, kid, what did you do with Kristoff?" At this moment, Enai Gue Jishu suddenly asked. Hearing Enai Gue Jishu's question, everyone's attention once again fell on Sei Ito. "I have no enmity with him, so I didn't kill him. When I passed by a forest, I directly threw him into it and let him fend for himself. As for what happened to him now, I don't know." Sei Ito curled his lips and said casually, "I see." Enai Gue Jishu nodded after receiving the answer and fell silent again, continuing to sit there and drink his canned beer. "Since you have made your choice, then I won't say anything more. If you encounter any members of Dark in the future, if you have any difficulties, you can come back to Liangshan Lake to find us. We will do our best to help you." Seeing that no one had the intention to ask any more questions, Falconer of Fonlin Temple looked at Sei Ito and said, "Thank you, Elder. If I encounter any difficulties when fighting against members of Dark in the future, I will definitely come to Liangshan Lake to seek help." Sei Ito bowed and thanked him. Fonlin Temple's Falconer nodded and didn't say anything. Then he looked forward again and said to everyone sitting there, "Lastly, regarding Li Tianmin, do you have any thoughts? Let's follow the old rules. Whoever defeats the opponent gets to deal with them." Just as the Fonlin Temple's Falconer finished speaking, Reverse Ghost Jishu spoke up. "That's right. Let's follow the old rules." Saietsu Temple's Akuyu also nodded. As for Kasaka Siyu and Apache, they didn't have any thoughts about using their brains. They directly responded to everyone's gaze with silence. "Jinxing, you can deal with this matter yourself." Seeing that everyone agreed with the old rules, Fonlin Temple's Falconer turned to look at Ma Jinxing and said, "Okay." Ma Jinxing nodded. "All right, the discussion is over. Everyone can leave." Fonlin Temple's Falconer stroked his long beard and announced. Hearing that the meeting was over, everyone didn't stay any longer. They directly stood up from the ground and left Fonlin Temple's Falconers room one after another. Some returned to their own rooms to continue drinking, some returned to their rooms to play games, and some returned to their rooms to entertain Mouse. Then, "Master Ma, I'll take my leave," Sei Ito said to Ma Jinxing after leaving Fonlin Temple's Falconer's room. "Go," Ma Jinxing said. Sei Ito bowed slightly to Ma Jinxing. Under his gaze, he directly turned around and walked toward the door of Liangshan Lake. He pushed the door open and walked out of Liangshan Lake, disappearing behind the wooden door that closed again. After leaving Liangshan Lake, Sei Ito walked for a distance. When he completely couldn't sense the existence of the strange key, he directly activated instant transmission and disappeared from the street. After 2 to 3 flashes, he returned to Nanjo Nora's apartment. Then, Sei Ito took off his shoes at the entrance, walked through the living room, and stepped into Nanjo Nora's bedroom. Shoo! Hearing the sound of the door and seeing Sei Ito walk in, Haori instinctively stood up from the chair and opened her mouth to greet Sei Ito. However, she was immediately stopped by Sei Ito, who placed his index finger in front of his mouth. After that, Sei walked around the end of the bed and quietly walked in front of Nanjo Kirisoros, who had already fallen asleep. He lifted the blanket covering her body, exposing Nanjo Kirisoros, who was only wearing a light yellow bra and underwear of the same color, to the air. Chapter 686. Then Sei Ito stretched out his hands and directly covered Nanjo Kirishama's abdomen with bruises and launched medical ninjutsu to treat Nanjo Kirishama. In an instant, a clear emerald green light covered Sei Ito's hands and illuminated Nanjo Kirishama's room. Under the illumination of the green light produced by medical ninjutsu, the bruises on Nanjo Kirishama's abdomen immediately faded and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, until finally they completely disappeared under Nanjo Kirishama's skin, leaving no trace. Seeing that the blue and purple marks disappeared, Ito Sei didn't stop immediately. Instead, he continued to use medical ninjutsu to treat Nanjo Kirishama for a while. After that, he slowly dispersed the palm technique in his hand. He reached out and pulled the sheet on the side to cover Nanjo Kirishama's body again. After that, he returned to the living room outside with Haori. "It's already very late. Don't go back today, just stay here." Sei Ito gently closed the bedroom door and turned to look at Shirinyo and said, Okay. Shirinyo's face turned red and whispered in agreement. "Good girl. I'll go to the bathroom to fill the water. You can call your family first." Seeing that Shirinyo agreed, Sei Ito smiled slightly, reached out and stroked Shirinyo's blushing cheeks and said, after saying that, he withdrew his palm, bypassed Shirinyo who was in front of him, and walked straight to the bathroom not far away. Not long after, the sound of water splashing could be heard throughout the apartment. Finished. After a while, Sei Ito walked out of the bathroom and looked at Shirinyo and said, "In." Shirinyo nodded. "Go in. The water is already filled." Seeing Shirinyo nod, Sei Ito nodded, took off his clothes, and said to Shirinyo, "Oh." Although Shirinyo didn't know how many times she had been naked in front of Sei Ito, and how many times she had been touched by him, she still instinctively felt shy about being naked in front of Sei Ito. After hearing his words, her face immediately flushed red and responded with a mosquito-like voice. Although she was shy, Whitebird quickly took off her clothes, revealing her fair body to Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled when he saw Whitebird's beautiful body. He held her hand and walked into the bathroom. He took the shower head from the side and rinsed his body. "Whitebird, your chest seems to have grown bigger." After a while, he sprayed the liquid on a Whitebird's body. Sei Ito teased her softly as he ran his hands over her body. "How could that be?" Whitebird covered her chest with her hands subconsciously and whispered shyly. Sei Ito chuckled and stopped teasing Whitebird. After quietly washing each other's bodies, he hugged Whitebird's body and stepped into the bathtub at the side. Walala! Immediately, a large amount of water gushed out from the edge of the bathtub and splashed onto the ground, making a rather noisy sound. "Oh, so comfortable." He hugged Whitebird's waist with one hand and rested the other hand on the edge of the bathtub. Sei Ito leaned his body back and leaned his head against the wall. He leaned Whitebird's body into his embrace and sighed with emotion. Whitebird, who was nestled in his embrace, didn't say anything. She quietly leaned her body against Sei Ito's chest and closed her eyes to enjoy the comfortable feeling of the warm water covering her body. After more than 10 minutes, when the warm water in the bathtub turned cold, Sei Ito stood up from the bathtub with Whitebird in his arms. He stepped out of the bathtub and listened to the sound of the water flowing into the sewer while wiping his body with a towel. After a while, after washing the bathtub and wiping their bodies clean, the two of them held hands and returned to Sei Ito's bedroom. They lay on the mattress and fell asleep while hugging each other. The rest of the night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. In the morning, Sei Ito, Whitebird, and Nanjo Kirisaros woke up from a deep sleep. After a simple wash, they began their daily morning exercise. After the morning exercise, they returned to the apartment to wash off the sweat on their bodies. After eating breakfast, they picked up their school bags and rushed to Desolate High School to begin their day of study. "Why did you call us out again this time?" In the abandoned warehouse where the Valkyrie squad was often trained by Kuga Hall, one of the Valkyrie squad members standing together with Kuga Hall, Hakatori, and Nanjo Kazara, a female member with long black hair, frowned and asked. "Naturally, I have something good to tell you." Sei Ito looked at the girl who spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You, humph." The black-haired girl's face turned red and said angrily, "Let's get down to business." As the big sister of the Valkyrie squad and the woman who had a close relationship with, say, Ito, Hall asked to bring the topic back on track. Okay, let's get down to business. Say Ito shrugged his shoulders and said with a chuckle. Then he put away his smile and glanced at everyone present and continued. The cause of today's matter is because of Sorcerous. Because of me? Nanjo Sorcerous immediately stared at Sei Ito and asked with a baffled expression. Yes, because of you. It was because you lost to the girl in the protective suit who attacked the Shinhaku team in yesterday's battle that I remembered that you guys had too little contact with martial arts, causing you guys to have insufficient experience in dealing with certain situations. This will have a great impact in future battles. So in order to solve this problem, I need to take you guys to a place later. That's why I called you here in the middle of the night. Seito looked at Nanjo Sorcerous and explained. A place? Where can we come into contact with a large number of martial arts? After listening to Sei Ito's statement, Hall asked with a puzzled expression. Her question was also the question in everyone's mind. The underground fighting arena. Sei Ito, who took in everyone's puzzled gaze, smiled slightly and said softly, Underground fighting arena? The Valkyrie squad members who didn't quite understand the meaning of this term subconsciously repeated it. Yes, it's the underground fighting arena. It's a fighting arena that only cares about winning and losing. There are no rules and no restrictions. Sei Ito smiled slightly and said, There, you can meet all kinds of opponents, whether it's a regular martial arts user, a gangster who fights in the arena for money, or other people with sinister means and cruel and bloody moves. As long as you fight there, you'll meet all kinds of opponents. Is there such a place in our city? The Valkyrie squad members who came into contact with the dark side of society for the first time asked incredulously. Of course, our city is a developed city. It would be strange if there isn't such a thing. Sei Ito laughed. How about it? Do you want to go? Then Sei Ito, who was standing in front of him, once again glanced at Nanjo Kurishira, Hall, and the 8 members of the Valkyrie squad one by one. I'll go. As soon as his voice fell, Hall's voice immediately sounded. Then, like Nanjo Kurishira, Hall walked to Sei Ito's side and looked at everyone. She always wore tight black sports spandex pants with wide white lines on the outside of her legs, a dark blue sports vest, and an orange long-sleeve shirt. I was very unwilling to lose yesterday's fight. Since there is such a place that can increase my combat experience, I naturally won't let it go. After Hall's Hall, Nanjo Kurishira, who reached out and pressed the hat on her head, said while walking to Sei Ito, Wherever Miss Kurishira goes, I will go. Without waiting for Nanjo Kurishira to walk to Sei Ito's side, Whitebird, who was still dressed as a man, walked out from the crowd and said, For Big Sis Freya, I will go too. The Valkyrie squad's captain, who had long black hair, gritted her teeth and said, We are the Valkyrie squad. We are one. Wherever Big Sis Freya and Captain go, I will follow. The remaining 7 Valkyrie squad members looked at each other and said in unison, Very good. Seeing that everyone had chosen to go, Sei Ito said with a smile, Let's go. Then Sei Ito simply turned around and led Nanjo Kurishira, Whitebird, Hall's captain, and the 8 Valkyrie squad members out of the abandoned warehouse. They stopped 3 taxis by the roadside, and each of them found a companion to get into a taxi. With Sei Ito's taxi as the guide, they went to the building where the underground fighting arena was located. There was not much traffic on the streets at night. Moreover, the closer they got to the underground fighting arena, the less traffic there was. Therefore, it did not take long for the 3 taxis to stop in front of an old building. Is this the place? Nanjo Kurishira, who had his hand on his hat, looked up at the old building in front of him and said, This is the place, but you're looking at the wrong place. Come with me. After paying the fare, Sei Ito, who had sent the 3 taxis away, smiled, then waved at the crowd and led them to the entrance of the underground fighting arena. After a few turns, a group of 12 people, 1 man and 11 women, came to a staircase leading down. The width was only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Then, with Sei Ito and Kuka Hull's captain taking the lead, they stepped on the stairs and came to the end of the passage, in front of a rusty iron door. Dang, dang, dang. Sei Ito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Swish! The next moment, the sound of metal sliding could be heard. Then, a pair of eyes looked out from the rectangular observation hole in the door. Who is it? The owner of the pair of eyes said in a low voice. We are here to fight, Sei Ito said indifferently. Just you guys? The pair of eyes glanced at Sei Ito and the rest of the 12 people and said with a sneer, That's right. What? Some people are willing to be watched as animals, and you guys are not willing? Sei Ito said with a sneer as he looked at the pair of eyes. Chapter 687. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame others. The owner of those eyes sneered. Erica. Then, a heavy sound was heard. The closed iron door was immediately opened from the inside. Then, a middle-aged man with a ferocious appearance and dressed more like a member of a mafia than the punks appeared in front of Sei Ito, Naga Kaniaki, Nanjo Nora, Whitebird, and the 8 Valkyrie team members. Seeing the door open, Sei Ito didn't waste any more words. He directly led Naga Kaniaki and the others into the door. What a pity for the cute little girls around you. Looking at Sei Ito and the others who walked past him, the gatekeeper said with a regretful expression, Hey, little girls, do you want to have some fun with me? Then, the gatekeeper suddenly reached out and touched a member of the Valkyrie squad who had long brown hair and looked like a well-educated young lady as he teased. Oomph. That Valkyrie team member coldly snorted. She tilted her head to avoid the gatekeeper's big hand. Then, her palm touched her waist, and a 3-headed dagger instantly appeared in her hand. The sharp point of the dagger was pressed against the gatekeeper's chin. She coldly said, Take care of your dirty hands. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you take care of them. Yes, yes. I'll take care of my dirty hands right now. The gatekeeper raised his head and glanced down, trying to see how close the 3-pronged spike was to his chin. Oomph. Seeing that the gatekeeper had become obedient, the tea-haired girl coldly snorted again. She withdrew the dagger from the gatekeeper's chin. After twirling it around her middle finger, she once again inserted it behind her waist. Rue hui, well done. The other Valkyrie team members around the tea-haired girl teased. The tea-haired girl, named Rue Hui, smiled reservedly. Then, she followed the team and continued to walk into the building. After a while, Sei Ito reached out and pushed open a door. A loud noise suddenly came from behind the open door. It stimulated Naga Kaniaki, Nanjo Nora, Whitebird, and the Valkyrie team members who saw this scene for the first time. 11 wins in a row. Muscle Jack has obtained his 11th win in a row. I don't know how long he can last. A man's voice continued to roar in the broadcast. How is it? Isn't it great? Sei Ito chuckled as he walked into the crowd with Jugakane. It's really great, he said after the initial discomfort. Nanjo Nora said with a slightly excited expression. Ito Sei, who got the affirmation, smiled and turned to the members of the Valkyrie squad behind him and said, By the way, there's also a gambling activity here. When it's your turn to play later, I'll give you a chance. If anyone thought that they would definitely win, they could go to the gambling block to bet on themselves and earn some pocket money. I think you guys usually have a lot of things that you want to get your hands on, but you don't have the money to do so. Hearing Sei Ito's explanation, the Valkyrie squad members and Whitebird's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. As for Nanjo Nora and Naga Kaniaki, it was because one was the only daughter of a big capitalist. Her usual pocket money was enough for her to squander, and because of her cultivation, she didn't have much interest in female products. The other was because she had been trained in martial arts since she was young, so her state of mind was already extraordinary. She was completely unaffected by the temptation of external things, so she didn't show any interest. All right, who wants to go up and fight? Sei Ito, who brought Naga Kaniaki and the others to the registration area, turned around and asked Naga Kaniaki, Nanjo Nora, Whitebird, and the Valkyrie squad members. Me, Naga Kaniaki said straightforwardly. Since we're already here, How can we miss it? Nanjo Nora said. I want to go up and fight too, the Valkyrie squad captain, the black-haired girl said. I want to fight too. Me too, the black-haired female captain said. Another two members of the Valkyries team spoke. Count me in, Whitebird said with a serious expression as she looked at the arena that was going on in the distance. All right, I'll bring you guys to register. After waiting for a few more seconds, Ito nodded and said after seeing that no one else spoke. He then turned around and brought Naga Kaniaki, Nanjo Nora, Whitebird, and the three Valkyrie squad members to the registration area. He brought them to complete the registration and confirm the matches. After that, the few people who had completed the registration and Ito once again returned to the crowd. They met up with the 5 Valkyrie squad members and went to an open area that could be considered as the contestant area to continue watching the matches. Next match, the young Whitebird will fight against Takashi. After a few matches, the broadcast suddenly announced, "Good luck," Naga Kaniaki encouraged. "Whitebird, kick that big fatty away from me." At this time, Nanjo Nora, who had already seen Whitebird's opponent from the side of the arena, patted Whitebird's body and said, "Go, do your best. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I'll take care of everything," Ito instructed. "Good luck," the other Valkyrie squad members encouraged. "Okay." Whitebird, who received everyone's encouragement, responded in a low voice and walked out of the crowd with a determined expression. She came to the edge of the arena and jumped onto the fighting arena that was similar to a boxing ring. Her opponent was a man who was about 1.7 meters tall and had a fat figure. He looked like he was over 200 pounds and was only wearing a red and blue singlet that was similar to wrestling. His thick chest hair and leg hair were exposed to the air, and he wore a mask that only revealed his eyes, nose, and mouth. He was facing off against Whitebird. "Kid, this is not a place you should be. Hurry up and go home to drink milk," Takashi, who was lightly grabbing the black hair on his chest with his right hand, said arrogantly. Oh. Hearing Takashi's words, the audience immediately cheered and echoed. "This group of audience is really annoying," Nanjo Nora frowned and said when he saw this. "This is actually a kind of psychological warfare. In addition to the influence of the surrounding audience, if you don't have a good psychological quality, you might only be able to display 50 to 60% of your original strength. This is a good place to train your state of mind." Compared to Nanjo Nora, who was simply unhappy with the surrounding audience's jeering, the calm-minded Kuga Takashi continued. "Especially you guys." Kuga Takashi turned his head and said to the 3 Valkyrie squad members who had signed up for the competition, "We understand." The 3 Valkyrie squad members who had always treated Kuga Takashi's words as the golden rule immediately responded with a serious face. "It's starting," Ito, who had been paying attention to the situation in the arena, said faintly at this moment. Following his words, Whitebird's body suddenly moved. She rushed to the front of Takashi at high speed and lightly jumped. Twisting her body, she swung her leg and kicked the unprepared Takashi's cheek, causing him to fall onto the arena. Bang! The moment Takashi's huge body smashed onto the arena, it immediately made a loud sound. Young Whitebird wins. It's really incredible. I didn't expect that the young Shirano's frail body would have such a powerful strength. He was able to kick Okajima, who had a huge physique, to the ground with a single move. It's really too shocking. The MC on the broadcast with a seemingly excited tone. Following the broadcast, the audience who had bet on Takashi's victory all threw the paper in their hands towards the stands with a face full of anger, letting out a long groan. "Why didn't Whitebird come down?" Nanjo Nora asked curiously. "I guess he wants to directly hit him," Ito explained. Sure enough, after half a minute, another young man with a sinister face, a thin body, and a height of about 1.75 meters, holding a dagger in his hand, walked onto the arena and laughed sinisterly at Whitebird, who was standing in the same place. "Begin." After a moment of confrontation, the referee announced, "Go to hell, pretty boy." Just as the referee's voice fell, the dagger man let out a low cry and quickly rushed in front of Whitebird, who was standing in the same place. He waved his dagger towards Whitebird's white and tender face. Just as the dagger was about to pierce out from the sinister vulture's hand, Whitebird, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly kicked the sinister vulture man's wrist that was holding the dagger. That huge force immediately kicked the sinister vulture's hand away, causing the dagger to fly out of his hand. Then, Whitebird tilted her head and dodged the dagger that was flying toward her head. She used a double kick to directly hit the sinister vulture man's chin, knocking him out on the ground. Young Whitebird wins 2 consecutive victories. In the broadcast, the MC shouted with all his might, "What? Why are they all trash like this?" Seeing Whitebird defeat his opponent in 1 strike, Nanjo Nora curled his lips and said with a bored expression, "There's nothing we can do about it. Whitebird is a new face." Moreover, after this period of medicinal baths and training, Whitebird's strength has long surpassed the scope of ordinary martial arts enthusiasts. She has stepped into the realm of martial artists, so it's natural for her to have this kind of performance. Ito shrugged his shoulders and said with a chuckle, "Normally, when we were training, we didn't feel anything. Now that we're watching from the perspective of a bystander, we realize that Whitebird's progress was actually so huge," Juga said with a sigh. "Begin." Just as they were talking, Whitebird welcomed her third opponent. It was a young man with spiked gloves on both hands. He had a muscular body and a height of about 1.8 meters. He wore a pair of black pants and a red sports vest. He had a Mohican hairstyle. Kid, I'm not a soft-footed shrimp like the previous 2. If you don't want to suffer, it's best if you quickly admit defeat," said the youth with the Mohican hairstyle, who seemed to be posing as a boxer. "Humph." After winning 2 matches in a row, Whitebird, who had a little bit of confidence, coldly snorted. She directly rushed in front of the Mohican hairstyle youth and used a high kick to kick the Mohican hairstyle youth's head. "Humph, since you want to look for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing this, the Mohican hairstyle youth's expression became angry. He lowered his body to dodge Whitebird's high kick and used small steps to bully in front of Whitebird. He waved his spiked fists towards Whitebird's cheeks. Chapter 688. P.S. Thank you to ZWJ and Hajojo for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 1577477860 for the tip. Sensei Chantan. That afternoon, Ito teleported to the Nuku Fire Shrine and called out to Miyumo Chantan, who was meditating in the dojo. "Oh, it's you." Miyumo Chantan opened her eyes and looked at Ito. "What's the matter?" "I heard that recently. There's a guy who's preparing to organize an international youth grandmaster combat tournament." Ito asked as he sat cross-legged in front of Tanaka Miyun. He pretended to inadvertently glance at Tanaka Miyun's breasts. "You're quite well informed." As an ultimate expert, Miyumo Chanhan was very sensitive to sight. Even though Ito disguised himself well, Miyumo Chanhan still noticed his little movements. However, Miyumo Chanhan didn't take Ito's gaze to heart. She didn't care at all. "What? Do you have any thoughts about the tournament?" "Yes, I do have some thoughts. I wonder if Sensei Chanhan can get an invitation to the tournament." Ito nodded and admitted. "I see, I'll ask for you," Miyumo Chanhan said. "Thank you, Sensei Chanhan." Ito smiled when Miyumo Chantan agreed. "In addition, Master Chantan, you and little Kainkij should get ready. After the competition is over, I will take you to my base and finish what we agreed on." Ito stood up from the ground and said softly, "I understand." Tanabe Miyun's expression remained unchanged as she replied expressionlessly. "Then I'll wait for your news, Sensei Chantan," Ito said and disappeared in a flash. He disappeared from Miyumo Chantan's sight. Seeing Ito leave, Miyumo Chantan didn't do anything. She closed her eyes and calmed herself down. On the other side, after leaving the Nuku Fire Shrine, Ito appeared in the abandoned warehouse where Ito and the Valkyrie team stayed. At this time, in the warehouse, Jua Hall is like a big boss in a game, besieged by the 8 Valkyrie squad members armed with various weapons. These girls are really hardworking. Ito appeared in the warehouse and didn't say anything to disturb them. He walked over to the pile of metal and sat down in front of it. He looked at the 9 girls who were in the middle of a battle with admiration. Speaking of which, it had already been more than 10 days since he brought them into the underground boxing arena. That day, after exchanging several blows, Whitebird defeated the boxer at the cost of a bruise on her face. He fought with several opponents one after another. It was not until the 9th match that his ribs were broken by a Muay Thai fighter, and he lost a match that Ito-sei helped him down from the ring. He returned to the crowd to receive Ito-sei's bone-setting treatment while watching the other matches. After Whitebird, Naga Hall, Nanjo Nori Saras, and the 3 members of the Valkyrie squad, who had also signed up for the tournament, also stepped onto the stage. They fought with the opponents arranged by the arena. However, compared to Naga Hall and Nanjo Kirasera, the 3 members of the Valkyrie squad were obviously much worse. After all, although they had a foundation in martial arts, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. There was still a gap between them and a real martial artist. Not to mention, they usually won by besieging others. It was rare for them to fight one-on-one with an enemy. Therefore, in the one-on-one arena, where the opponents were merciless and stronger than them, they were defeated in just a few moves. They were carried out of the ring by the other Valkyrie team members and sent to Sei Ito for treatment. Naturally, in the process of treatment, in order to hide the light emitted by his medical ninjutsu, Sei Ito took advantage of the 3 Valkyrie team members, making them blush and gnash their teeth. Regarding Sei Ito's obscure actions, although Sei Ito and Sei Ito also noticed it, they couldn't say anything in that situation. They could only pinch and twist Sei Ito's body to express their dissatisfaction before the match. In the end, Sei Ito and Sei Ito, who had vaguely understood what ki was and could skillfully use it, respectively obtained a 13-win and 15-win streak in the ring. Then, before the quasi-expert level experts in the underground boxing arena went on stage, they were dissuaded by Sei Ito. They took Sei Ito, Shiro, and the other 8 Valkyrie team members to leave the underground boxing arena and return to their respective homes. After that, every 3 days, Sei Ito would take them to the underground boxing arena again, letting them fight with various opponents in the underground boxing arena to increase their fighting experience and personal strength. During this period, except for the 3 members who came to the underground boxing arena for the first time and signed up, the remaining 5 Valkyrie team members also made up their minds to sign up for the competition. Just when Sei Ito was thinking nonsense, Sei Ito, who was besieged, suddenly let out a low shout. First, he forcefully swung his staff, forcefully pulling the chain hammer wrapped around the staff towards the girl who used the iron fan. After knocking her down with one strike, he turned the staff 180 degrees, forcing the girl who used the twin crutches and twin thorns to retreat. He swung the staff backwards, directly knocking the girl who used a nunchaku to the ground. Then, while dodging the long staff and the blade, he directly turned the staff around his waist and stabbed it diagonally towards the girl who held the whip like a long spear. And in this series of changes, the center of gravity of the girl holding the chain hammer was also constantly changing. After a while, because of an unstable step, she fell to the ground and loosened the iron fan in her hand. Then, after the long staff's diagonal stab was dodged by the girl who used the whip, Sei Ito swung the staff forcefully at the back of the girl who used the staff to hit her back. Her body involuntarily took a few steps forward and happened to block in front of the girl who was about to take the opportunity to attack. Then, Sei Ito's movements did not stop. At this time, the right arm that was holding the end of the staff fiercely raised and bent. Together with the staff hidden at the lower end of the forearm and elbow, he smashed the chest of the girl who used the blade. In an instant, she lost her combat ability and knelt on the ground. Then, Sei Ito, who cleared all the obstacles around his body, rushed to the girl who used the twin crutches like a tiger released from its cage. With just one move, he knocked her to the ground. Then, without stopping, he went to the other girl who used the twin thorns and held the staff against her throat. This announced the complete end of the battle. Sai, we lost again. After a few seconds of silence, the black-haired girl who stood up from the ground again with the crutches said dejectedly, "Yeah, Sister Freya is really too strong. No matter how we besieged her, she didn't show any flaws at all. It made people feel desperate." The girl with short blonde hair, the girl who used the chain hammer, said as she put the chain hammer back in her hand, "Don't be so depressed. You have improved a lot during this time. I also felt a lot of pressure in the siege just now." Seeing that the members of the Valkyrie squad were a little depressed, Seito comforted them. Really, the girl whose skin was similar to Seito's was bronze in color. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, but it was curly. She closed the iron fan in her hand. She asked with a look of expectation. "Yes." Seito nodded to confirm. "Well, you guys are free to do whatever you want. I'll go over there." At this time, Seito, who was sitting on the side and looking at them with a smile, said while walking to Seito, "That pervert, what's he doing here?" The leader of the Valkyrie squad, the girl with long black hair who used a pair of crutches, looked at Seito and said with a look of displeasure, "Something must have happened." A girl with short blue hair and a long staff, like Kuga Kaneyama, said more to the point. She had a short blue hair and used a long staff like Kuga Kaneyama. Knowing that the green-haired girl might be telling the truth, the team leader coldly snorted and walked to the side with his crutches. Out of sight, out of mind. The blue-haired girl saw this and playfully stuck out her tongue at the other members of the Valkyrie squad. She also took her long stick and walked to the side to rest. "Why are you here?" At this time, Seito had already arrived in front of Seito and asked aloud, "There's something I want to tell you." Seito reached out and held Seito's hand, pulled her to sit beside him, and said while playing with Seito's smooth and tender hand, "Do you remember what I told you before about preparing to participate in a large-scale event?" "Yes." Seito nodded. "It's good that you remember. What I want to tell you is related to this matter." Seito nodded and said, "In about half a month or so, on a private island in the South Pacific Ocean, a worldwide youth martial arts competition will be held. Before that, Haruo Naijima, who you have met once, will probably come to invite you to join the Shinbai Alliance. I want you to accept him." "Okay." Seito didn't ask why Seito wanted her to do this, and simply agreed. Seeing that Seito agreed so simply, Seito first looked at Seito with a slightly surprised expression, and then ignored the attention of the Valkyrie squad members who swept over from time to time. With a smile on his face, he reached out and hugged Seito's waist, pulled her into his arms, and turned his head to kiss Seito's lips. Rogue. Just at the moment when the two kissed, a few low whispers sounded in the warehouse and passed into Seito's very sensitive ears. In addition, before the start of the conference, I may have to leave for a while, so let's put aside the matter of going to the underground boxing field to train first. After all, without my protection, I can't rest assured that a group of delicate and beautiful girls like you will go to that kind of place where dragons and snakes mix together. If something happens, I will regret it to death." After a while, Ito-sei, who had a red complexion and was panting slightly, turned his head to look at the 8 members of the Valkyrie squad and continued to smile at Kuga Keisuke. "Humph." Seito snorted and didn't answer. "Well, that's all I want to say. Let's go out for a walk for the rest of the time." Seito, who finished talking, turned and invited. "Then wait, I'll go back and change my clothes first." Hearing the invitation, Seito immediately moved his body and said while preparing to get up from his position, "No, this is fine." Seito said as he used his arm to stop Seito from getting up. "Then, okay." Seito hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Seeing that Seito agreed, Seito chuckled and stood up from his position with her in his arms and walked slowly to the members of the Valkyrie squad. After Seito announced the disbandment of Seito, he took Seito's hand and walked out of the warehouse. They came to the street and stopped a taxi. They took Seito to the downtown business district and strolled around here with Seito. In this way, until a few hours later, when the sky was completely dark, Seito, who took Seito to dinner, strolled around the mall and watched a movie together, sent Seito back home. "I'm leaving." Sei Ito, who had once again ended a deep kiss with Sei Ito, gently stroked Sei Ito's lower lip with his thumb and said with a chuckle, "And be careful on the road." Sei Ito whispered, "And remember to go to bed early." Sei Ito, who had retracted his hand, chuckled and launched instant transmission to disappear from Sei Ito's sight. After 2 or 3 flashes, Sei Ito's figure appeared in Nanjo Kirishama's apartment. "Honey, I'm back." Sei Ito, who had taken off his shoes at the entrance, directly used instant transmission to appear beside Nanjo Kirishama, reached out and hugged him in his arms and smiled. "Why did you come back so late?" Nanjo Kirishama frowned and said like a little wife, "Sorry, because I accompanied little Ito to go shopping today. I came back late." Sei Ito said very honestly. "Oh." Nanjo Kirishama's mood was not very good as he whispered, "Honey, are you willing to go on a date with me tomorrow afternoon?" Sei Ito, who had taken in Nanjo Kirishama's changes, understood. His hands slightly exerted force to straighten Nanjo Kirishama's body and looked into her eyes with a smile and said, Who wants to go on a date with you?" Hearing Sei Ito's invitation, Nanjo Kirishama's face immediately turned red, and her eyes looked at both sides in panic and said loudly without confidence, "Is that so? So my honey doesn't want to go on a date with me? Then forget it." Sei Ito pretended to be depressed and sighed, letting go of Nanjo Kirishama's body, and said, "Who said I don't want to?" Nanjo Kirishama, who was frightened by Sei Ito's performance, whispered with a redder face, "What did you say?" Sei Ito asked as if he did not hear clearly. "I said I'm willing to go on a date with you." Nanjo Kirishama, who was annoyed by Sei Ito's performance, directly grabbed the sofa cushion beside her and vigorously smashed it on his head and said loudly with an angry face, Chapter 689. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany for the tip. He, Sei Ito, who raised his hand to grab the cushion and threw it aside, chuckled. He once again reached out to hug Nanjo Kirisaro's body and kissed her on the cheek. "All right, it's late. Go to bed early. After all, you still have to go to class tomorrow. It won't be good if you don't have the strength to go on a date with me in the afternoon if you sleep too late." Sei Ito, who released his hands from Nanjo Kirisaro's waist and stood up from the sofa, said as he took off his clothes. "Oomph." Nanjo Kirisaro snorted in displeasure, but she still obediently took the remote control and turned off the TV. She got up and walked to her bedroom. At this time, Sei Ito, who had taken off his clothes, turned his head and looked at Nanjo Kirisaro, who disappeared behind the bedroom door. He chuckled and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito, who had washed and dried his body, walked out of the bathroom and slowly walked into Nanjo Kirisaro's bedroom. He climbed onto her bed, reached out and hugged Nanjo Kirisaro, who was only wearing underwear, and closed his eyes to rest. Nanjo Kirisaro, who was hugged by Sei Ito, habitually moved her body. After finding a comfortable position, she stopped and fell asleep peacefully. Just like that, the night passed without any words, and the time once again came to the next day. As usual, after washing up, morning exercise, bathing, changing clothes, and eating, the two of them picked up their school bags and walked out of the apartment. They went to the desolate high school class and began the day's learning tasks. A few hours later, the two of them returned to the apartment after school ended. After spending some time to change into private clothes, they walked out of the apartment together again and took a taxi to the downtown area to begin their date with Nanjo Kirisaro. The date was similar to yesterday's date when Sei Ito accompanied Hyuga Hall. It was shopping, eating cold drinks, and going to the amusement park to play games. Then it was dinner, watching a movie, shopping again until it was almost time to take a taxi back to the apartment. The only difference between the two of them was that when they accompanied Hyuga Hall, they mostly went to bookstores, occasionally interspersed with a few large shopping malls. Take a look at the latest fashion trends. While accompanying Saro Nanju, they mostly visited pet shops. Even if they occasionally entered a bookstore, they would be reading some books about cats. "You really like cats." Back in the apartment, Sei Ito sighed softly as he looked at Nanjo Nora, who was still holding the white cat-shaped toy in his arms. At this time, Nanjo Nora only cared about rubbing his cheeks with the cat toy. He ignored Sei Ito's exclamation. Sei Ito sighed softly when he saw this. He took a step forward and stood in front of Nanjo Kira. He reached out and took the cat-shaped toy from her arms and threw it on the sofa at the side. Then, with both hands, he grabbed one of Nanjo Kirisaro's wrists and pressed them against the wall behind the sofa. He leaned over and put his head less than half a finger away from her face and stared at Nanjo Kirisaro's eyes without blinking. What do you want? A moment later, Nanjo Norisaro, who couldn't stand the strange atmosphere, blushed and averted his gaze. She whispered in a cowardly tone, "I want to eat you," Sei Ito said softly as he leaned over and kissed Nanjo Kirisaro's earlobe. Ah! Nanjo Kirisaro's face immediately became redder when she heard this. She subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Don't. Like this. I'm still not ready. I'm ready, Nanjo Kirisaro, who was a little out of breath from Seito's kiss, said intermittently. Is that so? Seito immediately stopped his kissing when he heard this. He stared at Nanjo Kirisaro's eyes again and asked softly. Nanjo Kirisaro's voice was like a mosquito's response. Do you have any concerns? Ito-sei used one of his hands to fix Nanjo Kirisama's wrists, while his free hand slid down to the white shirt that Nanjo Kirisama had specially worn for today's date. He asked softly as he slowly unbuttoned the shirt. Nanjo Kirisaro bit her lips and didn't answer. If you have any concerns, just say it. After all, we're going to live together in the future, aren't we? There were many buttons, only 5 or 6. Even if it was slowly unbuttoned, it wouldn't take more than a minute. Therefore, Nanjo Kirisaro's light yellow underwear was soon exposed to Seito's eyes. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and spread it open. He reached out and rubbed the bamboo shoots on Nanjo Kirisaro's chest while kissing her neck. I'm afraid that after I give it to you, you won't want me anymore. After all, my figure isn't as good as Sister Freya's. It's not even as good as the Valkyrie squad's. If I give up my bottom line, I really don't have the confidence to attract you in the future. After a moment of silence, Nanjo Kirisaro spoke to Sei Ito in a sensitive language that matched her identity as a young girl for the first time. Hearing this, Sei Ito's movements paused. He moved his head away from Nanjo Kirisaro's collarbone and looked at Nanjo Kirisaro again. What I like is you as a person, not just your figure. Although your figure isn't as voluptuous as the Valkyrie squad's members, you still have a unique charm that isn't worse than anyone else. That's why I say that you're not confident in yourself, Nanjo Kirisaro. Sei Ito said softly as he moved his hand from Nanjo Kirisaro's chest to the side of her face and reached out to gently support Nanjo Kirisaro's cheek. Is that so? Nanjo Kirisaro looked at Sei Ito with some uncertainty and asked, Yes, I'll say that I touch it every night when I sleep. Didn't you already feel it yourself? Sei Ito chuckled as he once again moved his hand to Nanjo Kirisaro's chest and gently played with the buds on top. But I won't force you. When you're really ready, let me eat you. Ito-sei, who was still staring at Nanjo Nora, said with a smile. His hands didn't stop moving, and his eyes were still staring at Nanjo Nora. Nanjo Kirisaro's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion as she softly replied. And Nanjo Kirisaro, you look very beautiful today, Seito said as he let go of Nanjo Kirisaro's hands. He straightened his body and looked at Nanjo Kirisaro, who was wearing a white blouse with her underwear flipped open to reveal the round bamboo shoots inside. Her lower black pleated skirt was a little messy, and faint traces of light yellow underwear could be seen. Hearing the praise, Nanjo Kirisaro's face turned red. Her hands hurriedly tidied up her clothes, got up, and ran back to her bedroom. She then closed her bedroom door with a bang. This kind of Nanjo Kirisaro is really cute. Seito gently rubbed his fingers as he recalled the remaining smooth touch between his fingers and sighed softly with a smile. Nanjo Kirisaro, I'll go to my world first. See you later. Then, Seito shouted at Nanjo Kirisaro, who was in the bedroom. He then flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the prison cell where Christopher was. Christopher, long time no see. I wonder if you're satisfied with your life here. Ito smiled and greeted Christopher, who was lying on his side on the alloy bed. His blonde hair was messy and his coat was carelessly thrown to the side. Christopher's face was full of stubble, and his whole body was emitting a strange smell. Walala. Hearing Ito's voice, Christopher, who was still shackled on his feet, suddenly sat up from the alloy bed and looked at Ito with bloodshot eyes. State your conditions, Christopher said in a hoarse voice. It's very simple. Pledge your loyalty to me, become my subordinate, and live in this world according to my orders. Ito said softly with a faint smile on his face. Christopher's eyes moved, and after staring at Ito for a moment, he growled in a suppressed voice. Okay, I promise you. Hurry up and let me out of this damn place. Mr. Christopher, you're being naughty. Ito did not release Christopher's shackles and let him out of the prison cell. Instead, he looked at Christopher and said with a faint smile. Although it was only for a moment, the murderous aura was indeed in Mr. Christopher's body. It seems that Mr. Christopher still hasn't had enough of this maggot-like treatment. In that case, I'll let Mr. Christopher continue to experience it for a few more days. Ito said with a smile. I hope that the next time I come to visit Mr. Christopher, you can give me a satisfactory answer. Ito said with a smile as his body gradually disappeared from Christopher's eyes like an illusory bubble. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Christopher raised his head and shouted with a ferocious face. After leaving Christopher's prison cell, Ito once again appeared in the prison cell where Sahiku, Suki, and her 4 female disciples were. Here, Ito once again cleaned their bodies, fed them mouth to mouth, and used his electric palm to stimulate their body senses, causing them to experience orgasmic incontinence. Finally, after cleaning up the prison cell, he left the prison cell and the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the apartment of the strongest disciple in history, Nanju Kirisaros. It was worth mentioning that after more than a month of imprisonment, the hearts of Suki's 4 female disciples were gradually shaken. They were no longer very resistant to Ito's recruitment. Moreover, when Ito fed them mouth to mouth, they would occasionally get lost in the entanglement of their tongues, taking the initiative to entangle themselves with Ito. It was a very different kind of appearance. Another thing was that in the past month, after experiencing orgasmic incontinence for more than 10 times, Sahiku, who was the target of the attack, gradually changed her personality. She went from enduring the numbness of the electric shock to gradually enjoying the pleasure of the electric shock, turning from an ordinary person to a masochist. The only one who didn't change was Suki's firm will, who didn't receive any training. No matter how Ito teased her, she always had an expressionless face, as if she was in a vegetative state. Chapter 690. Ito did not say anything when he returned to Nanjo Kirisharo's apartment. He took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. He then turned on a shower head and washed himself. After more than 10 minutes, he walked out of the bathroom with a dry body and came to Nanjo Kirisharo's bedroom door. He reached out and gently opened the door and walked into Nanjo Kirisharo's bedroom. Looking at Nanjo Kirisharo, who was using the blanket to cover her head like an ostrich, Ito smiled and walked slowly to the bed. He lifted the blanket and lay down. Ito reached out and hugged Nanjo Kirisharo and pulled her into his arms. He chuckled and said, "All right, don't be shy. This doesn't suit you." Then, without waiting for Nanjo Kirisharo's reaction, he reached into Nanjo Kirisharo's loose underwear, as usual. He held her smooth and round bamboo shoot and gently kneaded it. "Sleep," Ito said softly as he lowered his head and kissed Nanjo Kirisharo's neck and shoulder. Then he stopped his mischievous hands and hugged Nanjo Kirisharo, who had her eyes closed but slightly trembling. Her cheeks were a little red, and her breathing was a little heavy. "A few days later, I'm leaving. When the time comes, remember to be careful. Don't act recklessly. The people on that island are all people who kill without batting an eye. Don't lose your life in vain. In a relatively quiet leisure square, Ito-sei instructed Nanjo Karishima, Hakatori, and Kuga Hall Yakuza in front of him. Got it. You're so long-winded, Nanjo Kirisharo said impatiently as she pulled the front of her hat and turned her head to the side. I'm just afraid that something will happen to the three of you, Ito said as he looked at Nanjo Kirisharo. Then, without waiting for Nanjo Kirisharo to speak, he turned to look at Juga Hall and said, Little Yao, keep an eye on her when the time comes. Okay. Juga Hall nodded and agreed. As for Haori, I'm not worried. Ito looked at Haori and said with a smile. After receiving Ito's affirmation, Haori blushed and did not say anything. Let's go. His gaze once again swept past Kuga Kanai, Nanjo Norisera, and Whitebird. He immediately activated teleport and disappeared from their sight. Let's go back. Juga Kan, who had the demeanor of a big sister, opened her mouth to speak. Oh, Nanjo Karishima's mood wasn't high as he replied in a low voice. Soon after, the three of them left the leisure plaza in silence. They split up halfway and headed towards the Juga Hall, Ryu Staff Technique Dojo, and the White Alliance's base respectively. On the other side, Ito, who had disappeared in front of Kuga Kanayoshi, Nanjo Norisera, and Haori, used a few more teleportations and appeared in the Raging Fire Shrine. Little Chinying, where's Master Chonin? Ito suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training hall and asked Chonin Thousand Kages who was training inside. Master is taking a bath. Chonin Thousand Kages, who stopped moving after hearing the order, turned to look at Ito-sei and replied expressionlessly. Really? Seems like I came a bad time. Ito laughed as he took off his shoes and walked into the training hall. Then he reached out his hand and waved at Kiani Thousand Shadows. Little Chinying, come here. Kiani Thousand Shadows first quietly looked at Ito for a few seconds before slowly walking in front of Ito. Here, this is for you. Eat. At this time, Ito flipped his palm and a triangular cream cake with a strawberry at the top appeared in his palm. He handed it to Kiani Thousand Shadows and smiled. Looking at the cake in front of her, Kiani Thousand Shadows wrinkled her pretty little eyebrows and looked hesitant. While your master is not here, hurry up and eat. Ito saw this and directly reached out to grab Kiani Thousand Shadows' little hand. He put the foam tray with the cake in her palm and said, Can I? Kiani Thousand Shadows asked softly as the scales in her heart slowly tilted towards the cake. Of course, eat. Even if your master finds out, you still have me. Ito laughed. Kiani Thousand Shadows hesitated for a few seconds before she made up her mind and put the cake in front of her to her mouth. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Is it good? Ito looked at Kiani Thousand Shadows and asked with a smile. Kiani Thousand Shadows nodded her head with a face full of joy. Thousand Shadows, what are you doing? Just as Kiani Thousand Shadows took a second bite of the cake, Miyumo Hikari's voice suddenly sounded. Miyumo Hikari was startled by Miyumo Hikari's words and didn't know what to do. She could only look at Ito in front of her for help, hoping that he would help her solve the problem. It's nothing, I just gave little Thousand Shadows a piece of cake. Ito turned around and looked at Miyumo Hikari. In an instant, Miyumo Hikari's long black hair and her white robe were soaked with water, revealing 2 red spots underneath. Ito saw Miyumo Hikari. Miyumo Hikari ignored Ito's gaze and suddenly asked after entering the dojo, Does it look good? Yes. Ito was startled by Miyumo Hikari's voice and answered honestly. Then, he didn't hide his gaze and looked at Miyumo Hikari with admiration and said, I just hope that I'm the only one who can see this kind of scenery, and not just anyone can. Do you also desire this old woman's body? Miyumo Hikari's eyes flashed with a hint of interest. If you don't expose yourself, you'll only look like you're in your 20s or 30s, full and alluring. Of course I'm interested. Ito nodded. Is that so? Miyumo Hikari quietly looked at Ito and said, If your performance is good enough and I'm satisfied, this old woman doesn't mind giving my body to you. Really? Seito looked at Miyumo Hikari in surprise. Yes, Miyumo Hikari confirmed. Then it seems that I'll have to work hard. Seito smiled after receiving confirmation. Then, he put on a serious expression and said to Miyumo Hikari, but at the same time, I hope that something like this won't happen again. Even if it does, it will only happen in front of me. Is that all right? This old woman will be careful, Miyumo Hikari said indifferently. But only Miyumo Hikari knew whether she would really be careful or not. Little Thousand Shadows, you have to help me keep an eye on your master. If you do well, I'll give you more cakes to eat in the future. How about it? Seito knew a thing or two about Miyumo Hikari's situation from the original novel, so he turned to Miyumo Hikari, who was still in shock at the sudden change. Oh, Catan Thousand Shadows, who was still in shock, replied subconsciously. All right, now's the time. Where's the invitation? Seito looked at Miyumo Hikari and asked. Here, the specific address is written on the invitation. You can go there directly. Miyumo Hikari took out an invitation made of dark red paper from her waist and tossed it to Seito. Ha! Itosei didn't move his feet. He directly raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers. Like a pair of pliers, he tightly clamped the invitation letter that was like a dart in front of him in the blink of an eye. It smells like you, Miyumo. Itosei put the invitation to his nose and sniffed it. He didn't ask for Tanabe Miyun's opinion and directly called her by her name. Miyumo Hikari didn't mind Seito's sudden change in address and his somewhat vulgar actions. She was still expressionless as she looked at Seito. Seito opened the invitation and looked at the contents. In 4 days, will you and Thousand Shadows be there? I'm not interested in that kind of thing, Miyumo Hikari said. That's true. Seito nodded as he put the invitation into his storage space. He then looked at Miyumo Hikari and continued. Then you should quickly deal with this matter. We'll leave after this conference. I understand, Miyumo Hikari replied. All right, I'll be going now. See you later, Seito said to Miyumo Hikari and Miyumo Hikari, then used instant transmission and disappeared in front of the two. Then Itosei, who appeared in the forest around the Nuku Fire Shrine, flashed again and entered the Magic Cube world. He appeared near the center of the southern ecological city, in a house that was replicated in the style of the shrine in the main world. Immediately afterward, Kuroto summoned Karen and Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, who was stationed in the prison town, Yama Kuroto, who was in the academy city, and Zeo, Jinya, and Yuki, who were in Sasato's home. Seito, dear senpai. In an instant, 3 or 4 different female voices immediately sounded in the room. At the same time, a female figure with long red hair rushed straight to Seito's side, hugged his arm with both hands, and leaned her head on Seito's shoulder with an infatuated expression. Seeing this, Zayazini frowned and looked at Seito with a gloomy expression. Seito, who is she? Who are you? Karen also looked at Zayazini, who was much taller than her, and asked with an unhappy expression. Compared to the tit-for-tat confrontation between Zayazini and Karen, Yomi, who was standing on the side with her arms crossed with a smile on her face and exuding an indescribable oppressive aura, attracted the attention of the others, especially Yuki, who also used a weapon and had a keen spiritual sense. Ito Chung, who felt the atmosphere of the Azura arena for the first time, looked awkwardly at Kanoa Yama, Natsuya, Karen, and Uchiha Yoshiko and Roly Poly, who had an equally unpleasant look on her face. He didn't know what to say. Snored. Okay, sit down and listen to my explanation. However, Seito also knew that if this continued, it was very likely that a full-on fight would break out. He took a deep breath and looked at Zayazini and the others with a solemn expression. Chapter 691. P.S. Thank you to Wangit, Gon Hongxiang, Shirley, and Shu In for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and 1577478860 for their tips. If you don't explain it to me today, I will never let you go. Staring at Seito's eyes with a gloomy expression, Mayo snorted coldly, then turned around, walked to the table, and sat down. He crossed his arms and looked coldly at Seito and the other people around him. Dear, who is that woman? She has such a bad temper. Do you want me and Miko to kill her? Without waiting for Seito to speak, Karen, who had half of her body pressed against him, reached out and pushed the glasses on her face, then looked at him and said lightly. As the protagonist mentioned in Karen's words, Uchiha Yoshiko nimbly took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and played with it in her hand expressionlessly. Good 8 o'clock story, I like it. Yamanaka Yomi, who was full of momentum and had a faint smile on her face, slowly walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, then looked at Seito, Karen, and Mayo with interest and said, I'll go pour some tea. As a gossiper, Roly-Poly, whose eyes flashed crazily with the desire to gossip, whispered with a snicker, then turned and ran to the kitchen to look for tea and tools there. Although the expression on her face wasn't very good, Karen, who had received top-notch aristocratic education since she was a child, after looking at everyone in the room one by one, also silently walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, pursing her lips lightly to hide her state of mind. Okay, Karen, go and sit down. Feeling that the atmosphere in the room was getting worse and worse, Seito sighed helplessly, then lowered his head and said to Karen beside him. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the method of not letting the same batch of women, or not meeting each other as little as possible, or not meeting each other was right. I know, dear. Karen stood on tiptoe and leaned forward to kiss Seito's cheek. She said with a charming smile on her face. Then, ignoring the growing anger in Mayo's eyes and Yamanaka Yomi's slightly trembling mouth, he walked directly to the table and sat down next to Karen. Yoshiko, you also sit. Seito turned his head and said to Uchiha Yoshiko, who was standing on the side. Hearing the instruction, Yoshiko didn't speak, walked to the table, and sat down next to Karen, still playing with her kunai in her hand. So far, except for Yuan, who was making tea in the kitchen, and Ito-sei, who was walking slowly to the main seat at the table. Everyone sat down to the table. One of them had a faint smile on his face. No one could guess what he was thinking. He sat in the guest seat opposite Ito-sei with a gloomy expression. Yoshiko and Karen, Ito, and Karen S3 and Karen, TS and Saturday. The tea is here. Shortly after Seito sat down, Yuan, who was holding a wooden tray with several teacups on it, returned to the living room. Chang-Su walked to the table. Mayo-san, your tea. Yuan, who was also mentally distant, took the lead and took a teacup from the tray on the table and put it in front of Mayo. Sister, your tea. After that, Yuan took another cup of tea and put it in front of Yomi. Thank you. Yomi nodded politely and thanked her. Yuan, who was thanked, smiled slightly. She handed the other 3 cups of tea to Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Karen, then walked back to Seito with the tray and put the last cup of tea in front of him. Yuan, you also sit down. Seito turned his head and said to Yuan beside him. Okay. Yuan nodded and then hugged the tray in front of her chest with both hands. From behind Seito to the other side of the table, from behind Mayo to the empty seat next to her, she pulled out the chair and sat down. Cough. Let me introduce everyone to each other first. Seeing the silent atmosphere, Seito first coughed to attract the attention of Mayo and Karen, who were secretly competing with each other, and then said, I don't need to hear any introduction. I just need to know who they are. As soon as Seito's voice fell, Mayo, who was staring at Karen, immediately interrupted him. Dear, since this woman doesn't welcome us, we might as well kick her out. Let us, who are willing to make friends with her, stay here. Karen still didn't wait for Ito-sei to speak, and she spoke first. Don't you think so, sister? Then Karen turned to look at Yomi, who was holding the teacup in her hand and watching the show like Yuan, and said with a smile, "What a good way to win over and suppress." Yomi smiled slightly when she saw this and very elegantly lowered her head to take a sip of tea. She didn't say anything. Seeing that Yomi didn't respond to her words, Karen's eyes flashed and she silently thought to herself, "It seems that the method of first joining forces with others to deal with that woman, then joining forces with Tomiko and Karen to deal with this woman isn't going to work. Enough, what's the fuss? Sit down and listen to me." Ito, who was getting a headache from Mayo and Karen's tit-for-tat confrontation, frowned and shouted impatiently, "Umph." Seeing that Ito was really annoyed, Mayo snorted angrily and didn't say anything else. She sat there with a gloomy face and stared at Karen. "Dear, please speak." Karen looked at Ito with a charming expression and said coquettishly, "Phew." Seeing that several people were temporarily suppressed by him, Ito let out a sigh of relief and then began to introduce them to everyone. This is Zao Jinya, the head of the Zao family in her world, a martial artist. Ito pointed to Zao Jinya and introduced her to everyone, then pointed to Roly-Poly sitting next to Zao Jinya and continued, "The one next to her is Roly-Poly, who comes from the same world as Zao Jinya. She is the head of the Roly family, a master of swordsmanship, and a martial artist." Hearing Ito's introduction, Yomi, Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Karen all looked at Zao Jinya and Roly-Poly, but compared to the attention of the other three, Yomi, who is also a master of swordsmanship, paid more attention to Roly-Poly. "Hello, sisters. Please take care of me in the future." Roly-Poly got up from her seat like an honest child, crossed her hands on her abdomen, and showed her strength to Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Yomi. "This is Yomi, Demon Master 2A, a master of swordsmanship." Then, Ito gestured to Yomi and said, Zhanshan Yellow Springs nodded at everyone with a reserved expression. And at the same time, Yuan also turned her attention to Mount Admonishing Yellow Springs. Their eyes met, and then they smiled as if they had read each other's minds. She continued to look at the others. "This is Karen, the only heir of the Shutton-Felt family in her world, a mobile weapon driver, and a master of taijutsu." After Yomi, Ito pointed to Karen and introduced her. "Hello." Karen also greeted them politely. "Hello." Roly-Poly returned the greeting. As for the others, except for Yomi, who nodded to show her surprise, Zaojin didn't even pay attention to them. "This is Karen. She is a ninja in her world, a master of medical ninjutsu, sealing technique, and taijutsu." Ito pointed to Karen and introduced her. Hearing Ito's introduction of Karen, Zao Jinya raised his eyebrows and looked at Karen with a slightly surprised expression in his eyes. Finally, this is Uchiha Yoshiko, who comes from the same world as Karen and is also a ninja, but different from Karen. She is proficient in Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, and her Taijutsu is slightly weaker. Ito, who was afraid that Karen would cause trouble, quickly pointed to Uchiha Yoshiko and said, "Although you come from different worlds, there's one thing in common, and that is that you are all my women." After introducing everyone's information, Ito's expression became solemn, and his gaze swept over Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, Yomi, and Zao Jin one by one, and said in a serious voice. Hearing this, Zao Jinya was so angry that he chuckled. A fierce slap landed on the table. The enormous power of the slap instantly shattered the table in front of them into pieces. The pieces scattered on the ground. Then he suddenly stood up from his seat, stared at Ito with his aura surging, and said while gritting his teeth, "You really have the guts to say that." Ito didn't say anything, and just looked at Zao Jinya quietly. "Let's not talk about the others first. When did I become your woman?" Zao Jinya growled. "When I defeated you, kissed you, and put new shackles on you, you became my woman." Ito looked at Zao Jinya calmly and said, Zhao Jinya was so angry that he laughed at Sei Ito's words, and then his expression became solemn, and he growled angrily, "You bastard, go to hell." After saying that, he rushed in front of Sei Ito before Yomi, Karen, Yomi, and Yomi could react, and punched Sei Ito's cheek. Pa! In the next second, with a soft sound, Sei Ito's palm caught Zhao Jinya's fist before it landed on his cheek and blocked Zhao Jinya's attack. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to move, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had been on guard against Zhao Jinya, since he angrily slammed the table and stood up from his seat, suddenly appeared behind Zhao Jinya and put a kunai on Zhao Jinya's beautiful neck. "Don't be rude to Sama," Uchiha Yoshiko said expressionlessly. This woman is very loyal to you." Zhao Jinya ignored the kunai on her neck and looked at Sei Ito with a mocking expression. "Yoshiko," Sei Ito called out. But before he could finish his words, Roly-Poly suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Yoshiko with two short swords in his hands and swung his swords towards her arm that was holding the kunai. If Uchiha Yoshiko didn't let go, she would definitely lose her arm under Roly-Poly's attack. "What are you doing?" In terms of feelings, Karen, who was obviously close to Uchiha Yoshiko, shouted and rushed in front of Yomi like a gust of wind and punched the surface of Yomi's sword. The huge force carried by the fist instantly knocked the short sword out of Yomi's hand and nailed it to the wall beside Zhao Jinya. Then, without Karen's instruction, Karen directly used the body flicker technique to appear behind Yomi and used the medical ninjutsu that Sei Ito taught her to slap Yomi's neck. "Pa!" With a soft sound, Yomi's body immediately fell to the ground uncontrollably, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up from the ground. He could only move on the ground with his buttocks up like a baby who hadn't learned to crawl yet. "Humph!" Karen, who got rid of Yomi, snorted coldly and turned her head to look at Shama Yomi, who was still holding the teacup and watching everything with an elegant face, guarding against her sudden attack. "You!" Looking at the chaotic changes that happened almost in a flash, Sei Ito frowned and shouted in a low voice. "It seems that you won't be honest unless I use some extreme means. In that case, take off all your clothes," Sei Ito said in a low voice. As soon as his voice fell, whether it was Shinya who was restrained by the kunai, Uchiha Yoshiko who was using the kunai, Karen who had just retracted her fist, Karen who was staring at Shiyama Yomi, Yomi who fell to the ground, and Shiyama Yomi who was sitting in the same place, their perfect bodies were completely exposed to Sei Ito's sight. "You bastard!" Shinya, who immediately found his clothes changed, shouted angrily. "Do you want to die once?" Chiyama Yomi, who crushed the teacup, looked at Sei Ito, who was blocked by the girls with a sweet smile, and said softly, "Ah!" Karen, who found herself naked, screamed and squatted on the ground with her hands around her chest. "Oh dear, how can you do this? Even if you want to see my body, you have to do it when no one is around." Karen also reached out and covered her chest and lower body with her cheeks blushing. Uchiha Yoshiko, who was also naked, blushed and subconsciously moved behind Shinya, using Shinya's body to cover a small part of her body, while her arm remained motionless, still pressing the kunai against Shinya's neck. As for Yomi, it was difficult for her to even speak now, let alone other things. She could only struggle there with a blushing face. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your nonsense. With a thought, Sei Ito also took off his clothes, revealing his artistic body, and snorted lightly. Then, regardless of the reactions of Shinya and the others, he directly mobilized the power of the magic cube and took Shinya, Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, Yomi, and Shiyama Yomi to appear in the large bathroom of the big house in the central area, and fell into the clear water. Walala! As everyone entered, the water immediately overflowed the edge of the pool and spread along the ground to the side. "See how I punish you." Then, with a thought, a weak imprisoning force wrapped around Shinya, Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, Yomi, and Shiyama Yomi, imprisoning them in a small space. "Shinya, now I will let you know why I am your man." Then, Sei Ito came in front of Shinya, who was struggling hard, and hugged him into his arms without hesitation. While reaching out and rubbing Shinya's huge, soft, and round breasts, he leaned out and kissed Shinya's lips. Chapter 692. Being kissed by Sei Ito. Mayo's body instinctively struggled, but whether it was the power of imprisonment around her body or the great strength of Sei Ito's arms, Mayo's resistance was pale and powerless. She could only passively bear Sei Ito's overbearing kiss. "You bastard! How can you face ye?" After a while, Mayo, who was separated from Sei Ito again, looked at Sei Ito with shame and anger. "Do you think he doesn't know?" Sei Ito quietly looked into Mayo's eyes and said, "Ye's senses are very keen, especially when it comes to things related to me. Coupled with the existence of Dragon's Eye, Yi already knows that I have other women besides her." Sei Ito, whose palm was still gently kneading Mayo's chest, stated in a low voice. "How is that possible?" Mayo said with a look of disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. The love between Yi and I is so deep that you won't understand it at the moment," Sei Ito said. Then, without waiting for Mayo's reaction, he lowered his head and kissed Mayo's lips again. "Well, I also want it," Karen muttered as she looked at Mayo and Sei Ito kissing each other with shining eyes. So embarrassing. Knowing that her body was out of control, Roly-Poly, who temporarily gave up resisting, looked at the two kissing with a blushing face and whispered. On the side, Karen, who was also blushing, glanced at Uchiha Yoshiko, who was staring at the two kissing, then turned her head to the side and peeped at them from the corner of her eye. This bastard. Yomi, who was also looking at the two, curled the corners of her mouth and said with a look of displeasure, "Originally, I wanted to wait until you voluntarily gave your body to me. Then I would eat you. But now it seems that it won't work, so I have to do it here under the witness of all of them. Let's complete the ritual of turning you from a girl into a woman." Sei Ito, who let go of Mayo again, slid his hand down along Mayo's back and buttocks to her private parts, while gently fiddling with them with his fingers. He said softly, "No." Hearing this, Mayo was startled and subconsciously shouted with a look of horror. "Sorry, I can't help it," Sei Ito murmured as he lowered his head and kissed Mayo's neck. Then his other palm also slid down Mayo's buttocks, buttocks and thighs. Together with his other hand, pushed it up. Sei Ito's body was body ants. His "No, I beg you." Sei Ito, if you who is SM's head quickly, it doesn't matter. If you hate me, then hate me. Ito Sei said without hesitation. Then he straightened his waist, and with the sound of water rippling, Ito Sei's body was completely connected with Shinya's. "Oof." Zhenyi immediately frowned when his vital part was suddenly attacked. He bit his lips and let out a muffled groan. "I love you," Sei Ito said softly as he lowered his head and sucked on Mayo's earlobe. "I hate you." Zhenyi looked at the ceiling of the bathroom with a cold expression. He said coldly, "It's okay. Even so, I still love you." Sei Ito carried Zhenyi to the steps at the edge of the bathtub and sat down. While arranging Zhenyi's body, he said softly. Then, she wrapped her arms around Zhenyi's waist. Her body gradually began to move. In an instant, a burst of walala sound of water restlessly rang out in the bathroom. "Ah, my dear, you're so domineering, so handsome. I like you so much." Revealing an infatuated expression, Karen didn't mind the peculiar gazes of others as she spoke with infatuation. "Oh, so scary." Although she was saying it was scary in her heart, Roly-Poly's eyes were staring unblinkingly at the joint of Sei Ito and Zhenyi. This bastard. Kazama Yomi's expression became even more unpleasant as she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. Sei Ito, looking at the two joined together. Karen's face was half envious and half disappointed as she murmured. Only Uchiha Yoshiko was still the same as before, staring at the two people sitting by the pool with a rosy face, staring at them intently. At this time, a faint blood-colored liquid appeared from the clear pool and slowly rose to the surface of the water. Like a touch of color, it spread on the surface of the water, burning Sei Ito and Junye's body with a touch of dark color. After that, with Sei Ito's continuous movements, Junye's face gradually showed a strange expression that seemed to be enduring and wanting to show pleasure. His eyes were staring at the wall not far behind Sei Ito, and his teeth were biting his upper lip as if he was trying to suppress something. After a long while, Junyi, who was trying his best to endure something, suddenly raised his head, closed his eyes, slightly opened his mouth, and let out a high-pitched moan with flushed cheeks. After a few seconds, he lay on Sei Ito's body weakly, gasping for breath. On the side, Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, Roly-Poly, Karen, and Kazama Yomi, who had watched a live erotic scene from the beginning to the end, also had red cheeks, short of breath, and a strange look of suppression and desire mixed in their eyes. I hate you. At this time, Junyi, whose face was resting on Sei Ito's shoulder, said in a low voice with his eyes closed, I know, but I believe that sooner or later, this hatred will become your love for me and stay in your heart forever. Sei Ito said softly as his palm gently stroked Junye's back, letting him enjoy the aftertaste of climax. Okay, now let's get down to business. Then Sei Ito raised his head and smiled at Karen, Roly-Poly, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Kazama Yomi, and said loudly, This bastard, Kazama Yomi cursed in a low voice. Darling, aren't you going to continue? Karen, who was still in a state of infatuation, asked in surprise. If you want, I have no problem. It just so happens that I haven't reached the state yet. Sei Ito turned his head to look at Karen and said with a smile. With Sei Ito's action, Junyi, whose lower body was still connected together, immediately felt the difference, and he subconsciously let out a muffled groan from his throat. Hearing this, Karen, who was still a little disappointed, was slightly shocked, and she was a little worried about her gains and losses. I called you here this time to prepare to take you out later to participate in a martial arts tournament held in this world, so that you can fight with the masters of different worlds and get some exercise, Sei Ito explained when he saw everyone's attention was focused on him. Martial arts tournament? Karen repeated. Yes. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation, and then continued to introduce. The requirements of the tournament are very simple. As long as you are a martial artist under the age of 20, you can participate in the tournament with an invitation letter. What does this have to do with us? We are not martial artists like you said, Karen asked with a strange expression. But you know taijutsu, and in terms of performance, it is not much different from martial arts. Moreover, the contestants in this tournament have a variety of martial arts. So it is not surprising even if there are one or two schools that others have never seen before. Just remember not to use ninjutsu, such as clone jutsu and substitute jutsu when the time comes. Sei Ito said with a smile. Do you mean that I also have to participate? After saying that, Yamanaka Yomi asked. Yes, I think that with your Yamanaka clan's demon-repelling sword technique cultivation, you can be regarded as a kendo master in this world. It is more than enough to participate in the tournament. Sei Ito turned his head to look at Yamanaka Yomi and said with certainty, Since you said so, I have no objection, Yamanaka Yomi said with an indifferent expression. Since you all have no objection, then I will continue. After seeing that Karen, Yamanaka Yomi, Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Roly understood, he continued. The tournament mode is a free-for-all mode of 5 people in a group. It is up to you how you want to fight. But as far as the composition of the team is concerned, I'm going to let the 5 of you, Roly, Karen, and Yamanaka Yomi fight. As for Yoshiko, you will be a substitute on the sidelines, and at the same time, open your Sharingan and copy other people's taijutsu for later use. What do you think? Yes, sir. Uchiha Yoshiko answered simply. I have no objection. Yamanaka Yomi shrugged. Okay, Karen agreed. I know, Karen agreed. Roly nodded and did not speak. If you want to do something, find someone else. Don't find me, Shinya said coldly as he put his hands on Sei Ito's chest, preparing to leave him. That won't do, Ito said as he once again pressed Shinya's slightly straightened body on his thighs with his arms. Ahem. Shinya, who was once again filled with Ito's guns, instinctively let out a muffled groan. In addition, there are no rules in the tournament. You can do whatever you want. Ito, who was tightly holding Shinya in his arms, said to everyone again. But in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, you should try to only injure or cripple your opponents. Don't kill them too heavily, otherwise it will lead to the intervention of a group of top people in this world. I don't have many good ways to deal with those people. Understood. The others, except for Shinya, repeatedly agreed. At this time, Ito's expression changed, and he said to Karen and the others in the bath with a strange smile, "Well, that's all. Let's continue our nakedness." The first one is still Shinya. Then, without waiting for Shinya's reaction, he directly got up and put Shinya on the stairs one step higher. While kissing Shinya's lips, he stretched out his hands to grab her soft and round chest and gently moved his waist. So cunning. Looking at the two people moving again, Karen's fingertips gently slid across her chest and muttered softly. Chapter 693. Phew, as expected, it's impossible to start a harem without a strong body. Early in the morning, Ito pulled himself out of the arms of Karen, and Yuan, who were wrapped around him like an octopus. "Darling, you're awake." Karen, who was awakened by Ito's actions, sat up from the bedding in a daze and raised her hand to rub her eyes. Ito flicked the messy hair on Karen's forehead and said softly, go back to sleep." "Oh." Karen agreed and lay down on the bedding again, turning her body to continue sleeping. Then he stood up from the ground, carefully avoiding the women's limbs, and walked out of the room naked. "So you're here, Zhenyi." After searching around the room, Ito finally found Zhenyi in front of the lake in the courtyard. He slowly walked behind her and reached out to grab her waist, pulling her into his arms and gently nibbling on her ear. "Let go of me," Zhenyi said coldly as she struggled. "I won't let go, just like I won't let go of you from now on." His hand moved from Zhenyi's waist to her chest, reaching into her pink bathrobe collar and grabbing her round breasts. Ito said firmly. Hearing Ito's words, a complicated look flashed through Zhenyi's eyes as she struggled. Then, she returned to her original cold self and struggled vigorously, not letting Ito do anything to her. "Don't struggle, you can't escape." At the same time, Ito moved his other hand, which had been on Zhenyi's abdomen, and pulled the knot on Zhenyi's waist, exposing Zhenyi's body to the air again. "Before I make breakfast for you, let's do a morning exercise first," Ito said vaguely as he lowered his head to kiss Zhenyi's shoulder and collarbone. Then, with a thought, he activated teleportation and sent Zhenyi's bathrobe back to the room. His chest pressed against Zhenyi's back and pressed her body forward. Using his left hand to support Zhenyi's left leg, he straightened his waist and once again stabbed the spear of life into the sea of life. You bastard." Being attacked by Ito, Zhenyi instinctively let out a muffled groan. Then, he cursed with a face that was either red from embarrassment or anger. "Mayo, have you heard of a Chinese phrase, 'Love grows after a long time'?" Ito whispered as he pinched Mayo's chest with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her smooth back. "What I'm doing now is explaining the meaning of this word." Then, without waiting for Mizuko's response, Seiji continued, "It doesn't matter if you hate me in your heart. As long as I don't give up, sooner or later, you will turn your hatred towards me into your love for me. I believe that." "You, infatuated, delusional," Zhenyi stuttered as he endured the impact. "Absolutely not," Ito said with certainty. "Mayo, I love you." Then, Ito once again sucked on Zhenyi's earlobe and said in a muffled voice. Ito didn't say anything else and used all his strength to work with Zhenyi by the lake. After a long while, Zhenyi let out a loud moan and finally stopped. Phew, let's go. I'll carry you back. Seiji held Zhenyi's buttocks with both hands. Sei Ito, who was holding Zhenyi's chest like a tree bag, turned around and walked into the room while speaking softly. The two of you are really diligent, doing such intense exercise so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of being tired? As soon as the two returned to the room, Jianshan Yomi's teasing voice instantly sounded in their ears. Hearing Jianshan Yomi's teasing, Zhenyi's face immediately flushed. Meiyo's cheeks immediately turned red. At the same time, his arms around Ito Sei's neck tightened. He buried his head in the side of Ito Sei's neck, not daring to let Yamanaka see his appearance. Yomi, when did you wake up? Compared to the thin-skinned Zhenyi, Sei Ito, whose skin was as thick as a city wall, turned around and peeked at Jianshan Yomi, who was only wrapped in a white sheet and slowly drinking a cup of ice water in his hand. I just woke up not long ago. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Jianshan Yomi looked at Sei Ito with a smile that wasn't a smile. If Yomi also wants to, you can also come. Sei Ito, who faintly heard jealousy from Jianshan Yomi, winked and smiled at Jianshan Yomi. Compared to Zhenyi, Jianshan Yomi's skin was also very thick. His cheeks didn't blush at all as he lightly snorted and turned his head to the side to continue drinking the ice water in his cup. Yomi, since you don't want it for the time being, please clear out the vegetables in the fridge. After I help Zhenyi bathe, I'll make breakfast for everyone. Sei Ito looked at Jianshan Yomi and smiled. Then, regardless of whether Jianshan Yomi agreed or not, he directly carried Zhenyi to the small bathroom in the house. He picked up the shower head and turned on the switch to wash Zhenyi and himself. During the washing process, Zhenyi put up some resistance, but she couldn't do anything to Sei Ito. In the end, she could only helplessly compromise and accept the fate of being helped by Sei Ito. In fact, she was taking advantage of him. After more than 10 minutes, Sei Ito, who had finished washing Zhenyi and himself, turned off the switch on the shower head and waved his hand to create a new towel to wipe Zhenyi and himself. Here, these are the underwear and outerwear I took from your room. Sei Ito waved his hand and handed a set of beige underwear, a set of beige casual pants, and a light-colored camisole to Zhenyi. Zhenyi, who was used to such methods, didn't say anything. She directly grabbed the clothes from Sei Ito's hand and put them on in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't say anything when he saw this. He also waved his hand to find a set of clean boxers, a set of beige casual pants, and a white short-sleeve casual t-shirt with a pattern printed on the chest. He put them on in the bathroom. 2 or 3 minutes later, the two finished putting on their clothes and came out of the bathroom together and returned to the living room. Yomi, these are yours. Sei Ito, who had come to the kitchen, waved his hand and created a set of underwear. He handed it to Jianshan Yomi, who had tied the sheets to her chest and was washing vegetables by the sink. Seeing this, Jianshan Yomi turned off the tap, took the clothes, and walked out of the kitchen. She returned to her room and put them on. At the same time, she handed the following task to Sei Ito. Everyone, let's do it. After more than half an hour, Sei Ito, who had finished preparing a large table of exquisite dishes and placed them on the table, greeted Jianshan Yomi, Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, Yuanyuan, and Zhenyi, who were sitting around the table. After a night of hard work, the 6 people who had exhausted a lot of their physical strength and were indeed hungry did not stand on ceremony. They directly picked up the chopsticks in front of them and buried their heads in the food. Although the atmosphere during the meal wasn't necessarily good, it was greatly improved compared to the previous tense atmosphere, which made Sei Ito feel very happy. After more than half an hour, everyone ended this harem meal. I'll go out first. I'll call you when we arrive at the gathering place. After cleaning up the dishes, Sei Ito returned to the living room and said to Karen, Jianshan Yomi, Karen, Yuanyuan, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Zhenyi. Got it. Okay. The voices that were not in unison responded one after another. Also, you have to get along well with each other during my absence. If I find that any of you are dishonest when I come in, see how I will punish you. Sei Ito said again. After saying that, he ignored Jinshan Yomi and the others and directly disappeared in front of them and appeared in the forest near the new Ku Kagami shrine in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Then, he continued to use instant transmission, and after several consecutive flashes, he came to an uninhabited coastline. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a small yacht that he had plundered from the absolute pitiful world and drove the yacht to the private island where the D conference was held. In this way, after who knows how many hours, a building that looked like an isolated island castle, but in fact, in Seito's eyes, was more like a prison at sea, appeared in Seito's line of sight. Seeing the destination, Seito summoned Jinshan Yomi, Karen, Yuanyuan, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Jinyi who were waiting in the magic cube world. Honey, as soon as she came out, Karen immediately reached out and took Seito's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and called out, "Oh, you." Seito saw this and reached out his hand to pinch Karen's nose with a funny expression and said with a smile, "Humph." Jinyi, who saw the interaction between Karen and Seito, snorted coldly again with a displeased expression. After sailing for more than 10 minutes, Seito drove the yacht into the dock of the island according to the route stated in the invitation letter and walked out of the yacht with Jinshan Yomi and the others and walked towards the gate not far away. The pressure is very strong. Jinshan Yomi, who was standing in front of the pitch-black steel gate that was 7 or 8 meters high and had ancient heroes fighting beasts engraved on the surface, said, "Everyone, be careful. The guys here are not good people." Seito reminded. After seeing that everyone understood, he stepped forward and pushed the gate open. In an instant, a built-in scenery like a resort appeared in front of everyone. Then, with Seito taking the lead, Jinshan Yomi, Jinyi, and the other girls followed closely behind, walked through the gate into the interior of the island, and walked slowly along the cement road that was only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. After a while, Seito and the others came to a wall made of huge cement and steel fences and were stopped by 2 guards at the gate who were wearing armor and weapons like ancient Roman soldiers. Phew, the scenery is good. Seito's gaze passed the guards and fell on the swimming pool inside the wall. He looked at several bikini beauties wearing sexy, revealing clothes and playing in the water and whistled softly. "Please show me the invitation." At this time, a young man wearing a black tuxedo, a white shirt, and a black bow tie walked up to Seito and said politely, Chapter 694. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant, Gone Hong Xiang, and Nickfinny for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfinny 157747860. This pig is a little thin, and Little One for their tips. Under the pinch of Yomi's 2 fingers, Seito reluctantly took out the invitation and handed it to the waiter. "Yes, please follow me." After checking the authenticity of the invitation letter, the waiter handed the invitation letter back to Ito-sei and extended his arms to invite him to come over. Seito, who took the invitation and put it away, raised his hand and held Yomi's hand on his waist, followed behind the waiter, and walked towards the island with Shinya, Karen, Yuko, and Uchiha Yoshiko. Along the way, all kinds of beautiful flowers in full bloom, luxurious buildings, soldiers in Roman armor patrolling around, and sexy women in revealing clothes constantly appeared in the eyes of Seito and the others. After a few minutes, under the guidance of the waiter, Seito and the others finally came to a huge hotel-like building, and then they were led by a young woman in a maid uniform in the building to the presidential suite arranged for them by the organizer of the tournament. "If you need anything, please contact us directly." Before leaving, the waitress said respectfully to Seito and the others, "Got it." Seito nodded casually and said with a wave of his hand. Seeing this, the waitress bowed slightly and reached out to help Seito close the door, and then completely disappeared outside the door with the sound of footsteps gradually fading away. There are still 2.5 days before the start of the D tournament. Just treat this time as a relaxing vacation. Play whatever you want. Everything is free. Seito said to Shinya, Karen, and the others as he sat down on the big soft sofa in the room while holding Yomi's hand. Forget it. Based on what I saw on the way here, I don't think there's anything fun to do here. I might as well stay in the room with you, my dear. Karen slowly walked over to Seito and sat down. She wrapped her arms around Seito's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and rubbed her cheek. Besides, even if there's something you want to play with, it's impossible. Just go back there. Not only is it much safer than this place, it's also much more interesting, Karen continued. Hearing Karen's narration, Karen, Uchiha Miko, and Rolly nodded one after another. This was a sign of approval. All right, Seito said with a smile when he saw that everyone except Mizuya, who was still angry with him, had agreed. Immediately, Ito, Sei, and the others settled down in the presidential suite, waiting for the start of the D competition. Dang. In the evening, 2.5 days later, a sudden knock on the door attracted the attention of Seito and the others who were staying in the room. Come in, Seito said. Knock. As soon as the voice fell, a soft sound immediately came from the door, and then a young woman in a maid uniform pushed open the door and walked into the room. She saluted Seito and the others who were looking at her and said, Guests, there is a banquet being held in the banquet hall on the second floor. I wonder if you're going to attend. Banquet? I see. We will attend. Seito nodded and said, Guests, do you need us to prepare clothes for you? Seeing that Seito and the others were preparing to attend the banquet, the waitress asked again. No need. Seito refused. Then, sorry to disturb you. Seeing this, the waitress didn't say anything. She bowed slightly, stepped out of the room, and closed the door again. Beautiful ladies, would you like to accompany me to the banquet in this world? As soon as the waitress left, Seito turned to look at Karen, Uchiha Miko, Yun, Shinya, and Kusanzen, and bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. Of course, Karen, who was still very active, clasped her hands together. She put them on the side of her face and said with an infatuated look. As for the others, although they didn't express it directly like Karen, they didn't show any objection and directly acquiesced to Seito's invitation. Seeing this, Seito smiled slightly and directly flipped his hand, and several sets of clothes with different styles appeared in his hand. According to his different understanding of Kusanzen, Karen, Yuan, Karen, Shinya, Uchiha Miko, and others, he distributed the clothes in his hand. Among them, the one given to Karen was a dress with a clear Britannia style. The shoulders, chest, cuffs, and the bottom of the skirt were decorated with white patterns, and the collar was a yellow one-piece dress that could reveal most of the chest and back. The clothes worn by Karen when she was imprisoned in Lulu Shio are two. The one given to Kusanzen was a black one-piece dress made of black satin material with a white woolen undergarment with a hollowed-out pattern on the outside like a waistcoat. The one given to Yuan was a white one-piece dress similar to a princess dress, with white gauze lace patterns on the skirt, cuffs, and the joints of the clothes. The one worn by Yuan when she first appeared in the 11th or 12th volume of the Tensei manga. The one given to Shinya was a white backless cheongsam, with a ferocious Eastern dragon pattern printed on the surface with gold as the main color, blue, pink, red, and other colors as the supplement. The one given to Uchiha Miko was a one-piece dress with sleeveless arms, half of the back, and the top of the dress tied into a knot behind the neck, revealing the entire neck and a small part of the chest. The skirt with white pleated petals slanted to the right, revealing a small part of the left thigh. As for Karen, because her personality really wasn't suitable for wearing dresses, Seito didn't let her change. She was still wearing the lavender long-sleeve gown with a split to the left and right at the bottom, black thick cloth shorts, and high black stockings wrapped around her legs. The 5 people who received the clothes didn't avoid it and directly changed in front of Seito. After a while, Uchiha Miko, who had changed her clothes, looked at the clothes on her body and said to Ito, "Sama, these clothes are not suitable for fighting. What if there is an emergency? It's okay, there won't be any fighting tonight, and even if there's a fight, I will be there, so you don't need to worry about those problems. Just focus on attending the banquet." Ito looked at the beautiful Uchiha Miko and smiled. "Okay, let's go," Ito said to the people who had changed their clothes. Then he bent his arms. He smiled and invited, "Come." As soon as his voice fell, Karen's figure immediately appeared beside Ito and stretched out her hands to hug one of his arms. And then, except for Shinya, who didn't have a harmonious relationship with Ito, and Uchiha Miko, who didn't put her identity as Ito's girlfriend, Karen, Kaneyama Yomi, and Roly-Poly, who wanted to compete for Ito's arm, looked at each other. They activated their abilities and rushed to Ito's side. Finally, after a small contest, Karen, who used Monster Fist and Body Flicker technique to force Roly-Poly and Kaneyama Yomi away, hugged Ito's arm in her arms. Damn it, Kaneyama Yomi, who didn't have the help of the Lion King and couldn't use a sword to cut people, was no match for Karen, who had Monster Fist and Taijutsu, muttered with an unhappy expression. "Annoying woman." Roly-Poly looked at Karen's back. Roly-Poly, who lost to Karen in terms of speed, muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Seeing Ito, whose arms were occupied by Karen, chuckled lightly. He took Kaneyama Yomi, Shinya, Roly-Poly, Uchiha Miko, and Karen, who was hanging on his arm, out of the room with Karen and walked towards the banquet hall on the second floor. With the elevator, the group of 7 quickly arrived at the banquet hall. "Why are these guys all wearing masks?" Karen frowned as she looked at the men and women in the banquet hall, who all wore a half mask that revealed their eyes. "Probably because they don't have the face to see people," Kaneyama Yomi said. "It's really possible." Roly-Poly, who turned his head and looked around, chuckled and agreed. "They really don't have the face to see people." While leading Kaneyama Yomi and the other girls to a place in the hall, Ito, who was looking around, said, "On the surface, these guys are the world's rich and big businessmen who came to watch this unruly fighting competition. But the real situation is that they are gangsters, arms dealers, and drug lords from all over the world. They're all the kind of people who can attract countless troubles just by showing their faces." Doesn't that mean that if someone here takes action and catches all of these people, they can directly throw the whole world into chaos for several years? Karen immediately said in a low voice. "Something like that." Ito smiled and affirmed. "Who are those people?" At this moment, Shinya, who was walking behind Ito, suddenly asked, "Are you talking about those people over there who aren't wearing masks?" Ito, who followed Shinya's gaze, raised his eyebrows and said. Then, without waiting for Shinya's answer, he continued, "Those are the people I told you about before, the group of people who stand at the top of this world. They're the people from Liangshan Lake who have the title of strongest in this world. Do you see that golden-haired old man in a coarse linen shirt? That's the man who stands at the top of this world, the expert who has the title of Invincible Superman, Fonlin Temple's Falconer." Then Ito's gaze fell on Fonlin Temple's Falconer, who was standing on the side and talking with Byakugan Kenichi, and said. At this time, because the gazes of Kusanagi, Shinya, and the other girls were a little longer, they sensed the gazes of Fonlin Temple's Falconer and Sayatsu Temple's Akyu, as well as Byakugan Kenichi and Fonlin Temple's Miwa, who turned their heads because of their movements, also looked at Ito and the others. "I'll introduce you to them." Seeing Fonlin Temple's Falconer looking over, Ito nodded slightly and whispered to Kusanagi, Shinya, Yuan, Karen, Uchiha Miko, and Karen. Then he turned around and slowly walked towards Fonlin Temple's Falconer, Sayatsu Temple's Aku, Kasaka Shigyur, Byakugan Kenichi, and Fonlin Temple's Miwa. Elder, Senetsu Temple's Master, Shigyur, Kenichi Miwa. Ito, who came in front of them, took his hands out of Karen and Karen's arms and greeted them. "Ah, it's Ah-chung." The elder with the left hand, stroking his beard, said with a smile. "Ito, why are you here?" Byakugan Kenichi, who couldn't keep his cool, asked in surprise. Someone in my family received an invitation from the island master, and then sent someone to hand it over to me, asking me to come and see it. Hearing the question, Seito smiled slightly and answered with a lie. Oh, Byakugan Kenichi nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he said with a relieved expression, Fortunately, Seito, you also came, otherwise I would have been tortured by this place. Kenichi, this place is not as scary as you say. Fonlin Temple's Miwa said. Miwa, there's no need to say anything. It's not like you don't know Kenichi's personality. Seito said, but before he could finish, a male voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker placed in the hall, interrupting Seito's words. Guest present, the host of the Diego the Smiling Face Steel will now greet everyone. Please pay attention to the stage ahead. As these words fell, everyone's eyes in the banquet hall fell on the stage, which was illuminated by 3 huge searchlights. Ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the banquet hall. Then, a man wearing a strange tight-fitting suit and a strange mask with a long belt on his head turned over and landed on the stage, half-squatting. Welcome to Desperate Phytophthisape. This time, D is different from the past. Diego straightened his body and reached out to grab the microphone thrown over from the side and put in front of his mouth. The D that everyone is familiar with is a world conference organized by the rich and powerful Ferdona family that has a deep understanding of fighting skills. It is attended by young people under the age of 20. Your Excellency has also given us, Dark, quite a bit of help. This time, one of the One Shadow 9 fists, Smiling Steel Fist, will help me preside over it. And my motto is for the beauty of battle. I can accommodate everything. Right now, everyone present can be said to be the top figures in all walks of life. They can be said to be favored. And the young people who are going to fight a bloody battle tomorrow can be said to be the chosen ones. I built a high-tech arena on this island that was also popular in the Roman era. But tomorrow, what will flow is different from ancient Rome. It is neither the snow of hard work nor the blood of wild beasts, but the blood of the chosen ones. In other words, the cruelest battle that surpasses all eras is about to begin. Now, hurry up and introduce this high-tech arena. Please look at the huge screen behind you. After finishing his opening speech, Diego waved his arm and pointed at the huge electronic screen filled with snowflakes behind him. Ha! What kind of gathering of young people is this? If this is true, why didn't you call for our strongest righteous group? Just as Diego finished speaking, a strange voice with an arrogant tone sounded in the banquet hall. Uft! Hearing this new voice, Yuan, who was eating pastries, suddenly let out a low laugh. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.